you're already a member, please can drop a heart me, gift, anything, just to make sure that this helps us get on the FYP.
It helps us get on the FYP. All right. So thank you, thank you. So let's quickly do these things while we get ready for today's session. You are God. Oh. All right. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of people coming on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us. Please like the live. Please share the live as well. Some interesting things have happened, since we last met. We had a nice session yesterday. If you were not here, you missed. Okay. Um, I think I've talked about this before, that, regardless, whether it's the full session that we usually have, or the short sessions we have on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's important that you come around. Like, it's really cool. It's really cool to be there. So thank you very much for being here. It is a Friday. Bang, 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 bang. And bro, I need to set up this thing so that everything will be alright. Please let's share the live. Let's like the live. If you're on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us. Please like the live and also share. That way we can have other people join us as well. Okay. We're just doing some like housekeeping just to make sure that everything is good. So please bear with me. So today we're not going on Twitter, so it's important for me to put this link on Twitter. What I should say? I'm happy no. Go back to that on here. I wish we could do all these things before starting, but then copyright stuff on YouTube, so chicken and egg kind of situation. Please bear with me. All right. How do I connect to you on TikTok? So I've been trying for weeks without success. Kole. Okay, let me ask first, Mr. Rotimi, are you on TikTok? Are you on TikTok? Because that's the first thing. You have to have the app. So you must have downloaded the app before I even say anything. So yes, So are you on TikTok? Do you have it downloaded on your device? That's the first question. Ṣé lórí fóònù yìí? Tó bá kọ́kọ́ sọ yẹn fún wa, màá mọ ìgbà tá a máa da ọ̀run lásì. I love Yoruba language, man. Ìgbà tó máa da ọ̀run lásì. Yes, you are there. So just search for Busui Oris. Since you're on TikTok already, just search for Busui Oris. Mejun Jasha. Busui Oris. Okay. So just search for Busui Oris. You find me, and then you can join. Thank you very much. Just give me a few more seconds. I'm almost done. Just to share on one more platform, then we can get started. All right, we're good. Yes. God is good. Fantastic week we've had. I like the structure we're having right now. Let me also announce that it is possible sometimes that some Tuesdays or Thursdays I might decide to have full session or full sessions. But that would be an exception, right? So the rule is every day we start 1 p.m. Mondays to Fridays, every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m., right? And then Tuesdays and Thursdays, we stay for just a couple of hours, finish around 3, thereabout. And other days we'll be here until evening, all right? But there'll be times when we just say, okay, let's have this Thursday or let's have this Tuesday and just stay till evening. So it won't come only share, right? Well, thank you very much for your support and thank you for coming around. Excuse me. So plenty of things happened. Many things have happened since we last spoke. One of the trending issues, of course, is of Kwam1, who is trending, and I really wish it was for better news, but it is what it is. I'm sure you saw the videos. It was terrible. It was terrible. I don't know what, I mean, we know what happened now, but it's just bad. Like, no matter how you slice or dice it, it was just a very terrible situation. And now the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has imposed a 6-month flying ban on Kwam1. And I thought that was fair. That's good. Okay? Hopefully it serves as a deterrent to others. So that makes sense. Annoying. Sorry, Ijetani. Oh, you're here now. Oh, welcome, my brother Rotimi Kade. Good to see you. I saw that video. Ijetani Abi. Tí ìbá ṣe ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Ọlọ́run, àwọn máa dárò ẹni lẹ́ni ní báyìí sìn. It was this close. It was this close to being hit. Very close. You know, on top of waiting, on top of one argue, I don't know, whatever. I mean, it was just terrible all around. And I'm glad also, you know, that Yoruba people spoke against it, because it's important that we can't even do it. It make sense. There might be no more. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm glad the way people actually spoke about it, and also the pilot. I think her license has been withdrawn and suspended. I will read some of the things. So, you know, as soon as I saw that thing, and people started talking about the fact that, you know, it would be banned, and so I was like, how about all those shows that it probably has in Canada or in the UK or in the US? Like, so Baba can't travel now. He will not be able to go anywhere. It's actually quite sad that something like that would happen. And also the lady, her name is Oluranti, the captain. Name is Oluranti, and she also has been suspended. Interestingly, she's been flying for over 10 years. So, you would expect her to also know better. Like, ṣé if you play in TN, as I go connect, bóyá kò lè rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sálẹ̀ ṣá, bóyá kò rí. Well, it's just shameful on all sides. And I'm really glad that that has, I'm glad that justice, should I say justice was served or the right thing was done essentially. So the lady is suspended. Kwamon himself, he's now on a flight ban, so he can't fly for the next 6 months. But then I feel sorry for all the people who probably have contracted him or expect him to be at different parties in the US, the UK, Canada, and so on and so forth. He can still fly via Cotonou unless the Airlines Association extends it to worldwide ban. Ẹ̀yin kan ní, man. Let me clap. Let me do this. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Kai. I'm not going to lie. I never thought of that possibility, but thank you. Not for telling me this, but to even, the fact that you didn't allow that to even stop you from thinking of other ways that you'll be able to travel out. That's quite interesting, isn't it? But it's true, Sha. It's not worldwide ban. They can't ban in worldwide. Anyway, let me read to you the press release that was put out by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria FAN wishes to formally address the incident that occurred on Tuesday, 5th August 2025 at the domestic terminal of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. The incident involved a notable Nigerian musician, King Ayinde Marshal, also known as K1 The Ultimate, and a pilot of Value Jet Airlines. Preliminary investigations confirmed that the passenger was scheduled to board the morning flight to Lagos, operated by Value Jet Airlines, flight VK201. During boarding, the passenger attempted to carry an unidentified liquid substance on board, despite repeated warnings from aviation security personnel and the flight captain. In accordance with international aviation security standards, specifically Nigeria's National Civil Aviation Security Program and ICAO Annex 17, liquids exceeding 100 milliliter are not permitted through security screening unless medically necessary and properly declared. The passenger was informed of this regulation but reportedly declined to comply. As boarding continued, an airline security officer asked the passenger to step aside for further clarification. The passenger allegedly refused and spilled the contents of the flask on the officer, which turned out to be alcohol. The flight captain intervened but faced similar resistance. After confirming that boarding was complete, she instructed the closure of the aircraft door. At this juncture, the passenger moved to the front of the aircraft and refused to leave the area, despite repeated requests. He was ultimately escorted away by AFSEC crime unit for further investigation, after which he was released. FAN reiterates its unwavering commitment to the safety and security of all passengers, crew, and airport personnel. The authority will not tolerate any actions that compromise operational integrity or undermine aviation safety standards, regardless of the individuals involved. This matter remains under investigation, and all parties found culpable will be held accountable according to the law. FAN is dedicated to upholding the highest standards of professionalism, safety, and regulatory compliance across all Nigerian airports. Anyway, that was what, it's quite sad, maybe was intoxicated. I'm looking at different videos, different, angles, and very keenly. But justice was served. I like the fact that it was banned. Even if he decides to fly from Cotonou, which people are saying is possible, even then, it's still important that it was banned. Right. If for nothing, at least to serve as deterrent. If you're saying you can go out to Cotonou, but the point is this: say, okay, yeah, let's agree that you can go to the UK via Cotonou and all of those things, but you can't go to Abuja via. You can't go to Cotonou to go and fly to Abuja. So as long as you're within Nigerian airspace, and the man travels, I mean, it was in Abuja, coming to Lagos. So that means that any trip within the country called Baba unless he wants to drive, and our roads, they are getting better. Let me just say it that way. Something terrible happened. I mean, talking of airline, helicopter crashed in Ghana a couple of years ago, and the crazy part is that the special guest of honor at that meeting was the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and he had sent somebody to represent him according to the reports, and that person and other folks on board died. So may God comfort the nation of Ghana, and may things work out for them well. So it says here that there's a helicopter crash that killed 8, including Defense Minister Edward Omane Boama and Environment Minister Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed and others en route to the event. The sudden grief is what's heartbreaking. All right, so may God comfort Ghanaians. And speaking of Ghana, there is a video that came up a couple of days ago. It's about our man, I should say. Someone said that was unacceptable behavior. Should have stepped aside and registered. Yeah, I agree. So there was an incident. Well, should I say an incident? A video, right, of somebody talking about their relationship with, I think I can call him our man, Abi, the Ghanaian Igbo, I don't know what to call him now, chief, leader, king, whatever he calls himself. Let me play you Mambo. Alright, so this is from Ghana. There are 2 videos, so I'm looking at the one I should play first. Mambo. Okay. Alright, so let's start with this one. So there is this allegation that the man had defrauded a Turkish businessman in Ghana, and it's all over the news. I just wanted to just be informed, and then we'll talk about the lessons from this event. Take a listen to this. Oh, not yet, sorry. The other account is out. Mambo. This is not right. All right. So please take a listen to this video. Is from Ghana.
This is a guy who is quietly staying here and using the image of Ghana, doing all sorts of. Also, I catch him earlier. Said in UAE, the passport deals are ECOSWA. Nigerians need AU on them. We met Tracia the Abase Ono and the camping in Ghana or Eden or all my Nigerians need go on in your passport. Either he chooses to answer this or deny. Now, Anadri, Bibiara yebe yachira eyen koma oni business partner edia nina no kopium se ode nina koye atro enada eni akoshisam. But first, before Chukwudi's victim joins me, there was a contract between the two partners, and I want my executive producer to walk us through that very agreement. You know, the better screens, you know, be agreement ben a course between the business partner and the Chukwudi, you know, any say one more and
there's a lot of tree in here, but we're going to get to the part where they'll be speaking the one way we understand. More just the follow on small.
Do I have my executive producer over there?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, so yeah, take it up now, Yen and Tim.
So Yensa ka documents Yensa.
Good.
3 different documents. The agreement, a bank statement, then an invoice. So I will first go through the agreements, then we'll proceed from there.
Okay. Now, can you walk us through gradually? What's our document?
So the agreement, you know, it is between Juliana's, which is the Turkish company, and one other company by name Chibet Group of Companies, which is the company that belongs to Mr. Chikuzi.
Okay.
So the agreement was signed. So let me read the entire thing. So this agreement is entered into effect on the 22nd day of September 2015.
Good.
Between Juliana's V Tourism San TIC Limited, Party A of Kamapasa Ma, then somewhere in Istanbul, Turkey, represented by its manager, Mr. Mehmet Kehan, and Chibet Group of Companies, Party B, of house number 2020 American House, East Legon, Accra, Ghana, represented by its manager, His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Ambassador Chukwudi the First Ihinetu. 1. Subject to the terms and conditions of this agreement, Party A hereby covenants with Party B on the supply of porcelain and ceramic tiles from Turkey to Ghana for a period of subject to renewal. 2. Purpose. It is agreed that the Party A ships 5 containers of products with the correct specification to Party B.
Okay, so
of the product to Party B.
Okay.
Then 3. Payment. It is also agreed that Party B receive these containers and make payment of products 60 days after bill of loading. Revolving credit in this case refers to paying an account the sum owed by Party A by Party B. 4. Terms. Party A, in reference to this agreement, must ensure that all products sent to Party B are expressly agreed in terms of quality, color, size, quantity, and other specifications required by Party B by order. 5. Conditions. During the term of this contract, both Party A and Party B will keep to the timelines expressly agreed to, supply and pay for the products respectively. 6. Information exchange. The Party B is required to provide written reports on a consignment basis in order to provide the necessary information that Party A requires on each consignment. Party A is also required to provide an up-to-date, consignment-specific description of the products that are to be shipped 3 days clear before the written information. 7. Termination. Both Party A and B have equal right to terminate this agreement, but subject to a 3-month advance notice. 8.
We're going to move on quickly because this thing is long. I'm just going to fast forward it because of time. It's pretty long. And then perhaps we'll listen to the interview with the Turkish man who actually chose to do business with this man. I mean, right here, what I'm looking at, messages, WhatsApp messages between the Turkish businessman and this man that, he actually saved his name on WhatsApp as King Ghana. So
no trans or the buy tukudi at the buy. I say, by the grace of God, I will pay you all the money before the end of this year.
Let me just read it. So the guy said, "This is good behavior. Enough. You made me tired. You ruined me." And then the Oba says, "Oh, sorry, not the Oba. The Eze says, by the grace of God, I will pay you all the money before the end of this year. I will be paying you bit by bit from Umbo. I'll be paying you bit by bit from next month by the grace of God. Thank you for your understanding, my brother. Good night, my dear brother." I mean, business happens. People, people owe. But apparently this one is saying he paid over 20. You know what? I'll see if I can find the interview so that you can actually listen to him. Anyway, it's something that's happening, and I hope that, they sort out their stuff. I also don't know why the guy decided to come on TV rather than go to the police. But then he's Turkish, and I'll see if I can find out that video, because this one is too long. Okay, I don't have time for all this. The guy was talking about how he had given him maybe $200,000, and then he has only been able to get $2,000. I was like, they're not no. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on this thing, to be honest. So, just looking for. Okay, I found it. I'll play that one and then we'll move on. Take a listen to this.
Days going. I'm going a house. This Nigerian man house.
Wow.
Yes, I'm going there. Kayhan, my brother, told 17 container and send it you. He told no. Oh, you send it 15 container.
Oh,
Yes.
he's disputing
Yes.
the 17.
Yes.
But you have everything on paper, isn't it? You
Yes.
have agreement.
I have agreement, everything. He told 15, me told okay. You 15 container money pay, it's okay.
Huh?
Yes, 2 container leave it. You 15 pay.
Hey.
Take it how much? $2,000. Take it, put it, have look, put it. Oh, Baha, you just want to take it, you send it to brother. We thought, how I'm sending it? $2,000. I'm coming today, $265,000. How now you give it me $2,000? Send it to brother.
This
And
is
leave it.
incredible.
And come out. Yeah.
So, it's been back and forth for 10 years, still counting.
Yes, after what say there, oh, you go court, you go police, you go lawyer, you go away. The message, we told, okay, no problem. And no scale court, no scale police, no scale anybody. Why? You know, Anasa. You the son you talk to me.
Wow.
Now you have all document, all message, everything, phone inside. Now that you told, oh, you go away. Okay. Now they go away.
This is serious. But first of all, let me get this straight. Because I read something in the message. And it does appear your brother Mamet Kayan.
Yeah.
Would you confirm that his house and some
Yes.
other stuff had been
House,
confiscated?
4 days going. I'm going.
So he's talking about $265,000. That was the money that they sent to the AZ, and they have only been able to get $2,000. So he said even the $2,000, they said they should give it to another person until his money is complete. So that's where we are right now that's where they are in the matter. Maybe I said the matter go long, small, because $265,000 is a lot of money, but it is well. All right, let's move on to Umbo. That's true. I need some good news, to be honest. This is some good news from a Nigerian living in America. His name is Ndubisi Ekekwe. I'm going to quickly read what he had to say, and I'm sure you're going to like it. Good people, I had a business in Washington, D.C. yesterday and got into the Nigerian embassy to get a passport for my younger boy. When I went to the embassy, I found less than 12 people who came to get possibly a passport or visa, and within minutes, everyone was gone. The workers there were excellent. In short, I could not believe the level of transformation which the team has engineered. that a place which used to look like Terminus Market, Jos, Area Market, Aba, and Oshodi Market, Lagos, is now calm. I want to commend the government, the minister in charge of the embassy, the consulate general, and all the people executing the mission. You have all done well. In the past, it used to be a mayhem with young people asking for help to get their passports, which have been waiting for months. What I saw yesterday was a world-class system in all forms, truly commendable. So things are working. We're not there yet, but things are getting better. All right. Moving on. The president is doing something. I mean, the federal government is doing something with Bank of Agriculture. So if you're interested in agriculture, you may want to listen to this. President Tinubu has approved a 1.5 trillion naira capital injection into the Bank of Agriculture to improve credit access for young people and women in the agricultural sector. This is the most substantial investment in agricultural financing ever in Nigeria. So it says the loan is for youth and women. So what to do? Register as a company. Don't use your personal account for transactions. Ensure your books are well packaged. Join an agri association or agri business cooperative, and be on the lookout for opportunities. I'm reading this from Niger Farmer on Twitter. So if you are interested or you're involved in agriculture, please, do more research. But I think this is something that would help folks in that particular industry. So it's better that we're not just joining people saying Nigeria is not working. Whatever is working, let's make sure it works for us, and then we can celebrate together rather than just bicker and we like bush babies. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, Mobo, there's some things. Okay, I'd like to play you a video. This is from Channels TV, and it has to do with something that happened with take a listen to it. It's about Anambra and the debts they inherited. So take a listen to this. While this plays, I'm going to find the next video that I think will be the next news item. 1 second. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Please like the live and also share. Thank you very much for being here. All right.
Executive Council briefed the media intending to clarify misconceptions about the cash and investments left for the present administration of Governor Willie Obiano by his predecessor. The major issues brought to the fore are the huge debt, an alleged false declaration of investments totaling 27 billion naira. Their address is titled True and Accurate Position of 75 Billion Investments Handover Notes. The Secretary to the State Government outlines the cash at hand and the deficit.
As at March 2013, what was then in the bank balance was 9 billion. The current administration on March 17th inherited current liabilities and contingent liabilities totaling 185 billion naira. And these, if you like, are roads that were awarded by the previous administration and were still ongoing. Okay? The total liability of those, if they were to crystallize at once, was 185 billion.
The Principal Secretary to the Governor explains that the present administration has been surviving on federal allocation to the state without tampering with the foreign bonds.
What is being said is that from March 17, this present governor has been operating on what comes in from the one in his administration.
Responding to the allegations in an email, Mr. Val Obianyem, the media aide to the former governor, Peter Obi, insisted that his boss left over 75 billion naira in cash and investment. These include 27 billion naira in local currency investment, 26.5 billion naira in foreign currency investments, and 28.1 billion naira in certified state MDS balances. Even in the final handover document, Obi deducted 10 billion naira approved federal government refund, as well as the salary, pension, gratuity, money and certificates raised on contracts for the month of March, which all amounted to 5 billion naira, before arriving at the balance of over 75 billion he bequeathed his successor. The last has probably not been heard in the war of words between Governor Obiano's administration and that of his predecessor.
So since people decided that the elections in 2027, that the campaigns, will start in 2023, I think it's important that some of the things that have been done are also put out there so people actually understand what is happening with, with our politicians and the claims they are making. And in the spirit of that, I'm going to be playing a couple of videos. It shouldn't be more than a couple, actually. I hope just for you to understand exactly what great things certain people did. By the way, some of these videos have several clips within them, so just take a listen, then you understand how wonderfully smart some of our politicians are. Take a listen.
How will you tackle corruption?
That is
How?
Ruben, the reason why you see a lot of corruption in this country is because we have built so many toll gates in terms of the way we operate. First, for me, an incoming government should concentrate their energy on ensuring that there's no more, at least a very big reduction on the issue of corruption. You can chase the past, but let's deal with the present. If you have a shop, let me just do it in a way people will understand. Ruben, you have a supermarket where people are stealing. You don't close the shop and go and pursue those who are stealing, because your business will collapse. That's what happened to Nigeria. What you need to do is to do what will make you and to ensure that the incidence of stealing reduces. Put a few things.
Where they stopped yesterday.
Sorry, I don't know if you got the answer to the question it was asked, because kọ́tà dọ̀tí ọ̀rọ̀ bọ́n máa sọ́ndẹ̀ nígbàdàn yẹn kọ́tà dọ̀tí ó kàn ṣáà ń lọ ń bọ̀ ni kò yé wa bọ̀ ká máa gbọ́ díẹ̀ lọ sí ẹ mọ́ bínú ó sì pọ̀. Oh yeah.
As early as 6 a.m., security operatives and INEC staff returned to the roads to continue from where they stopped yesterday. This is despite that many policemen, soldiers and other paramilitary personnel passed the night at strategic junctions spread across the state. Polling officials say all required materials for the election have arrived all polling units.
Excuse me, please.
A lot of people say, yeah, Peter Obi is just always making comparisons. That what is his manifesto?
When people talk about my manifesto and my this, I have done it somewhere. I don't need to go and start putting glossy papers.
Where's your manifesto? Where is it? Is there a document? You say you've done it somewhere. Is that okay? You've done it in Anambra State.
Simple.
There's a lot.
So somebody.
Let me tell you one good news about him at least. Peter Obi, according to this report, has donated 15 million naira to Malikia College of Nursing Sciences and Intisharu Tafizul Quranic School in Bauchi State. So that's something good from Peter Obi, and we should celebrate that. But even with that, he still will not become president. Inshallah. Let's play some other things from, Okay, we're listening to 1, 2, 3. Let's continue.
Racial circumstances.
This is what happened 2010 governorship election in Anambra.
So the 2011 general elections was viewed in some quarters as being free and fair. But can an election in which many voters who turned out en masse to exercise their rights and denied the right to do so by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, be deemed as free and fair, and the declared winner the people's choice?
One is actually a loss. Why we should have voters register that is totally at variance with the cards people are holding. And this is all over the state. So it's worrisome. But since INEC said they can vote without their name being on the voters register, since they have the card, let's see how that's handled.
Because they said in Onitsha, that's what they are doing presently.
I don't know, I've not been to Onitsha.
Sir, are you okay with that anybody can vote, even if his name is not on the register?
Because there's nobody's name is on the register. Yeah. So it's just that. Yeah. If our name is not on the register, there must be a means. There must be a means in which people will vote. In my own polling booth, I was the only member of my family that is even the name is only on the register. Virtually my brothers and sisters, nobody's there. Every other person's name is not there.
Please help us. Help us to, send our message to INEC and authorities and even Nigerian government. This is very, very unfair for people to gather like this and you tell them they are no longer citizens.
They don't have ballot papers for all these people. As they are lined here, they came here with only 14 ballot papers. People have voters cards, since the 2006 registration, and they all have their voters cards here. Their names are not contained in the register. All these people have been disenfranchised.
Carry Bauchi and bring down to here to Anibo. Instead of Keke, we Asa Ibrahim Mugdua, and that is wrong.
I've had complaints from around the entire state of numerous supporters at the polling booths, but who cannot vote.
So the video is still long. I'm just going to read some things about. By the way, that's the present governor, Chukwuma Soludo, speaking. This was on the 2010 election.
What type of nonsense is this?
So I'll read you an article by Michael Chubuzo. It says that in the 2010 election, Peter Obi was not popular in Anambra State, and if not for the help of Professor Maurice Iwu's INEC, and to an extent too many candidates on the ballot, he would have been roundly defeated by Chris Ngige. Dr. Chris Ngige Onwa was extremely popular then, and even in 2013. Ndi Anambra wanted Onwa to return as governor, as they couldn't understand what Peter Obi was doing, especially his Anit mantra. In that election, Peter Obi got 97,843 votes out of the 284. I'll take that again. In that election, Peter Obi got 97,843 votes out of the 284,547 valid votes cast. In other words, a whopping 186,704 voters, or 65% of voters in Anambra, voted against Obi. In the election, Chris Ngige of then ACN got 60,240 votes, even after his strongholds were suppressed through missing names in the voters' register and absence of voting materials. Soludo, who ran under PDP, got 59,355 votes. Andiuba of the then Labour Party got 26,106 votes. Nicholas Okachuku of HDP got 20,777, while Uche Ekwinife, who ran under PPA, got 9,595 votes. The other 19 minor candidates got a total of 10,631 votes. Rejected invalid votes was 16,685 votes, while the total number of registered voters in that election was 1,844,815 voters, meaning that turnout was just 16.33% of registered voters. Peter Obi acknowledged the messed up voters register, but quickly accepted INEC's solution to the mess, that people with voters card could vote even if their names were not on the voters register. This was a calculated plan by Maurice Iwu's INEC, Peter Obi and APGA to systematically rig the election, because they knew that if the election was to be free and fair, Dr. Chris Ngige would trounce Peter Obi. Mind you, Ngige is from Idemili North, which is the local government with the largest voting strength in Anambra State. Again, this is from Michael Chibuso on X, and make of that whatever you will. Just to tell you that there's a lot of laundry going on, and it would be better if you're at least using the bathroom, but apparently people are cleaning themselves in public. And it's important to also go and verify. And last clip I'm going to play on this matter before we go to other things would be this, famous interview where China was, introduced to Nigeria. Take a listen to this.
Focused on building in China. No, it's good to give you an example of what China has done. I don't want it to be about China, because we use it as reference, then we come back to our reality. Yes. Now you've talked about what China is. If you see what they are achieving, what of our own people? You see, I don't want to say what I did while I was in office. This is our own.
All right. So China went to China and then came back from China. We're going to read a few more news items. I'm trying not to spend too much time on the news today because of today's topic. I want us to cover as much ground as possible because the thing we want to discuss plenty more. All right, something from Lagos State. Today we commissioned 7, this is from the governor of Lagos State. Today we commissioned 7 completed road projects across more than 8 communities in Badagry local government and Olorunda LCDA. These roads, spanning over 16 kilometers, are lifelines that connect residents to markets, schools, health centers, and cultural heritage sites. One standout project is the Savalekundayo Toga Road, which we have expanded from a single. It's plenty talk. But the good thing is that 7 roads completed in more than 8 communities in Badagry local government, and that's something from Lagos State. The roads look good, and it's something that we should celebrate. All right, let's oh, I didn't play this video. Why? Go down now. Let me not deny you of this fantastic video. Like, it's about 8 years in office of Peter Obi. Again, how wouldn't you want to talk of what you did but that of China? Because China is going to China. All right, so this is from back in the day. Anyone where where they don't talk algorithm, but most of it is actually video. Sorry, text. But take a listen.
You mentioned, you said you're going to do, but all of these things you mentioned, you said you're going to do only in one single term of 4 years. 4 years is just to know what is happening to them daily. And you don't have to solve them overnight. You don't want to spend more than 4 years as president. Completely elected. That's it. Obi. So you can actually do all of it. You can actually. Nobody expects 100% results.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Let's watch this video. Just a minute.
Yes, I knew it. Don't have to difficult.
I should read what they're playing, so let me just read it out one by one, because as the music is playing, it's text, so I'm going to read the text, and these are screenshots from X. All right, so we have one interesting one here. Unizik Junction, Oka. Status of the road. Our dear Governor Peter writes to work daily for 8 years. The road is terrible, by the way. This was in 2013. All right. They said we should go and verify. We forgot to do it during the last election, but now we are verifying. I'm going to read another one very quickly. I went to Oka and roads were in terrible condition. What is this hype about Peter Obi? He does not take debts, saves. Are those the virtues? That's from Oluseun Onigbinde, who is one of his supporters now. And that was on 12th March 2014. And then we have this one from one of his major guys on Twitter these days. So this one is from one of his major guys on Twitter. I must read this now, even though I'll move, but I will pause somehow. Okay. This one says, is the most useless governor of the year 2013. All Peter Obi has done in Anambra State for the past 8 years is to pour coal tar along Unizik Junction. And then it says he hates Peter Obi. Yeah, so that's from Ajibusu or something. That's his name. Another one, let me find it. APC accused Obi 250 million naira monthly movement from Anambra to Lagos. This was 10th of December 2013. Now, the cool thing about this is that all these people are now supporting him. It's only in Nigeria that people with low intelligence or none at all, like Governor Obi of Anambra State, aspire to and make political relevance. That's from Loretta Onochie, and that was in 2012. All these people now are telling us that it's the greatest thing since Kiniko. Oka Anambra State capital after 8 years. This was in 2013. You know what, Okpo? The point is that when you go and verify like they say you should do, you'll understand the fact that Peter Obi's gentleman looks never deceived me. Green snake under a green grass. That's from Dozier. It was in 2013. Somebody says, Lord, that old man is cute. Peter Obi's gentleman looks never deceived me. That's Linda Necker. It's plenty. And what I'll do is we'll find a way to, maybe I'll put it on Telegram channel so you can see it. Okpo. All right. So, but suddenly this person is the one that all of us are supposed to take as a serious politician because it is what it is. And by the way, when they were having that election in Anambra, one of the major things they did was to repeatedly call Ngige a Yoruba man because it was in ACN. In fact, let me read something to you from Premium Times. This was November 13, 2013. It says, for many years, the orphans and widows in this state were neglected until God brought Jonathan from a village in Otoke. The same thing happened to Tony Nwoye from a village called Unsugbe. They have no money, Mr. Eze said. Mr. Eze said also said that he took the governorship candidates to meet both President Jonathan and Mr. Tucker, and the Joe gave them the go-ahead to contest in the election. That short man called Ngige, we gave him power, and he went and joined Awolowo's people, the people that killed the Igbos. When was this? November 13, 2013. So let nobody deceive you with cut and joint on Bakakiri. And then lastly, I'm going to play something from Victor Ome before we take a listen to Shehu Sonny. So this is Victor Ome talking about, Anambra. Again, from now till 2027, we'll be doing verification exercise, and they will be showing you what we find out. Take a listen to Victor Ome.
Game. And I said, look, a different game. And I said, look, I'm not somebody who can come and share around because you are controlling money. It doesn't work like that. I said, conduct local government election. I've always continued to say that, even in this studio. This is not the first time I'm saying it. Since 2010, he refused. I said, no, that cannot have only you as an elected official. We must have other people, because at the time we were having this disagreement, PDP had 30 members in the House of Assembly, 10 people in the House of Rep, 3 senators. They didn't have any. Conduct local government elections so that our party people can also participate in governance. And it became an offense.
Oh, that's the genesis of the problem.
That is the genesis of the problem, if you don't know. I've said it clearly, and each time they come to counter me, they've not been able to counter it. It is in the open, and the party people in Anambra State are solidly with me.
There's no industry in Anambra State except the brewery, which he built for the Anambra people, for them to get drunk and go and kidnap people. That's the only thing. For example, I have made a statement. I expect Peter Obi and his people to say, Chairman, you lied. We built ABC Industries. That is how it should be. I am saying the only industry you brought in Anambra is the brewery. Meant for Anambra people to get drunk, either to kidnap people or to forget about the atrocities you committed in government. Peter Obi is a disaster in Anambra State. Our rally was supposed to take place last week, Wednesday. We applied for permits and to pay the necessary fees for the use of Ekweme Square in Oka.
All right, some fans of Peter Obi, this was in 2013. You hear, mark my word, posterity will forever hurt Peter Obi and cohorts. He's really a curse to India Anambra. This was November of 2013. Announced as Peter Obi, I hope all those unkept promises in your manifesto haunt you for the rest of your life. Hashtag. And anyway, guys, let me just tell you one thing. Go on Twitter, Search for the hashtag Anambra Decides. Anambra Decides 2013. You will see things. You will not believe your eyes. You will see things. Wasn't Peter Obi supposed to give us electricity and water? How many people in Anambra can boast of lights, pipe-borne water? Anambra Decides. Somebody says, no, please help me tell Peter to under fire. I can't finish that one. Peter Obi ran Anambra for 8 years without elected officials. We condemn this in strongest terms. I mean, just look for that hashtag on Twitter. You will see things. So we're verifying now. I'll be letting you know whatever we discover. Before we move to something else, let me quickly read a couple of news items. So this is from Vanguard newspaper. The headline is 2027, Jonathan may get automatic ticket if, that's from PDP. The People's Democratic Party is reportedly considering offering former President Goodluck Jonathan an automatic ticket to contest the 2027 presidential election if he returns to the party and plays a more active political role. This was revealed by Daniel Onyegekuro, the PDP's National Financial Secretary, during an exclusive interview in Abuja. Onyegekuro emphasized Jonathan's continued influence within the party and the nation's politics. I think they want him because he can only spend one term of 4 years, and then they can have the North or something like that. But all the best to them. Tinubu will still win. Moving away from politics, let's talk a little governance just before we go on. And this is going to be focused on Lagos State's generated revenue. IGR for the first quarter of 2025, Lagos State generated 402.92 billion naira. Tax revenue was 298.01 billion and non-tax revenue 104.91 billion. So Lagos State made 402.92 billion in 90 days, 134.31 billion in 30 days, 4.48 billion per day. 186.54 million naira per hour, 3.11 million naira per minute, 51,816 naira per second. That's from the Budget Implementation Report Q1 2025 Lagos State Government, and the whole thing about days and dates was done by StatiSense. So that is something to be proud of. But how did that start? I'm going to play you something from years ago where President Tinubu was talking about his stewardship as governor of Lagos, how much he met as when he took over, and then what he had at the time. This was at the 11th Bola Tinubu colloquium. Take a listen to this.
Reduce the purchasing power. We reduce the purchasing power.
1 second.
Of the.
Sorry, guys. All right. No, it's not this one. That one is the one that, if I find it, I'm going to play it. Where he talked about his stewardship as governor, how much he met in terms of taxes, in terms of IGR on a monthly basis, and what he was able to achieve. Mumbo. Anybody here understand Hausa? Let me play this Hausa video while I look for that one. If you understand Hausa, please feel free to come up and explain to us what he's saying. But it's something about ongoing projects in the north. That much I can tell you. Take a listen to this. If you don't understand the Hausa, somebody will come and explain later. Take a listen.
A baya-bayan nan ana ta muhawara kan cewa shugaban kasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya mayar da arewa saniyar ware inda duk wasu ayyukan ci gaba ake tattarawa a kai yankin kudu. Sai dai anya a ce shugaban kasa guda wanda ya share tsawon shekaru 2 akan karagan mulki bai yi wani aikin a zo a gani ba? Domin warware wannan muhawara ga jerin jadawalin wasu ayyuka da shugaban kasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya aiwatar ake kuma kan aiwatar da wasu a cikin arewacin Najeriya. Na farko farko akwai shimfiɗa titina da kuma kwaskwarima ga wasu kamar titin Abuja zuwa Kaduna da Kano wanda hakan ya janyo saukin cunkoson da ake fama da shi da kuma ƙara tsaro da titin da ya zamo mahaɗa daga arewa zuwa kudu. An sake faɗaɗa titina na Sokoto da Zamfara da Katsina da kuma inganta shi yayin da ake ci gaba da aiki kan hanyar Sokoto zuwa Badagry wanda zai haɗa arewa maso yamma har zuwa gabar teku. Har yau akwai ɗimbin titina da ke sada gari zuwa gari kamar su Zaria, Funtuwa, Gusau, Maiduguri da Lafiya da ake gyara wasu kuma aka samar da su wanda hakan ya ba wa manoma damar shige da ficen amfanin gonarsu cikin sauki da sauri. Na biyu, farfado da ban ruwa hada da bunƙasa noma. Kamar yadda aka sani, noma shine gashin bayan tattalin arzikin arewacin Najeriya. Domin tallafawa manoma, gwamnatin tarayya ta kaddamar da wani shiri na manoma wanda aka ware wa dala miliyan 158 a jihohi guda 9. Wannan shiri ya hada da bunƙasa samar da iri.
If I don't give a batty woto vacuum.
All right. There's a Hausa man, I'm going to play his video next, who spoke English. At least that one we all hear. But the lady essentially was talking about the different projects going on in Lagos. And I found the video on taxes from Tinubu's era. I'm going to play that later. But first, let's listen to Senator Shehu Sani.
Yes, most of these people talking about not this, not that, northern Nigeria this, northern Nigeria that. These were people who had the opportunity to transform northern Nigeria. They failed. They failed in the areas of education, they failed in the areas of health, they failed in the areas of infrastructure, they failed in the areas of security. Most of these people were in power as ministers, as governors, as people holding positions in department and agencies of the federal government. They couldn't address the problem of poverty in the north. They couldn't address the problem of illiteracy in the north. They couldn't address the problems of destitution in the northern part of Nigeria. They had the whole opportunity, the resources to do that, and they failed. Their opposition and criticisms of this administration is not born out of the love for northern Nigeria. It's not born out of the love for the Talakawa, northern Nigeria. It's not born out of the desire and interest of the masses of this region. Because if they truly love the north, they could have addressed its challenges. The north is a victim of their failure of governance. Northerners were the result, the poor people in the north were the outcome of their disastrous outing when in power. They had all the time to transform northern Nigeria, but what have they done? None. Let us not forget, many of them who held position of authority and power never even identified with the north when they were on the seat, but only with their own position. When the last head of state, may the Lord bless his soul, was in power, they occupied strategic position, which was an opportunity to transform northern Nigeria. They failed. Now they are inciting people in the north and cramming themselves in the so-called coalition, when all their anger was simply about their own personal interests. They have been in power for so long that they can't live without power. They were slave owners. They were the architects and authors of the poverty and destitution you see in this northern part of Nigeria. So people shouldn't waste their time listening to them. And for those of us in Kaduna State, we came from the history of their failure and destruction and divisiveness. And we will not allow ourselves to go back to that level. And we are waiting for them when the time comes.
All right. So like I said, I found the video where the president spoke about what he was generating, what he met as governor, and then the IGR they generated while he was governor. Please take a listen to President Bola Tinubu.
Lagos State is improved.
have taken it from 600 million a month. In 1998, that was what they were making, internally generated revenue. We've computerized fully. The computer are going back to the schools too. We computerized our revenue and cleared the loophole. Today, I'm proud to tell you that it's standing at 3 billion a month. Ago, I brought independent power station to this country. No penny from federal government, no penny from state. We are generating today 270 megawatts. We will have been generating 2,000 megawatts.
All right, that's the president talking about generating 3 billion naira a month. And that speech, by the way, was in 2004. And the beautiful thing about it is that in 1 quarter alone, tax revenue was 298 billion, and in total, first quarter of 2025, Lagos State generated 402.92 billion naira. So that's some good news. And speaking of good news, what we're discovering is that there are certain countries who are now looking at Nigeria as using it, Tinubu's template, so to speak, in creating structural reforms in their own country as well. So take a listen to this couple of videos just to have an idea how we are seen in some other parts of the world, regardless of the bad news that some people are committed to sharing about the government or the nation. Take a listen to this.
Nigeria's economy recorded its fastest growth in a decade in 2024, driven by key reforms and also a rebound in critical sectors, according to the World Bank. The country's GDP grew by about 4.6% in the fourth quarter of 2024, bringing annual growth to 3.4%, which is the strongest performance since 2014, excluding the temporary post-COVID surge in 2021-2022. This growth momentum was largely powered by a recovery in the oil and gas sector, which remains central to Nigeria's economic output. Additionally, robust expansion in the technology and financial services sectors has played a significant role in lifting the overall economic performance. Now, these gains reflect a positive response to structural reforms that are aimed at improving macroeconomic stability and investor confidence.
Interesting day for me as a rare bit of good economic news for Nigeria emanates from the latest World Bank report that says Nigeria's economy expanded by 4.6%, predicting an overall growth for the country at 3.6% for 2025. For some commentators, it appears that tough reforms embarked by President Tinubu seem to have yielded results from foreign exchange reforms which have helped stabilize the naira through the creation of a unified market reflective rate to the removal of petrol subsidies, amongst other indicators. However, the report also warns that inflation and unemployment remain high as there is need for the economy to generate more and better jobs at scale and reduce poverty for the growth to be inclusive and sustainable. Overall, the report is a positive sign for Africa's largest economy and one that could restore investor confidence and boost development rate.
Oh, and I'd like to read something very quickly, then I'll bring people up. This is from the National Orientation Agency. We talked about this a couple of days ago, but I think it's important to repeat it. The federal government has introduced Youth Cred. It's a national consumer credit scheme for Nigerians aged 18 to 39, including NYSC members, to expand credit access and boost financial literacy. Aligned with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, the program offers low-interest, collateral-free loans without guarantors, managed by the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp. Launched in July 2025, Youth Cred has reached its 1,000th beneficiary and targets 400,000 youths nationwide. Applicants must complete a digital financial literacy course covering credit management, repayment, and responsible borrowing. Beyond loan disbursement, the initiative drives nationwide credit reorientation through gamified learning and a fully digital onboarding process using BVN and NIN for swift verification. Essentially, if you're interested in it, please check out the youth, just Google Youth Credit Scheme, right, of the federal government of Nigeria, so that young people are going to take advantage of credit scheme. Now we're going to bring people up, and then we will have some conversation before we move to the next part of today's session, which is the topic proper, and that will be Awolowo, Azikiwe, and the Nigerian youth movement. We're discussing part 3 today. We did some good stuff earlier this week. We're going to move on a bit deeper today. So if you'd like to contribute, please send your request. I see some people now. I'm going to bring you up. As soon as you get up, please mute yourself so that we can hear others speak. All right, so let's do that very quickly, and then we'll move on after the submission. So we have FFT and Elo. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Your course.
Mute, please. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. I don't think it's actually a very difficult thing to mute. Please. That way you can save us. Things are happening on the ground. They're not really our business, to be honest. We want to go hear your family matter for internet. But yeah, FFT was trying to come up. FFT, are you still there? Mr. Peace, thank you. All right, hello. You have to come up now. You're even the first person I brought up. But while you're trying to get up, send your request again. Let's have hello. Hello, there's a lot of noise where you are.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I did not realize I'm at the lunch room for break. I'm at work. Okay. Anyway, I just want to say that I think, honestly, I'm a fan of you, and I like how objective you keep this whole thing. Honestly, because I'm part of the movement. You're about like so really, but when you're into so objective because Twitter limited maybe not exactly popular, but like if you Latiman or trust space and on this same thing you talk about here. And to be honest, I get mad sometimes at the way a lot of our own people handle it. We need to try and make sure that we are not hating anybody. We are trying to educate ourselves and improve ourselves. We are doing for ourselves. We are not doing against anybody. And in your space, honestly, you've mastered this thing and you've been able to do it so perfectly well. You are so objective. I don't know. I'll keep saying it again and again. And I think I've sent you a text one time about how objective your space is. It's the best. We have other people as well who have the same goal as you, but they have been going about it the wrong way, very emotional. I'm talking about Yorubas now. Some of us, I understand that, yeah, we all have the same goals and you want this to be better for Yoruba people and all that, but this is not how you go about it. Let's keep it objective. Let's speak the truth. Let's not be petty. Let's say the history the way it is, which is something you'll be doing. So I wanted to say if you come to Twitter and be also like, because I don't know, I'm not a fan of TikTok, but anyway, Twitter is where I love and where I think, I don't know, I don't want to say anything wrong. I don't want to say people.
We're on Twitter now.
I know. But sound in Twitter ko focus in koni mo man wa space in Twitter like ko presence in Twitter or TikTok. I don't know if that makes any if I'm correct anyway.
Yes. From next week, let me just promise you, from next week we'll be having these sessions on Twitter as well, but it'll be the exact same format. So I think one of the things about social media and it took me a while to understand it. Okay, when you're done, I'll speak because the noise is distracting. But let me let you finish. Once you're done, I'll mute and I'll speak. Please.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, no, okay. I'm not saying. I'm not saying much. Again, it's. I want you to come to Twitter more and Keko because I'm one fumble go on and divide the Uju Kotafe achieve and everything, which is not against anybody, but just to improve ourselves, like I said earlier. More fumble go. When she go on call bunyo, I want to song for more than shit because that's what they. someone like you, I feel like you are able to manage all of these things and be able to, project the actual ideology, the actual thing we're trying to do. And I feel like you're original. So, mainstream, mainstream, because you might not mainstream. You are more fun and all that. I mean, that's my perspective anyway. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Eshe. Somebody said don't go to Twitter. I'm already on Twitter. I've been on Twitter for a while. We do this. Yesterday we were on Twitter. So what we've done so far, thank you very much for your kind words. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad that what we do resonates with you. It's quite interesting. I was talking to someone yesterday. The kind of places where they watch the videos, we just thank God. We thank God. And thank you guys for supporting. Thank you for sharing. So this is what I've noticed with social media. It took me a while to get it, and I had to be dealt with by some people for me to get it. And once I got it, we still have a lot to learn, but at least we've learned that bit. So if, number one, it depends on the vision that you have or your goal, right? If we're here that all of us should speak, everybody should just share their thoughts. Sometimes what will come out of people's mouth is venom, right? And because we said all of us can talk, that means that and I think, there are different reasons for different platforms, so I can't tell people how to do stuff. And I used to also think that, okay, let's just all gather and, we can share thoughts. But I discovered that I think what is needed is actually more education than opportunities to vent. So that when it's time for you to speak, you are speaking based on information. So if it was before now, I would say no. But for some months now, we've actually been trying Twitter out. The only reason I'm not on Twitter is because I'm expecting a particular equipment. And I think it should be arriving next week. I talked about it yesterday. Once it arrives, and the reason is because I listened to the playback of what we did on Twitter. I didn't like the sound quality. And I think if you're going to do something, it doesn't mean you have to get all the $1 billion equipment or anything. But so they have something good. When people are listening, they are listening to something really cool. That's why what we do right now is just to share the YouTube link on Twitter. But from next week, like along, hopefully the thing will arrive. I don't know what day. I think, it will arrive next week, sometime next week. Once it does, we'll be able to also stream on YouTube, on Twitter, and it will be clear. The point is just that, and this is what a lot of Twitter people are not used to. I used to do this thing where everybody just comes up. I don't do that. So it's not a place for people to come and share their views. So you have people, for instance, who are just angry. And I'm not against their anger. I'm just saying that sometimes anger that's not curtailed, when you share it, you can poison people's minds. And I think that people have different ways of doing their thing. I can't tell people how to do it, but the way we do it, I think it's working for us, right? It's working. We share stuff, we share thoughts. People come from different points to talk about that particular thing, and that's it. Not once we are very clear about the agenda is love for self, love for Yoruba, and love for others. Not hate for others. So there are three things going on here, or three categories, and you can choose which one you belong to. There's love for self, there's love for others. That's one. There's hate for self and love for others. Those people that you call, I think there are four things. Let me start again. There are four things going on. There's love for self and love for others. That's if you tell me about Tony. There's hate for self and love for others. That's what you see with those who pander. They don't even know how much they hate themselves. They are trying to make people happy at the expense of their own future and their children's future. Those ones hate themselves and love for others. There are those who love themselves and hate others. And then there are those who hate others, but you don't really know what they are about themselves. I don't think you should hate others and love yourself, or hate others or hate yourself. All those things don't matter. Your heart should be pure. You love yourself, you love others, but you love yourself first, and then you love other people. That love for self is what drives self-preservation. That love for self, that's what drives self-preservation. It's not hate. If you are hating other people, let me tell you one thing I've noticed, and this is true. This is very, very true. If your activities or whatever agitation or whatever conservative, whatever you're doing is built on hate for others, when you're done hating those people, you begin to hate yourselves. You will now find something to hate in that other person. I jump because now the person you are hating, you are done with that person. So what's next? You now find something to hate in your quote-unquote partner, because what brought you together is not love for self, it's hate for others. And that's why I don't, people invite me to join different groups. I don't, and I'm sure a lot of them are doing well, but we have to be very careful, because if you're not careful, if you're about, I don't like these people, I hate them, get them out of this place, Tobati, yeah, you say it to Yoruba people too. As a matter of fact, people say it to their family members. So we're having stuff on Twitter already, but we're going to do even more starting next week. But the format is different from the regular Twitter format. I don't like it when everybody just comes up, everybody wants to say something. And there's nothing wrong with saying something, or if it's informed. You are saying stuff, we now ask you, okay, let's ask you based on person. I'll say, oh, I just know. Unless, of course, I can, we can vouch for certain people as well. Yeah. But again, people come up, they will speak, they will teach. So it's more educational than let's vent. Those who vent, I'm sure they have their own reasons for that. But hopefully this will also work on Twitter Spaces. But thank you very much for those kind words. Let's go to FFT now, and then we have one more person who is coming up.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the work done. We really appreciate you. You're educating us every day, and we are learning. So, just to buttress on what you just said, I think one time like that, you were not online, I think sometimes this week. So I just bumped into one of those lives, and they were Yoruba people, they were talking history, but however, there was this Igbo man that was there, and the man was giving a fact. The man said something along the line of, Ironsi was there, Ironsi's child was there when he was taken away when they went to the Kantaku and stuff. And they were like, no, it is not correct. Then the man was like, no, it's true. Yeah, the man was like, it is true. And I didn't know, but I did my research and I said, yes, it was true. Then people on that live were not like, the man was not like, why? People say, the Yoruba guy said it's from his history book. The guy now said, what's the name of this history book? And I said, Lies of Igbo and Kinika, that it was China JB that wrote it. That was when I cancelled that.
There's no book. There's no book like that, and it is true.
That live, this is nonsense. In the beginning, it was looking educative, but what I would, because an Igbo man came with a different perspective than Igbo, so I just left that live. So I'm just trying to buttress that. However, that's not the reason why I actually came up today.
So let me just quickly. You're going to speak. Let me just quickly add something to that. It is actually true that Ironsi's son was with him when it was taken. All right. I watched an interview that was conducted a while back. I mean, it was 12, 13 at the time. It was very small. It wasn't it was a young boy. Mm-hmm. And he said the father told him not to take revenge or something like that. And let me also say something. Someone commented, this funny comment on one of the videos, says that I have read everything he said, I've read all the books, I've read all the magazines. What he's saying is wrong. Now, people that talk like that are the most ignorant people. I don't care how many books they've read. You know why? The more you read, the more humble you get. Because no matter how many things you have read, trust me, you haven't read everything. There's always something more to study. So it keeps you humble. And I said that to say that if a person comes up with something I don't know, maybe I've not read a particular thing, you'll hear them out. You can't assume that the son was not there just because it is coming from an Igbo person. An Igbo book is a book. And there are truths in Igbo books written by Igbo authors are found, and I have a lot of them, but I know the pattern, so I'm aware. I know how then they carry people, I know that one. But that's not to say that once it says something, you have to say it's a lie because it's Igbo. That's not intellectual. It's more of, you are trying to drive an agenda, and that's not how things work. Well, for me, for others, maybe that's how it works, but yeah. Please go on.
So yeah, it wasn't objective, so I didn't like it. So one thing that something that you necessarily have always put in a nutshell, but I feel like I'm not having a conversation about it enough. Is someone on Twitter was saying that that Nigeria, that no nation can rise above the level of the ideas of its citizens, and that brought me to thinking about how Nigerians think about things, how we are ideologically poor about the things that we talk about. And I've always held this position for a long time, but it's not very common until I saw somebody talk about it and I was like, yeah, I used to hold this position. I feel like one of our biggest problems, like you used to say, is we're always trying to reinvent the wheel. And apart from just putting it in your own context, what I mean is that, for example, the things that we do in Africa, they are copy and pasted. And I feel like it is born out of the idea that we are, I don't want to be, insulting, but I think we are intellectually lazy. We don't like to take something new, readapt it to our reality and, work with it. For example, in Japan and South Korea, for example, they have all these Western ideas, but they've adopted it to their own, this when it comes to economy, education, and every sphere of life. And I feel like that's one of the things that is hindering our progress as a people. Even I hold this position that I even think things like democracy can always be, bent in a way that we can adopt it to what we had before the white people came. We are not going to we are just going to take the best bit of all those things and, make it form into a new type of way of governance. Because even the people that created democracy themselves said a lot of things about the limitation of democracy itself. I think I read somewhere about Socrates talking about even the way we practice democracy today wasn't the way it was actually designed. It was designed that only the best of the best will vote, not just everybody. So my point generally is that I just feel like more we need to be having conversations, especially the youth. We need to start thinking about Nigeria and Africa in a different light. We've tried some things. We should stop thinking like that. And I don't know how we can improve the critical thinking of our people. And an example again is as good as PBAT is doing, especially in the economic reengineering. For example, the news that you just read. What I see that President Tinubu's vision is like, President Tinubu is a Western type of let me say a UK type of credit life capitalist future for us. However, it is interesting, it is nice, it's a good thing because that's the catchphrase on every young person wants working system. However, these things, they come with their own their downsides. So my point is, as good as the engineering is good, the vision is good, I'm of the opinion that why can't we find a way to adapt these things to our reality? For example, a natural African and a Nigerian man does not believe in the idea of credits. He believes in owning something rather than to owe. But here in the Western world, people think more of, I want to lease, I want to mortgage, I want to loan. But in the Nigerian mentality, we are not like that. We are not wired like that. So that's why people will hear things like student loan and they are scared. They are skeptical. Because it is not hardwired into us. So I feel like we should have conversations like this, and our good thinkers should think, and we should have people that think and think of policies, how we can bend policies to fit the nature of who we are. For example, the Western world is about it's about people don't, how can I put it? People are individualistic, but in Africa, we are more like socialist, we are always communal, everything is done together. These things they have their limitations, but they are not bad. Also, the way Western world do their things is not so the best, but it has its own limitations. So my point here is that I think we should drive conversations. If we want a better society for Africa and Nigeria in particular, we should drive conversations where our youth think they discuss better things more than stomach democracy and stomach politics, where we can talk about innovations, talk about how we can develop frameworks that that fit ourselves without having to just change everything about us to fit some other new ways that we've always been trying. They work on paper, but they don't work in reality. So that's just my submission for today.
Wow. Thank you. So, to be honest, right, do I like credit? I would prefer, I'm Yoruba, I'm Nigerian. We're used to, like you said, cash and carry. But, so here's the thing. People clamor for what's obtainable abroad, but there's a system that has to be put in place, and I think that system is what the president is putting in place. The good thing also is that the credit system is not like you must do it. In other words, if you don't like credit, you don't have to take it. Those who want to take advantage of it, for instance, mortgage, for instance, is not very popular in Nigeria. I was listening to Chief Dele Momodu the other day when he said that he didn't build his first home in Nigeria until he was 57, because, of course, the kind of house he wanted to build apparently is not the regular. I mean, he had a vision, a dream. But then he said in the UK, they had the mortgage system, so that was what they used in order to get their own house. So at the end of the day, it's about choice, right? And the opportunity, the ability to choose, actually what's more important, not even the fact that you have a credit system. The credit system is there, but you don't have to take it. But those who can take advantage of it should also take advantage of it. And to be honest, I think there's this intentionality in terms of trying to domesticate all these fantastic ideas, so that it's not just copy and paste from America, but we're going to have conversations like that that I believe will help us, to build a new system. But what's happening right now is a total restructuring, so to speak. What's happening, I think, is structural adjustment, and it's not. The crazy thing is that a lot of people don't see it. Someone says billionaires take loan. Dangote use loans to finance his friend. Yeah, so that's not the point. The point is not taking loan. The point is what the billionaires you mentioned use the money for. People use credit cards to buy shoes. People use credit card to to have fine dining. So, but the concept of debt is not always negative. The idea of debt is not always, for the most part, if you are a business person, debt can be an asset, although it's not an asset, it's liability, but it can be, depending, it's about, sorry, 1 second. What? Oshe? Thank you. It's about how it is used, right? But for me, it's not even about people having to take loans. It's about, if I have to, that option exists, And I think that's why, even for the young people that are given credit, they are taking time to teach them about financial responsibility, paying back loans, and things like that. Because at the end of the day, that's what we really want. But it's true that by far, the most businesses that you see running in the world today actually run based on loans, right? But we also have to, get a lot of people who run businesses know this to be true. But yeah. We'll have financial education, but the important thing is that the option exists and people can take advantage of it. Thank you very much for that submission. Let's go to Lion. Lion, please, let's go on.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Uzui. I really, really want to thank God for what you are doing. I would just want to yabara a little on the last point that we made, that credit society is something that is being practiced in the what people call say next client or something. But I will say today that we have it. We have it also before now. What do we call Oko Warfare? Oko Warfare is when somebody is trying to get out of poverty, or somebody is trying to get himself. He needs credit. He needs credit. So he have to give out somebody to go and serve in somebody's farm. Then they will get what the person will use. And possibly, he will make his business from there and pay up and get his son or his brother away from Oko Warfare. Another business starts. Yoruba has that. And we have other things that we also use in making but not everybody goes for Oko Warfare. No. People decide to go on their farm and make their produce, and from there they became from small and they become big. But everything comes from cooperation. But I know that credit society that happens in the Western country can make a subservient, can make the populace to be much more, can make people to be slave to the system. It could happen. You will create a higher level of what we call of rich people and low, and you will have little middle class and low and very, very many what do we call it, lower class. It is possible. But I think for Yoruba people, when you see what is happening to people in Oko Warfare, you're able to know that Besejije must be with focus. And when you borrow money, you must use it for what you need to use for, because you need to save somebody. Somebody's life is tied to it. So you will do all you need to do so that you will make it and get the person out of that out of that I don't want to call it slavery, but that's servitude, so that the person can come back and you are able to build perfect life. So, and like you said, credit intelligence or how to manage financial intelligence is what we need to teach ourselves when such happens. Another thing that this week I was just thinking that I remember that on the platform, Bojo Yemadi, was the time the rebranding started.
Sorry, I have to hold on. Sorry, I have to say something.
I don't want no. I'm not saying bad about Pastor Boy.
No. I know. Hold on. You're going to say. Just hold on, please. I've been seeing this in social media. Pastor Poju did not package Peter Obi. What happened was that.
No, I didn't say that.
I know. No. I'm not talking about what you said. Don't worry. I'm just talking generally. It's been going on for a while now. So just give me a second. Pastor Poju did not package Peter Obi. Pastor Poju organized platform, which has been in existence for many years, and invited Peter Obi. He gave Peter Obi the platform that he never had before then. In other words, it was Pastor Poju's event that introduced him to the nation. That was where I first heard. I was at that meeting. I was at that conference. I actually thought it was making sense. I was talking about the fact that he had only one shoe, only one pair of shoes, only one watch. You know, I remember a boy come from Lambani. Somebody, instead of people coming to see him, he'll go and meet them, then they'll even give him transport fare. It sounded very nice until now I went to verify. But I just want to quickly say that Pastor Poju organized an event, invited him, and that was his introduction to the Nigerian populace. Right? So please continue.
Yes, because on that platform, that was where he was able to bread is below, bread is below, all that. Everybody fell in line. But when we got back and the older people began to tell us, do you show make sense? I was not like, oh, makes sense now. We have been looking for how to get away from all these people who are, he said, then my brother now referred me to what my daddy used to say when he went to work. My daddy used to work with all these Igbo people around in federal establishment. But every time he came back home, he would always complain. We will all sit down and say, Daddy, what is your own problem? Every time you go to work, you come back. Omo Igbo did this for you. Is it only Omo Igbo you went to work? Go and face your work now. Don't be doing that. He will always say how they always, everything he had done good, they will come back and I'll say, there are all the Igbos are living around. They are good people. We don't see anything wrong in what you are saying. The daddy will just say, and you understand what we are saying. Then from there now, I now begin to say, this people has a way of speaking, which is normal to most of the people who have agendas. And when they begin to say it, they begin to win your heart and you will like, they have all the solution. But when you ask them to practicalize, there are many of them who could do it. Like Okonjo Iweala is a very good economics and somebody that I respect. But there are a vast many of them that, and there are many people also in Yoruba people that also speak like that too. You know, but if you know people that speak on that trend, you can be able to know how to cut them and say, oh, let's look at the practicality. So I just remember. Then another issue I also saw this week is that I saw one tweet. They were just showing newspaper headlines. The bank declared this, the bank declared this, that one declared it. I said, okay. So where are those people who are the prophet of doom about 2 years ago telling us as if we have made a mistake in voting in this man? I'm not a protege of Tinubu. If he messes up today, I'm going to turn back again. If he's taking decision that is against Yoruba people or that will not bring us, that will not do something that will help Nigerians, I'm going to turn away. But at least people that are not. So I'm just saying that where are those people? Because the banks are declaring profit, the market is declaring profit, everything is becoming up and up. It's not perfect, but I know we are getting there. Let's give him a chance. He has just barely spent 2 years. Let's give him a chance. This is our country. And if he has done 4 years and we have concluded he has not done well, then we take our own chance and turn over to another person. But not all these Agbotikuyo that is trying to distract people from the road before he even do something. When they know he is going to take a step and they know that step is going to use something, then they will start another propaganda. They will start some other thing to pull things down. But yet you don't have any solution. You played one thing and they're asking you, where is your manifesto? I wrote it somewhere. Where did you write it? But if he comes with a very good manifesto now, I'm telling you, maybe he can beat Tinubu. Maybe. We should give him that chance. Let him go and bring manifesto. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. God bless you.
Sir. Yes, sir. It doesn't really matter. If you like, you should go and bring. I mean, to be honest, and again, he said this. I wish he didn't say it, but he said, that somebody, that the best advice he got, to deal with a situation in an upper way car, he got it from a particular kind of person. So it doesn't really matter, what he says after that one. Our final speaker would be my battlefield, and then after him, we'll get into the conversation proper. I mean, this is the conversation, but I was on topic of today's session. So let's have my battlefield. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. It's been quite a while. Actually enjoying your format. It's fantastic. I've had discussion with our young people. I think they love stampeding governments, and that's why we are here today in Nigeria. Every government will try to do something right, then they start stampeding that government with hunger. That government will now deviate, then stop. The other government will come over and do something different. I think this time around with President Tinubu is actually staying the course, right? He's staying the course. It's not getting too much distractions, and that's what is paying people. And our young people, if you look at it very well, I think I was having a discussion with a university professor here a while ago. And he said, how come Nigerians are not that analytical? And I was shocked. And I said, I knew where he was going. Then he said, they don't like being empirical when they are talking. I said, well, that's probably more to do with politics because it's emotional. You see, today, if you ask people, they will tell you Obi won. I even asked someone, they said Obi, an old person for that matter, another person, he said Obi had 85% of the total votes of the last election. And you can't do anything but to laugh. And I said, okay, show me how did they win? Nobody. And if you try to be even playing the devil's advocate with them, they don't get it. They don't know what's called sarcasm. They don't know how to marshal their points. They're so emotional. I think because they want a change by all means. The same thing they did in 2015. In 2015, I can remember very well when Buhari first surfaced. I said, well, Buhari did very well with Ẹkáàbọ. But this Buhari, I said, you can never judge Buhari's government without Ẹkáàbọ. And that was exactly what happened now. I think going forward, our young people need to stand back. They shouldn't let anybody stampede them. They should be less emotional. They should work with facts. They should evidence everything they say should be evidence. And you see them on Twitter everywhere, and you cannot even have any conversation with them. They will grab you and tear into pieces. They want you to just go along with them, maybe whether they are right or wrong, and that's not my point. And again, our young people, they cannot stand alone. They just want to be part of the crowd, and that's not the way to do things. If you want to be an independent-minded person, you should be able to stand firm, marshal your points, be convinced, and do your own work. And I believe that was what stood Awolowo in good stead. Before Awolowo would actually share anything or any opinion, he will have studied. So when you are coming, he will be able to question you. But Obi came like a flash. People just bought into him. I've been following Obi for a long time. I think this not being political, the first time I actually started watching Obi was when I think Fashola took some people with challenging, mental whatever, took them to Anambra or whatever. And Fashola said he spoke with Obi first before taking them there. And Obi now went around and do something. And I said, this guy, I'm going to watch him. And I've been watching him so well. That was why I was able to finish him before the last election. And I told people, I said, this guy is not very honest. And I told them, I said, watch this guy. I said, how come he did his O level after his first degree? He went to university with very poor O levels. Go and check it. That was why Obi up to now, if you see the last election, he didn't put forward his degree. He put forward his secondary school certificate. I was the one who did that. I put him on, and I saw a lot of discrepancies in his certificate too. And also, I've been watching this guy since when he was talking. But our people, I think they need to tell our people how to analyze things without getting emotional, how to work with facts, and how to entertain dissenting opinion. Because someone dissents with you doesn't mean he hates you. It doesn't matter. I think our young people, they need to start inculcating that kind of attitude, to start entertaining different opinions. And that's what makes someone intelligent. No matter how stupid you think someone is, there is even sense in senselessness. So our people need to start doing that. Going forward to the next election, it's not too far off. It's just 2 years. 2 years or 1 year. Not too far. We need to start teaching our people how to get their fact right, where to check facts. If you see online, people get gaslighted easily, you get stampeded easily, you get convinced without facts. And that's the point we need to start making to our young people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my battlefield, and that was a very, very good submission. And when we think of this, so why do we have these challenges with the young people? There are many reasons. People don't, stories can help you think. For the most part, people are dumbed down with entertainment. And I love entertainment. I work in the sector, and I think it's beautiful to entertain people. But Sherry, around the they don't know anything. No, let me not say they don't know anything. They probably are very good. You can be very intelligent in one field without understanding how life works. And then when people say something, I think that this generation has the most opportunity to learn anything. So if, for instance, I come online and I listen to somebody saying something I don't understand, I just keep quiet. And listen, sometimes on live sessions, and this is, when live sessions started, whether it was on YouTube, on Facebook, this was before Twitter Spaces, I still have my notes from the internet. There's a particular year, many years ago, I remember telling my brother, I said, I've read more articles this year than books, because somebody is saying something, I want to fact check it, so I have to go online and look for articles on that particular matter, and I have to study it. All these things from the internet. I just write. I still have my notes from YouTube, from Clubhouse, from Twitter. I still have them. And the thing is that they will challenge you to study, and then when you study, in some cases they may be wrong, and then you can have that conversation. In some other cases, they may actually be right, and then you add that to your arsenal. I think people don't really care about learning. Not everybody, after all, we have a lot of people who come here every day, so that also shows that it's not everybody that's like that. But generally speaking, and again, so when you are young, it's normal to assume you know everything. All of us were, I was there. I don't know about other people. Maybe some of us were more humble. But as a young person, we thought we knew everything. I'm still young, by the way, but when I was younger. And so you would argue on things that you don't even understand. But the problem we have now is that you have a young person who doesn't know a lot, but again, he's young, so he assumes he knows everything, just like we also assumed. But the difference now is that he has social media. And he's able to share his ignorance with a lot of people. And because they also thrive on peer pressure, whatever that one says, the other person, oh my baby Bauti, and before you know it, they think they have this fantastic idea, but it's all based on ignorance. That's what social media can do. It amplifies both wisdom and stupidity, and that's one of the problems we have. And of course, I think at the end of the day, excuse me, at the end of the day, I think it's about homes, like families. Parents have a lot of work to do with young people. I have conversations with them, know where they're coming from, explain things to them. But again, you that are the parents, have you even studied that much? Or even if you have not studied that much, just expose yourself to information. It doesn't have to come. I mean, it would be nice if it comes through books, because I think let me find a way to say it. I can't put a percentage on it, but I can tell you that most of what you ever need in this life to understand how to move around or how to do anything, most of those things are in books. That's what I believe. And when I say they're in books, they are the thoughts of people distilled, all right, in books or codified in books. So what I'm saying essentially is this: if each and every one of us will just take some time to expose ourselves to information, whether through sessions like this or just by picking up books, then we'll be able to now raise our children the right way. Raise our children the right way, and then those children they will not turn up. They will not only become everything, but at least would have given them the right foundation. And then lastly, our educational system is warped, right? I don't know, because I see graduates talk these days and I am shocked. Let me give you an example. Regardless of what you studied in school, I went to school, the school I went, we had some minuses. For instance, during the exam period, there was a time when I woke up in the middle of the night. I had a house in town. Since I'm from Ife, so we have a number of places there. So I have a place I stayed. But during the exam, I decided to stay in school, and then I woke up in the middle of the night, looked around. Everybody was just sleeping anyhow. I was like, Kimo Wadebi. So I didn't like that stuff. But here's the cool part about it. It was a place where we could flex whatever we had learnt in class. So you have a person who is doing philosophy, for instance, comes into the room and is telling you fallacy. He's talking because it's exciting. He has never seen that kind of thing before. All of us are trying to share it, whether you are studying sciences or humanities or regardless. We are all talking about it. We have something to get excited about. It challenges you. You go to the library. I don't know if this social media thing really allows young people to do that as much. And I'm not saying my generation was perfect, because the older generation also complained about my generation. But at least we were able to challenge ourselves. These days is all about money, fame, social media, and I think if that's where your mind stops, there's no way people will not be able to convince you, because there's no depth to your thinking. There's no critical thinking. 1 second. There's no depth to your thinking. There's no there's no understanding beyond the surface. And it's why you have a lot of young people who are desperate for change, but who have very little information, but are easily bamboozled. So hopefully we're going to have more opportunities in our schools where young people will be able to have conversations and say, look at what happened. It's the same thing even in our faith, in churches as well. You are able to go deep in doctrinal matters, right? It's the same thing you notice. And by the way, there are young people who are also doing this. Everything I just said right now, there are young people who do it. I just think that we're going to have more young people doing it, where you can talk about whether it's philosophy or even your faith. I'll end by saying this. For a very religious country like ours, we have very little conversations about the depth of our faith. And even those conversations alone can trigger you to become something else. Like, this is what I believe. Why do you believe what you believe? Those conversations will deepen your faith, right? You are talking deep things, so you'll be exposed to some other interesting materials. And I'll end with this. A young man who was with me in school, he came here the other day. Fantastic gentleman now. He's younger, but he's doing very, very well. He talked about when he was in school, how he had some tapes I used to listen to. Our pastors, He would listen and listen. Then started reading certain books. And this is where I'm going. One of the books he mentioned, The other day, I went into my son's room and I saw him reading one of those books. It was Rich Dad Poor Dad. So I asked him, what are you doing? He said, he's studying, he's reading, because I thought he was going to be on the phone. So we spent some time just talking about that book. Of course, I bought the book a while back for him. But to see him reading it also makes you feel like, okay, the future is bright. The point is that even we parents, the kind of conversations we have with our children, 1 second, please. The kind of conversation, please, let's mute. This thing affects what Oman distracts me. Thank you. The kind of conversations we have with our children, like, do you even talk to them about, can you say, take a book, read, let's have a conversation about it? Can we have our children read and write essays? Those things, when you tell, this is holiday period, for instance, all our children are at home. When they, or maybe they go for holiday classes, or what some people call summer, although we don't have summer in Nigeria, but it is what it is. When they go and you say, okay, take this book, read, write me a report, what do you think you are doing? You are forcing them to think. You are forcing them to, they may not even understand what they are doing, but you are building up their brain muscles. I think parents need to do a lot more than just, we are doing a lot, I'm sure, but may God help us to raise them right. Then number two, schools also have to do better. And then our faith, we have to get a bit deeper. May God help us. But those of us who know it, please share it. Share. And when you share also, please don't share with this haughtiness. Like all these people, they don't know anything. They're all dumb. We know it, okay? Nobody like that. They won't listen. All right. So somebody wants to say something. We'll have him and then we'll move on. FFT. 1 second. If you can do it in 1 minute, please, and then we'll go to FFT.
Okay. I think part of which is that, in the olden days, you see, in front of the telly, and your parents are able to say, oh, you see a program, able to talk about it. Now they are stuck in their room alone with their phone. And another thing is that they don't know how to apply facts. I remember the last election when I'm talking about Abuja being the deciding factor. For someone here who read philosophy, and I was saying there, I was asking, I said, what do you read? They said philosophy. I said, what did you tell you in philosophy and logic? They said a part cannot be greater than the whole. He said, I said, try to apply your studies, apply it. He said, oh, I got it now. I said, if a part cannot be greater than the whole, how can Abuja be a deciding factor? And that was what I bought. I said, yeah. I said, please, with anything you study, try and apply it. I said, just common sense. I said, if I had to be the judge, I would have sanctioned those lawyers. Because just basic sense. In India, they would have been sanctioned for bringing such a frivolous case to court. Such simple logic, a part cannot be greater than a whole. Simple. And to crown it all, Obi read philosophy. And I was expecting him to think along that line, but he didn't. I was so disappointed. Sorry. Thank you very much. I know in university you need to call it free talk session where everybody come just talk, then you gain law whatever. So I think we need to start doing that free talk session. Nothing is stupid. I remember my university professor, he said, Bola, he said, nothing, there is not a stupid question. Never. Because what you don't know is greater than you. And that's how people need to know that don't pretend to know when you don't know. It's even worse. Thank you. Sorry.
That was fun. Let me tell you one thing. Sincerely, I'm marrying you. And I apologize to people who probably will feel bad about this. The fact that you mentioned his name and philosophy, it just felt like you were attacking Aristotle. Man, philosophy, it is well. It is well. But thank you very much for that. FFT, we're going to say something. Let's do that quickly before we move on.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that, for example, I feel like you guys are like the older generation, so I'm not as...
Wait, so I'm not older like that, no.
But you're still older than me, so I feel like I'm still closer to the Gen Zs than you guys will. So, and I feel like I'm caught in between the two because when it comes to social media, I feel like myself, I'm addicted to it. But at the same time, I think it takes conscious effort for people to, get to it. I used to tell people that what I knew now, in 2020, I knew I was not that person. In 2020, I'm part of the Obi people. We are just fighting for greater Nigeria. But when I went and, started doing my own reading, my own research, listening to, a podcast like this, they brushed up what I didn't know. Now I see Nigeria and everything in a new light, and I can't convince other people that didn't do that. It's very hard for me to convince them. Another thing that I see as problem is that is about social media. For example, this TikTok. I didn't used to want to join TikTok because I felt like it was doing a disservice to our intellect. But when I now got to know your page, because before now I just opened this TikTok just to read about history. I used to watch. I think that's why they suggested your stuff to me. I used to read about history. All these history videos used to come to my timeline. So I think the problem that we have is that, for example, I don't know how true it is, but I think they said in China there's a way they've done it in such a way that the children, they've done it in such a way that their TikTok brings more of educative content than just. So these are the kind of things that I'm talking about when I talk about making sure that we adapt new things, new innovations to how it can actually benefit our society and how it is going to be practical. For example, I didn't know until that, I don't know, someone came here and told me about how we had credit system in the past. My parents never told me about it. It's the first time I'm learning about it. But now, this is new information. And these are the things that we need to be educated. Like when people don't want to take student loan, you let them, you can convince them that this is not a new thing. We have always been doing this, those kind of things. So basically, it still revolves around us as a society, as a government, as a people, as an household, as a father, as a mother, to when we bring in innovations into our places, we don't scrap what we've been doing before. Make sure that we just harness the strengths so we can help the next generation. Sometimes I'm very tired when I'm on Twitter and I'm seeing people that we went to university together, my classmates, and I'm explaining how governance work. I actually sat down and explained why the governors are autonomous and the president cannot control them. To someone we went to university together, it is tiring. And one problem people have is that I have a friend who will tell me that he does not care how Nigeria is going to work. For him, Nigeria should work. All this information I'm giving him does not concern him. People are hungry. I'm trying to explain to you why people are hungry and why it will take time before things he does not want to hear. So you don't know, you don't want to know, and you're not interested. But when we are talking about football or we're talking about celebrity rubbish, you are frontline, you know about that one, you have time to read about that one. But what really affects your life, you are not interested. It's sad.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, in Kotoba doing the man Polaroid. In Kotoba doing here. Some people, I mean, it's about flex. Some people are not interested in politics, but I think it's about to be interested in it because whether you like it or not, you're affected by it. Excuse me. But I think also that a lot of us are not necessarily led in the path of leadership. And one of these days, we'll probably have a session on it, or maybe a series. The idea of leadership, for instance, even if you're not leading a team, the idea that you are taking responsibility, you're able to use initiative, you're able to come up with ideas, you're able to work with a group of people, things like that. There are stuff that I think a lot of people we all should, try that out, even as young people. If you're listening to me and you're young, our Gen Z don't know much, but they think they know more than everybody else. I mean, we did the same thing. That's the point. It's not a Gen Z trait. I was thinking about something this morning. I was working and I was like, I won't say everything, but let me say it this way. I think a lot of us forget that we were once young. I think we do. I think we forget. There was a time we also thought we knew everything, though. And like I think I said this the other day, that when you have kids in a particular generation, you're always I'm very careful saying things like Gen Z, they don't know anything, all this children, they think, because for me, there's Gen Z in my house. So there has to be there's a way to reach them. It's not easy, but I'm saying that I remind myself that, man, at the time I thought I knew everything. So whatever this guy is doing, it's just normal. It's a phase. So the question is how do you meet them at that point? How do you communicate with them? And sometimes you don't have to say anything. Sometimes just leave them. sometimes they just watch. They get to a point they don't hear you as much as they watch you. And I'm saying this because, of course, I'm a parent. But generally speaking, I think it's the same thing that you can transpose to relationship with young people around you. Sometimes, if you notice, and people have also, noticed this on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitter, people will type things that won't respond. Because the one that they taught him in the Umuna is the one you will now bring. There's a particular guy, I don't know, he will now come with all this document about something totally different, trying to make a point, wants me to respond, is insulting me and telling me to respond like, so I think generally speaking, let's remember, especially as elders, well, not elders, but I mean, so with your young people, whether they're your children, your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, whenever you're talking to them, that's where I talk to many young people on social media. Number one, I don't like going deep because it's a different way you're going to communicate with them. Sometimes just don't say anything, just be watching them. After a while, they will understand their folly. But whatever you do, just remember that you were also young and that you learned this thing and then you can also teach it. Hopefully that will help us. Somebody says it's hormonal. When you are a teenager, it spikes. Shall I remember that you were a teenager? That's the point. All right, let's move on.
Just 1 minute. I will just.
If you can make it 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay. I just want to say that what you are doing now is a niche, and it's the bigger niche. But there is need for us to know that we need as old to be an example for our young people coming. Now, and as an example, these people have never seen, an example of a man that was poor and he made his way out of being poor without doing anything wrong, but yet came out, not become excessive rich, but became a comfortable person. They never know that used to be a trend. They think maybe you can only put one thing together to get out of where you are. So I think even not to our own children alone, even when we are not even on social media doing anything, we being an example in the society whereby we are trying to show a way. For example, now we can see that most of the young people we have now don't know what we call family and marriage. Now we have many out of
Is it just me or did we lose him? I think we lost him. Can anybody hear him? Thank you for the gift, Empress. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, how are you? Okay, you can't hear him, so you mean Koko. Adegboye, I remember you. I see your stuff. Okay, our network is out though.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, sir. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, my Battlefield, Lion, FFT, and also Elo. There's an Elo who came up first. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to move very swiftly as we go to the next phase of today's session. Please, if you're on TikTok, we've got to power tap. 30K is good, but it definitely can be better. Please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Power tapping just means that, the screen, just, tap on your screen, again and again. Also on Twitter, on YouTube, please like the live. We have 32 people watching at this moment, but we need you to like. Let's all like this stream. Just like the live stream. And also you find this icon, an emoji that you can use to also, engage the live, so that way the app knows, or the algorithm notices that people are actually, on this stuff and they're enjoying it, and then it can also recommend the live to other people. So let's do that together. Let's do that very quickly. By the way, thank you. I see a number of people just doing it on YouTube. I really appreciate you. On TikTok as well. Thank you very much for being here. All right. Today's Friday, so we're going to end on a very cool note. Excuse me. been talking about AWO, and it's an intentional thing for me. So from time to time, another 6 months, I'll do what I'm doing. I'm going to do it again. And the reason, of course, the reason is because it's a way to understand our political evolution. And this is one of the things we talk about. We talk a lot about politics, but we talk about politics as though history is not important. The political history of Nigeria is actually responsible for the present predicament we found ourselves in. And if you don't understand what happened in the past, then you are doomed to repeating the mistakes of the past because you don't know it and you have not learned from it. So our job really is to understand, the history of Nigerian politics and also understand how to move around within it. Now, there is this funny take that I hear these days. People say things like, oh, none of these things happened until 2023 was when Tinubu won, and then everybody now became tribalistic. And they say it. Somebody sent me, I get, and thank you guys, by the way. Let me just thank everyone who usually sends me videos, whether on YouTube, excuse me, not YouTube, TikTok and Twitter specifically. And on Telegram sometimes as well. Excuse me. Thank you very much for sending those videos. It keeps, sometimes I've seen them, but I like the fact that you send them because it helps me to also understand what's happening. And I'll tell you one of the funny things. That young Yoruba people who are also now tired of what they're seeing, but their own response to it is that of naivety. So what are you saying? When they ask questions like, this, sometimes they sound like clowns. They will not ask like they want to understand. They'll ask like they're having a rhetorical question, essentially trying to have a gotcha moment, which doesn't make sense. But again, they're young. The thing is, the young ones who are now saying things like, oh, why are they doing this to them? Don't you like them? Why wouldn't one nation? They also have not been taught what happened. And so they also have, been caught up in that web, so to speak, where they are wondering, oh, why are we treating them like this? So it's not so much about, sorry. So the reason they do that is because they don't know what happened. And a lot of us probably are also in their shoes. So this conversation that we're having, first and foremost, is to understand who AWO is. Again, like I always say about him, just like I say about my dad, it's very difficult for me to talk about them in past tense. So, but I'm sure you get the point. All right. So beyond his politics is his history. And so far, we've talked about many things. We've talked about his circumstances surrounding his birth. We've talked about how he grew up. We've talked about his work life. We've talked about I went to school. Some of those videos are on YouTube. Some are still coming. By the way, you can always watch this thing again and again on YouTube. Busui Oris YouTube channel. Okay. Now, this week we spent our time on NYM, Awolowo, and the Nigerian youth movement. And the title of today's session is even Awolowo, Azikiwe, and the Nigerian youth movement. And we've just said a lot of things. I don't have to go back into everything, but I'll see. Excuse me. I'm not going to go back into everything we've talked about. But if there's anything that you pick from this is, number one, the importance of Nigerian youth movement to Nigeria's political history. Again, if you were not here, I have to do this in the next few minutes. I'm not going to spend too much time on the recap because I will not lie to you. To recap this chapter is what I love. And when I do it, I can do a whole session on it. And I don't want to do that today. Lagos Youth Movement was founded in 1934. Or let me put it this way, the Nigerian Youth Movement was founded as Lagos Youth Movement in 1934. And it was founded because of what was happening with Yaba Tech. Yaba Aya College was established in that year. And the colonialists were going to just have this school where they give people diplomas, but the diplomas would be inferior to the ones that folks would get from the UK schools. And so NYM got up to say, no, we want you to ensure that the results, the grades or the quality of the diploma is not inferior to that from the UK. And one of the major reasons, of course, was because of the Africanization of the civil service. Our civil service was then filled with white people, especially the top cadre. And so they wanted Africans to be there. And if you have a school here this was long before, this was 14 years before University of Ibadan. University of Ibadan was established in 1948. This is 1934. So there was no union in Nigeria at all. Folks had to either travel abroad or you do a correspondence course. Anyway, so the point was, if you're going to have this school, they must have the same quality because they wanted to Africanize the civil service. That's the young people. Eventually, a few years later, 2 years later actually, they rebranded and called it NYM. They talked about their vision, they had the political vision, economic vision, and then social cultural vision. Now, when they started, Zik was not part of them. Zik was not even in Nigeria, but he used to come around. So in 34, he was in Nigeria, in Lagos, giving speeches at 3 schools. Aolo was there to cover it. That was the first time they met. It was in 1930. Well, not met, but that was the first time Awo saw him. It was in 1934, and he wrote about it, and it was published in the newspapers. Well, 1937, Zik returns to Nigeria and then joins the fledgling NYM. And of course, when he joined, when he came into Nigeria, he also decided to start his own newspaper, the West African Pilot. Now, the Pilot, a lot of people have said in history that it was the best newspaper of its day. And the reason is because of the way it was published, the language they used, the kind of things they covered, and their manner of reportage. So essentially, it became the main paper, regardless of the fact that there were other papers that were around at the time. 3 major papers that were around at the time were Nigerian Daily Times, Nigerian Daily Telegraph, and Lagos Daily News. Now, I mentioned that because of what I'm about to say. Nigerian Daily Telegraph had N.S. Sekoli as the editor, but he was also the president. He became the president of the Nigerian Youth Movement by 1938. Right? Yes, right. Around 1938, that was when he became president. That was when Sir Kofa Bayomi moved to the Lagos Legislative Council. Then Lagos Daily News had about Macaulay as editor, and then the Nigerian Daily Times had Mr. Bates as editor. Now, why is that important? Because in 1938, during the electioneering campaign, a lot of people were against a particular candidate from the NYM. Now, just in case you were not here, the NYM is the Nigerian Youth Movement, but it was not just a movement, or it wasn't just a youth organization, it was also a political party. So they would offer people for elective offices. So in 1938, there were 3 legislative seats to occupy, and there were also town council seats to occupy. So the NYM put people up, right? And when they put people up, one of the major persons that was supposed to run was Samuel Akinsoya, who eventually became Oba. Excuse me. Now, some people from his hometown were against him. Not village people, but you get the point. They didn't like his policies because of what he did to them, to their own idea back home. So they were against his candidature, and eventually Mr. Bates, Nigerian Daily Times editor, will write about it and say, his people don't want him. A lot of people have written letters to him. And one of those publications, they mentioned that he had received a flood of letters. Those were his words, flood of letters. And one of the leaders of the NYM, H.O. Davis, decided to go down to their office, the Nigerian Daily Times, to ask, let's see the flood of letters that you have received. And turns out he had only received 2 or 3 letters. Why is this important? You soon know. Just stay with me. And please don't stop our tapping and sharing. Thank you very much. So he asks, okay, so where's the flood of letters? Turns out it was just 2 or 3 letters. Until, of course, he expressed his displeasure, and then he left. When he left, Mr. Bates wrote something about the visit the next day, but he didn't talk about the purpose of that visit. Azikiwe comes in now. Azikiwe saw that news report, and interestingly, before he even got to respond to that report, H.O. Davis had, written the purpose of the visit just to make sure that he countered Bates, who at the time was a rival to Azikiwe for obvious reasons. They were editors of separate papers, and they were competitors. Now, Azikiwe took the opportunity to insult H.O. Davis and called him a simpleton because he was at the office of his rival, right? Now, that wouldn't mean anything to anybody until you discover the fact that, number one, H.O. Davis was one of the major leaders of the Nigerian youth movement. When he started, some of the 4 major people that led it at the time were J.C. Vaughan, N.S. Sekoli, H.O. Davis, and Samuel Akinsoya. When Azikiwe came in 37, apart from the fact that he had a newspaper, he was also a very, very good orator. So they made him an executive member. So he became a member of the Central Executive Committee, which, like I've always said, big mistake. He was made a leader, not because he was a leader, but because he was a good speaker. There are good speakers who are not good leaders. Anyway, he joined. Now, one of the executive members was H.O. Davis. So for him to write about him that way got people start wondering what Azikiwe was up to. So I'm going to read a few things about some of the things that he did that made people start, asking questions about his loyalty to the movement and also his respect for the leadership and members of the movement. All right. We're not going to go through everything because of time. Yeah, but we mentioned how the NYM was about the Africanization of the civil service, right? And at some point in the 1930s, the government of Nigeria, which was of course British colonial government, decided to appoint a Nigerian magistrate, like one of us. Shay, you guys have been shouting you want one of you to become a magistrate. Okay, we'll put one of you there. Turns out the person was Adetokunbo Ademola, and what Zik thought to do at that moment was to write against that appointment. Please, if you're on TikTok, please part up. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much. And share the stream, share the live stream, both on YouTube and TikTok. Thank you. What was I? Now, they were trying to recognize the space. Somebody is going to be appointed, but Zik wrote against it, and he said that the person did not have the statutory post-call experience. I don't know how I was supposed to get it when he wasn't given the opportunity. Anyway, eventually, Adetokunbo Ademola was appointed magistrate, and Zik still had something to say about that, and it was unfavorable. So people started wondering what's up with this man called Zik. A few other things he did was that there was a time when there was a rumor that the British government, the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, was going to transfer ownership of Nigeria to Hitler. And one of the NYM people, Olayinka Alakija, had written a piece in the newspaper, criticizing the decision of the British. And of course, the colonial government wasn't happy about that. So the chief secretary called him, and also they called Kofi Abayomi, who was the head of NYM at the time. And when they had a conversation, Kofi Abayomi said something that the rest of the leadership of the NYM were not happy with. So they decided to have a meeting in his house. And so he was there, Kofi Abayomi, H.O. Davis was there, Samuel Akisanya was there, N.S. Ekoli was there, Alakija was there, and of course Azikiwe was there. Well, everything they discussed in that meeting that night, Azikiwe made sure he reported it in his own newspaper. Why? Because it was driven by again, I was going to say fieldy looker, but the truth is he just wanted to make money. So if you put that news out, people are going to buy the papers, right? Also, you're going to also have some clout, right? So it wasn't about the movement, it was about his person. And because of all of these things and more, which I'm going to get into very shortly, Papa had this to say in this book called Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. This is the book we've been reading from, and there's a reason we've done it this way, because we're trying to know Awo himself and his journey. Other sessions we don't do it this way, but for Papa we'll always go back to this book. All right, so let's quickly take a listen to what Awo had to say about what conclusion he came to in 1940. So he says, by the end of August 1940, I was certain in my own mind that Dr. Azikiwe was not a conscientious member of the Nigerian youth movement, and that for some reasons best known to himself, he was bent on destroying this nationalist organization. At the same time, it seemed clear to me that his policy was to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people as a group, to build up the Igbos as a master race, to magnify his own vaunted contributions to the nationalist struggles, to dwarf and misrepresent the achievements of his contemporaries, and to discount and nullify the humble but sterling quota which older politicians had made to the country's progress. So that's what people started noticing with what he was doing. Again, why did Papa bring up the idea of Zik wanting to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people? As we go on in this conversation, we're going to understand it better. Why are we doing this? Just so that we can know tribalism. No, that's not the point. The point is that two things. Number one, how did our fathers treat this matter when it happened? We have to learn from that one. Number two, when people come around and try to blackmail you or gaslight you with this nonsense about, oh, you are the one who started it after the election, remind them that apart from the fact that this thing, when it started during the election, in fact, before the election, we were there. we had these platforms where people just conversation about politics, and I remember telling them, if I let me, excuse me, there was a situation where we used to have these sessions. Of course, at the time, I wasn't even very clear about Tinubu, to be honest. I knew I was going to vote for him, but I wasn't talking about it in public. And I was still doing my research, trying to understand both people. But these clowns have this thing they do. They'll come around and ask you, they'll tell you that, oh, because you're Yoruba, that's why you're supporting Tinubu. That was the rhetoric at the time. Because you're Yoruba, that's why you're supporting Tinubu. So one day, there was a conversation going on, and I was there. So I asked this person who was accusing everybody. I said, what's your name? His name is Chibuzo or Emeka, one of those names. So I said, aren't you supporting Peter Obi? I said, this thing you are doing, you should have a Yoruba person do it. So if a Yoruba person talks to me and tells me that, it makes sense to me. Because if you're saying I'm Yoruba, I'm supporting Tinubu, and I'm tribalistic, but you are Igbo, you're supporting Peter Obi, but you're doing it because you have gone to verify your nonsense. Does that not make you look like an absolute fool? Because you're literally doing the same thing. That's why I've said several times, every accusation is a confession. You are doing what you are assuming I'm doing, or what you're accusing me of doing is what you are doing. So they said all this thing, and then I was like, the way you are doing it, you're just saying Yoruba people. Elections happened, Tinubu won. And then they started this barrage of insults. And I remember saying to people, this thing you did to Fulani people, if you do it to Yoruba people, you collect. This was in 2022 into 2023, after the elections. You go collect. They will insult. But now what do you hear? Oh, election happened, then you rep are not sure that you're tribalistic. Now, again, whatever they are doing right now is not new. So you want to go back in time, understand what happened, and then you understand the history of Nigeria. And so that if you ever want to, let's say you're in the place of proffering solutions, you know exactly what you're doing. A lot of people who talk about solutions of Nigeria, to be honest, I think what they're doing is treating surface level issues. They don't understand the root causes. It's not just about colonialism. It's about what the people did to themselves. And as we read this thing, you're going to get more understanding of that. So we've talked about what happened with the Nigerian youth movement. Sorry, what was happening in the Nigerian youth movement as relates to Ade Tokunbo Ademola being appointed magistrate in Lagos. By the colonial government. We've talked about the issue of Rachel Davis being referred to as a simpleton. We've talked about the fact that Zik will publish secret meetings in his own West African pilot in order to sell and get some clout or whatever his reasons were. And then the fact that, of course, he will criticize all the members of the committee of NYM. And if you remember, also we talked about the cocoa pool issue and the palm kernel ban. How Zik was okay with it, saying that as long as it affects only, in fact, let me just read that part. It says the measure by the government is fair. Instead of reducing the whole country into poverty, only the western provinces will be affected, and they can switch over to other avenues to make body and soul live. In other words, Zik was saying that, listen, as long as it doesn't affect my own people, they are fine. These guys will take care of themselves. Again, that's not what you expect from a leader. And then, of course, we talked about what happened with the football match in 1940. Where young people, secondary school students from CKC, Christ the King College in Onitsha, traveled all the way to Lagos to play with the St. Gregory's boys. And, of course, they won. It was 5-4, which, of course, it's a football match. People will win, people will lose. But Zik turned that into something else. And just in case you were not here when we read that portion of the West African Pilot Report from 1940, this is what Zik had to say. He says here, and then to think of the great combination of the Spartan heroes who crossed the lordly Niger, journeyed through the good earth of Benin, hurried across the domains of the Oshemawe of Ondo, of the Atanla of Owo, of the Owa of Ilesha, of the Ooni of Ife, of the Alake of Abeokuta in their invasion of these islands. Who but heroes of mighty brawn and exceptionally developed brain? I'll take that part again. Who but heroes of mighty brawn and exceptionally developed brain would have dared to make this invasion and to succeed in carrying to the River Niger home the golden fleece of intercollegiate soccer championship of the eastern and western provinces? Yet they came to Lagos. They saw the irresistible defense put up by their opponents, and they conquered impressively, convincingly, and were graceful even in victory. Could the achievement be paralleled? Would it not be better for me to leave the answer to the laps of the gods? That's Zik reporting a secondary school football match. even clowns on the sorry, not clowns, even people on the street who are unlettered, they wouldn't think like this. But guess what? A graduate of a university, a supposed Pan-African, was the one talking about how people from his ethnic group had exceptionally developed brain. Which means what? You know, because they won football match. Crazy part, that same year in August, the same football team that was supposed to have developed exceptionally whatever brain were in Ibadan, and they were roundly beaten by the Olubadan 11 team, 3-2. Then they asked Zeke to publish it. He didn't publish it. When was this? August 1940. It was 24th August 1940 that the match took place, and it took 2 weeks. It took 2 weeks in September before Zeke published it, and then even then, he made sure it was very small column at the back of his paper, and then he made the excuses for them, saying, "Now those boys, they were just tired. You know, they were tired. That's why they lost." Essentially, making excuses for young kids. So that's when you start noticing this tribalism, whatever. But this is 1940. The truth is that it started in 1938. Zeke started his paper in 1940. By 1938, he began his tribalistic stuff. And one of those things that we talked about, of course, was how prior to Zeke, everything that young people were achieving in Lagos or in Nigeria, they would call it Nigerian or African. They would not say Yoruba, because they were trying to show that they were nationalists. They were thinking nationally, okay, or they were thinking about the nation as a whole. But when Zeke came out, it was beginning to say Igbo man went this way, Igbo woman did this. So, for instance, in 1938, September 23, there was a pilot, a headline in the pilot newspaper, front page story. It says Igbo young man to sail to the UK. That was September 23, 1938. Speaking of Jaja Wachuku, the same thing happened in 1939, January, when he said 14th West African student, 10th Nigerian, 8th Igbo in USA. This was something quite new to these nationalists who were just trying to make Nigeria great, you know, but this guy was trying to make Igbo great. Now, do I have a problem with people trying to make the ethnic group great? No. But I don't like the fact that the person who is doing it is the one who is calling people tribalists, because he doesn't want them to call him tribalist. So for him, offense is the best form of defense, or attack is the best form of defense. So once he attacks you and says you are doing it, then you're not able to say what he's doing. That's exactly what he thinks, because he's not thinking. The truth of the matter is that if you want to do your tribal or whatever, do it. Do it with your full chest. Don't do it and then hide your hand, you know, or hide yourself behind one finger and say things like, "Oh, every other person is tribalist. I'm the only one who is Nigerian." That's what I say several times. Zeke was not a Pan-African. That Pan-African thing you hear about is called branding. Branding. And there's something interesting that Papa said in this book. He said one of the things that you're going to have to concede to Zeke was that he was the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria's history. And that much is true. You're going to understand this as you read more of this book, and even Zeke's own books, which thankfully I read. Renaissance Africa and My Odyssey, those two at least. We're going to discuss them later on. Anyway, so all these things about making things about Igbo, they are better than everybody, they are superior to everybody, these things started in the 1930s. And what's important about this was that all of this was just about a couple of years after the Igbo State Union was formed in Lagos and Port Harcourt. Again, every other union was formed in their hometown. The Igbo State Union was the only one that was formed outside their own space. And their vision was not the development of their space, it was for people in other spaces to respect them. If we have the time, I'll read it to you. I've read it here before, okay? Why is this important? Because the person who has a mindset of a nomad or a mindset of a settler would definitely not think the same way as a person who has the mindset of an owner. And that's one of the major problems we have in our understanding of living spaces in Nigeria. By the way, the concept of living spaces as described in Germany, which they tried in Poland, will never work. And thankfully, the old rubbish bill of trying to become indigenous after 10 years has been repealed or has been abandoned. Well, it was withdrawn, but I hope it's been abandoned. But I'm not holding my breath, because they're going to bring it again. But no matter how many times they bring it, it will always fail. So a lot of these things that Zeke did, we talked about. We also talked about the fact that by September of 1940, NYM became tired of this old shenanigans. They saw what he was doing. He was anti-party. He was, let me read to you so that way it's more powerful. It says, Okay. A stage was reached when even Zeke's apologists had been consistently conducting himself. Sorry, I'll take that from the beginning. The examples given in this chapter are only a small fraction of such like numerous acts perpetrated by Dr. Azikiwe. A stage was reached when even his apologists felt very strongly that for over 2 years past, and contrary to the noble ideals of the movement, but also unnationalist, tribalistic, and egocentric, and asked him to come for a meeting where they're going to ask him why he should still remain a member of the movement. And so a lot of people were there. From the Western region, we had people from, we have Chief Odutola from Ijebu-Ode, we have Chief Kashimawo from Abeokuta, and then we have Chief Awolowo from Ibadan. And when they got there, they were questioning Zeke, and then essentially, long and short, they were also very, very careful not to offend Zeke. Why? He had a very influential newspaper. They didn't want to offend him because an election was coming up, the by-election after Alakija died, and they wanted to make sure that Zeke supported them. That mistake they made then made Zeke say, okay, you know what, I'm going to resign because you guys are coming for me. And then he said, oh, don't resign, don't resign, don't resign. So he withdrew his resignation, only for him to eventually resign in February the following year, 4 months later, which is why we say that listen to Papa when he said they should expel him. Let me read to you what Awolowo said. I spoke and recounted some of the doings of Dr. Azikiwe, which amounted to a breach of faith on his part with the movement and a deliberate subversion of its ideals. It appeared to me indefensible that a person with Zeke's education and professed political beliefs should seek by subtle devices to destroy the only nationalist organization in the country simply because, as he had just said, of personal differences between him and some members of the movement. Essentially what he's saying is this: Zeke had issues with certain members of the movement, then Zeke decided to destroy the movement. And he did succeed. Eventually he did. Why do you think we speak the way we do? Because the people that want to destroy something, the plan for them is not to build anything. Let me not say that. There's certain people that they don't really. There's a saying in Yoruba language. Adete le funwara, shubole da wara no. That's what you see in the way certain people play politics. Wọ́n ò lè dá nǹkan kọ́, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n lè bíwó. And that's why Yorùbá sọ pé onílù ni ò fẹ́ kí ló tú. You have to speak up about your space because àwọn tó ń ṣe òṣìṣẹ́ adẹ́tẹ̀ tó bá wó tán wọn ò ní fún mi tó bá dá wàrà nù tán ìwọ ló máa dùn kò lè dùn òun torí òun kọ́ ló fún. All right, so you join movements, you insert yourself, and then you have personal issues with people, which is normal in any organization, right? But no, you're going to take that out on the whole, on the collective, because of your ego that's been bruised. That happened. It still happens. Anyway, it says here, this is still Papa Awolowo. I felt sure, I added, that the man had some ulterior motives for his conduct. I urged that he should be expelled that night. If we continued to harbor him in the movement, he would eventually destroy it. That is not the temper of this meeting, Comrade Awolowo said a number of voices, and in reply I said, what then is the temper of the meeting? Condoning indiscipline and disloyalty, I strongly press for the expulsion of this man before he grows too monstrous for us to cope with. I wish they listened to him, but they did not listen to him. So we had Chief Kashima also speaking to criticize Azikiwe, but there was another person who criticized him that I felt I should read part of what he said. And the person, of course, is Chief Adeola Odutola, who was the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu. He says here, in fact, this is Awolowo talking now. Senator Odutola also spoke. He opined that all the confusion and tribal hates that were then rearing their heads in the country were the products of Dr. Azikiwe's New Africa. During the days of our old Africa, Chief Odutola remarked, the Igbos and Yorubas lived together as Nigerians. It seems to me, therefore, that the remedy for the present troubles is this. Azikiwe has brought his New Africa from America. He should return it there either by post or by taking it back there personally. If need be, his passage to and fro should be paid by the movement. But mark this, he concluded, unless this Azikiwe's brand of New Africa is done away with, there will be no harmony in this country. If you want to understand Azikiwe's idea of New Africa, please read that book that was published. He published that book in 1937, Renaissance Africa. And the long and short of the Turenchi in that book is that we should all be one. There will be no differences amongst all of us. We all rise as one Africa. However, that same person is also talking about the greatness of his own ethnic group, which means what he really wanted was to flatten the curve, remove anything that makes you unique, so you have one lump sum, one whole, right? But that should be formed in his own identity, in the image and likeness of Zik himself. If you're on TikTok, sincerely, we have to part up. This is showing inactivity. Am I taking you cool? TikTok is the base of the broadcast, so please, we don't want this thing to go off. It's showing inactivity. I know you're busy, you're probably working, but this is, we are doing this thing together. Me, I'm speaking, you are tapping, and then folks are seeing it on the comment on the FYP, and they're able to come in. But beyond that, we also keep it alive. If we don't do that, TikTok will just say there's no activity, just take it off. And by the way, very soon we're going to get to the point where they will start. Sometimes they also attack us. You know the day. So please, if you're here on TikTok, power tap. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Yeah. So the New Africa, the idea basically was to have a situation where we're all the same. You see what you hear? You see here that thing today. Thank you for the gift. You see here that rhetoric today. Is it not one Nigeria? A new Nigeria is possible. See, one day, and maybe we'll do it in this series. We'll look at we'll compare and contrast Azikiwe and Peter Obi, Zikism and Obedient Movement, New Africa and New Nigeria. You will do the comparison, then you see that whatever we are seeing right now, this is deja vu. Otisheleri has happened before. I can assure you it has happened before. The victimhood thing too has happened before. There's nothing new. It was Solomon who said there's nothing new under the heavens. If anything is new to you, it's because you are new under the heavens. There's nothing new. What is Sherry? Anyway, so he wanted this thing where there'd be New Africa, we're all the same, but in his mind, in that sameness, the group that must lead everybody must be his own ethnic group. This much is codified even in their own books. Yesterday, I decided to read an old book. It's a book by a man called Dr. Ayondele. The book is called The Educated Elite. And everything I said about the letter that was written, that was signed by Mbadiwe and Mbanugo, is in that book as well. In the chapter called Windsowers. I think it's page 125. We're going to have sessions on this. I'm going to read it out. You will see what is happening, and then again, not so that you can hate anybody, but so you understand, and then you respond appropriately. Somebody says New Nigeria called brand new Kani. All right, let's move on very quickly. Anyway, after that meeting, they said to have his elections, and then, of course, some people won, some people lost. Zik eventually took advantage of another event in 1941 to leave. What happened in 1941? Let's say this very, very quickly. You see, there was a man who was leading the group at the time, NYM. The person's name was Sir Kofa Bayomi. Kofa Bayomi was the president of the movement. And then in 1938, he decided to run for a seat in the Legislative Council. And he won. But a few years later, he decided to travel to the UK to study some specialist course in ophthalmology. Now, upon his departure, the place was declared vacant. Now there was going to be a by-election. Now, according to the policy of NYM, if the president of the movement indicates interest in a particular seat, he should go unopposed. No other person should take that seat. In other words, if he has to vie for it, it will be between NYM and another party. Nobody will do anything within NYM anymore because the president says he's interested. As a matter of fact, that was how Kofa Bayomi got his seat. There were 3 seats available in 1938. Kofa Bayomi signified that he indicated interest in a seat in the Legislative Council. So what they did was that, listen, Since the president wants one seat, he's going to run for that seat. We have 2 open seats. Let's have other people occupy those 2 seats. Now, in 1941, Kofu Abayomi's seat was open. And then you had Ernest Ekoli as the president of the movement, indicating interest. Now, remember these names. Samuel Akesanya also now wanted to run, having tried in 38 and failed, because of course certain things that happened that we discussed earlier. He also wanted to run in 41. And then the NYM made a fundamental mistake by having a primary election, I should say, primary election. They had this primary election where at the end of the voting, Oba Samuel Akesanya won with about 108 votes thereabout. And then Ekoli had about 60 votes. However, after that election, they then said, listen, we're going to escalate this to the Central Executive Committee. Whatever they decide, whoever they decide will be the person that will be chosen. In other words, regardless of the results of that in-house election, we're still going to have to wait for the Central Executive Committee, the Oga at the top, to decide. Anyway, the Oga at the top decided, and what they said was that, listen, we have a policy, regardless of what you have done, is going to be Ernest Ekoli. So when they said this, by the way, Oba Samuel Akesanya was the vice president of NYM at the time. So he agreed, said, oh, it's fine, it's fine. He shook his hand and said, we're going to support you and everything. But they discovered that he still was in the race, perhaps as an independent candidate, but he was still interested. And then the craziest thing in Nigerian politics up until that time happened. And for me, I think this was actually when Zeke showed his hand. Two things. Number one, Zeke said something about the election. He also used the opportunity to talk about the fact that he was no longer a member of NYM, the same group that was going to expel him 4 months prior, but decided not to do so because they also were looking at how to play politics. Anyway, let me read something to you about what Zeke did. Again, remember this. Ernest Ekoli, the president of NYM, was an Ijaw man. Oba Samuel Akesanya, the vice president, was an Ijebu man, Ijebu Remo. Both of them wanted to run. The person who supported Ernest Ekoli, one of the most powerful voices at the time for Ernest Ekoli, was another Ijebu man. His name is Obafemi Awolowo. Obafemi Awolowo. So why am I putting all these things out? Because of what I'm about to read. So take a listen to this. What was heartrending to many of us was the element of tribalism which was introduced into the campaign with a view to swaying the minds of the people in sympathy for Oba Akesanya and embittering them against the movement. The candidature of Oba Samuel Akesanya had been rejected because he was an Ijebu, declared the pilot. When was this? 21st February 1941. 1941. Zeke published that the reason they didn't want Akesanya to become president, to run for that seat, was because he was Ijebu. Meanwhile, the man who was actually supporting the Ijaw man was also Ijebu. I knew it was not true that Oba Samuel Akesanya had been rejected because he was Ijebu. The view that eventually prevailed at the meeting of the Central Executive Committee was that since Ekoli was the president of the movement and that he had expressed a wish to contest the only seat at the by-election, it was improper that any other officer or member of the movement should come into the running at all. If Ekoli was good enough to be number one man in the movement, he was also good enough to represent the organization in the Legislative Council. I strove hard to persuade the Ijebus that they were being deceived, but in vain. I stood firmly by Mr. Ekoli to the end, and he won. I am striving hard to persuade some Yoruba people that they are being deceived. I don't know if it will be in vain or not. I hope it doesn't end in vain. Guys, for the first time today, I'm going to have to use ethnicity because I have to make something very clear. Because, again, it still happens today. Not because of hatred for anybody, but because we have to shine our eyes. October 1940, they were going to have a by-election. Please stay with me, and please power up. They're going to have a by-election in Lagos to fill the vacant seat that was left open since after Mr. Olakija died. Jubril Martin wanted to run. So there are a number of people that wanted to run. Jubril Martin wanted to run, and Ezekuli wanted to run, or Obasanjo wanted to run, and then a couple of other people. I think Maja also wanted to run, but guess what? Zeke also wanted to run. And he actually ran within the house, but he got the least votes. So he was not selected. 4 months later, stay with me, 4 months later, Zeke had an epiphany. And in that epiphany, what he said was that, hey, Tati Eba Damilogun, Mafoleyini, on Damilogun in October, at February in Sin, but we paid down in Waru. In got him answer for one nipe. And when you ma kwenya ẹ̀yin wọn sí ara wọn ni. Yorùbá ló pọ̀ jù nínú NYM. Ẹ máa gbọ́ mi o. Yorùbá ló pọ̀ jù nínú NYM, and like Papa said in this book, it was like it was a coincidence, because of course NYM started in Lagos, so naturally more people there will be Yoruba. So how do you destroy this group? Say to the general populace that what is happening right now is happening because this man is Ijebu. And it's something you should look out for. How did it happen in the last election? So, you see, in the 1940s, we're still trying to, 1930s into the early 40s, we're still trying to get out of the suspicions and hate going in some cases, or dislike, if you like, for each other amongst Yoruba people, because that was just a few years, or just some years after the Kirije War. So we still had distrust and suspicion of each other. So what Azikiwe could use was to whip up tribal sentiments within the ethnic group called Yoruba and say, listen, àwọn eléyìí, àwọn Èkó yìí, àwọn Ọ̀yọ́ yìí, àwọn Ìbàdàn yìí, àwọn gbogbo àwọn people yìí, wọn ò fẹ́ kélé di nǹkan kan tó pọ̀ ń jẹ́jẹ̀bù. If you understand, for instance, what happened in 1892, it's called the Imagbon War, where Ibadan and Ijebu got in some serious fights because Ibadan was on the side of the British, the English. It's called the Anglo-Ijebu War. And what you noticed was that they had fought and that was over. So if you understood Yoruba history, you could whip up that sentiment and say, oh, they're against Ijebu people. So something similar that happened in this last election, nobody could use Ijebu versus Ibadan this time. Why? Because at the hill, right? One of the major reasons, we're going to get to it maybe today or next week. One of the major reasons for the Egbe Mojojua was to fill that gap, so that we're not looking at ourselves as individuals or different groups because of the Kiriji War. And thankfully that's been achieved. So what they did in the last election was to say Christians and Muslims, Yoruba, for the first time in Nigerian politics, I heard the phrase Yoruba Christians versus Yoruba Muslims. So they look at you guys. You don't have Ijebu versus Mombo.
All right.
You can't have Ijebu versus Yoruba. If, by the way, I'll tell you how they did it in Lagos and what they did in among Yoruba people entirely. So let's start with the one they did for Yoruba people. Among Yoruba people, they started with, oh, you are Christian, you are Yoruba Muslim. Then they started fighting themselves. I want to understand, you are both Yoruba. There's nothing to create a division amongst you as a whole. But how do we make sure that you don't vote for Tinubu? We are going to say that it's a Muslim ticket and it threatens the Yoruba Christians. And a lot of Yoruba people fell for it. When you hear church take back your country, it is not a spiritual talk, it is not a religious talk, it's a political talk. The man cares nothing about the church. He cares about his ambition. And if good or bad, that's not my business. The point is just that I know exactly what it's about. He doesn't really care about how many times has he visited Experience or Paul NHS Church since that time. It was just for a goal. It was a means to an end. There's nothing spiritual about his statement. It was about politics. Hello, Daddy. It's a religious war. You are a Christian. You think that person cares about your faith? As soon as the Lord, what did he tell you? Say all your vigils, they will turn into a factory. People talk and then you think that they really care about you. And let me zero in on Lagos. What happened in Lagos was this. There was a movement that started a few years back, which interestingly was a repetition of what happened in the 1940s and 50s with the 1950s with the Godogbo thing. And GRV, and somebody's right, you're right, GRV used that. And then Igbos joined him. What did they say? They said the indigenous people of the land don't want Yoruba involved in what they are doing. They were trying to extricate the Awori people. And I've said it several times. When you hear a person running for office saying that my father has been here since 18 something, my father has been here since Kiniko century, number one, I already know that you are not from that place. You know why? Ọmọ Yorùbá ló máa lanu sọ fún pé ìgbà báyìí ni bàbá mi délẹ̀. Wọ́n sọ ẹni tí ò bá ń ṣe Yorùbá àbí tí wọ́n kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọmọlúwàbí ló máa sọ orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Bàbá yìí náà bí mi, bàbá yìí ni bàbá mi débẹ̀. Ta ló béèrè ìtàn délé yín? Then he says the indigenous people want something, and by the way, I don't know how this happens, but again, history. I don't like saying history repeats itself. People repeat history, to be honest, but for the sake of this thing, history repeated itself. In the 1940s, we're going to read it very soon. In the 1940s, in 1941 specifically, it was the Igbo and the Ijebu, because the Igbo man convinced the Ijebu man that everybody in NYM hated him because he was Ijebu. Therefore, the Ijebu people pulled out, and they said, since it was an Igbo person who told us about it, that means that we're doing something together. It was Ijebu and Igbo that pulled out at the same time. Don't buy that nonsense narrative. Oh, people are against Awori. Awori and Igbo will now fight against the rest of the Yoruba people. You will still lose. You know why? Because it's not all the Awori that will follow the Igbos. Some Awori will still stay back with their kith and kin. And so the people who usually get bamboozled by this thing will still be in the minority. But my question is this: why would an ethnic group do the same thing again and again for more than 80 years in a particular place? Why? And it wasn't just Lagos. It wasn't just Lagos. It also happened in Ibadan in the 1950s. Why? If it's happening today, again, nobody's saying anything so I can go and hate anybody. Just don't get carried away by where Sheberenio. Yoruba people used to be very, very accommodating. They just switched. To be fair, whatever you're saying right now, it's not you that. Let me put it this way. Owanle. It's just that it's what you need right now. We didn't have to import it. So whatever it's like a coin. Olojumeji, there's head and tail. What you saw was the head. What you are seeing is the tail. And that tail you are seeing, you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Okpo, reke, reke. Let's continue. So Papa said, I strove hard to persuade the Ijebus that they were being deceived, but in vain. I stood firmly by Mr. Ikoli to the end, and he won. On polling day, March 5, I was extremely depressed and agonized by the unabashed demonstrations of tribalism which I witnessed. All the Easterners, please, what I haven't read before, so we're already connected. All the Easterners, particularly the Igbos and all the Ijebus in Lagos, teamed up with Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akisanya. And all those who dared to disagree with them were openly abused. Ah, God. I'll take it again. I was going to say something, but me first, so later. On polling day, March 5, I was extremely depressed and agonized by the unabashed demonstrations of tribalism, which I witnessed. All the Easterners, particularly the Igbos and all the Ijebus in Lagos, teamed up with Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akisanya, and all those who dared to disagree with them were openly abused, jeered at, and condemned as traitors. Afonja. Tell me if this is not what you are saying on Twitter. Anybody who spoke against it, they insulted them, they jeered at them, they said, oh, not for nationalism, you are the tribalist. When was this? 2023? 1960? No, this is 1941. It is the same template. The old dog has no new tricks. He's not that smart. For the first time in my life, I was called a traitor and Uncle Tom, all because on principles which appeared to me sound and just, I supported an Easterner against my own tribesman. But of course, Ikoli is an Easterner with a difference. He has never stooped to worship at the shrine of Dr. Azikiwe. Who is your Dr. Azikiwe today? The man who can never be wrong. The man who you dare not speak against his politics, even if it's as tribalistic as they come. Who is Dr. Azikiwe today? Anybody in the comment section? Let me engage us for 1 second, for 1 minute. Who is the Azikiwe today? Exactly. And just like the Yoruba people that supported the Igbos and Zik to speak against their own people is exactly how you have Yoruba people now in obedient movement speaking against their own people. Again, it's the same thing. Thank you. I see the answers. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Oloye. Thank you, TY. Thank you, Ibo Jinojo. And sneak peek. I don't know the bit Tasha. But you get the point. The point is, whatever you are seeing right now, Oti Sheleri. Ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi rí ni. Ayé tótó, ayé male. I don't know. Wọ́n tó kọ́ kọrin yẹn o. Oh, mo ti mix orin méjì pọ̀. There's one by Ebenezer Obey. Then there's Shina Peters. Consider that Ernest Ikoli was by far Zik senior in the nationalist movement. Yes. It's Friday, so we're going to have a great time today. All right, I'll go back a bit just to put things in perspective. Yeah, so it says here, for the first time in my life, that's our law, I was called a traitor and Uncle Tom, all because on principles which appeared to me sound and just, I supported an Easterner against my own tribesman. But of course, Ikoli is an Easterner with a difference. He has never stooped to worship at the shrine of Dr. Azikiwe. When the polls closed, I was in front of the Global Memorial Hall. There I was surrounded by a large number of Igbos and Ijebus who were abusing me and were raining curses and imprecations upon me. At first, I replied to them in kind, one after another, but I was soon overwhelmed. Twitter, oh. As I'm reading, just be looking at what kilo, draw the parallels, right? Twitter, this is Twitter. This is the issue of 1941. I'll read it again. So Global Hall will be the Twitter space. It says, when the polls closed, I was in front of the Global Memorial Hall. There I was surrounded by a large number of Igbos and Ijebus who were abusing me and were raining curses and imprecations upon me. At first, I replied to them one after the other. I replied to them in kind, one after another, but I was soon overwhelmed. Some of them threatened to assault me. It occurred to me that discretion lay in my extricating myself from the hostile crowd. At the same time, I did not want to give the impression that I was running away, so I stood my ground, come what may. Then, like a machina, ex machina, like a dual ex machina, Senator Shomolu, at that time a member of the editorial staff of the Pilot and a very good friend of mine, appeared. He was greeted with broad smiles by all my maledictors. He approached me and we engaged in conversation. The crowd were nonplussed, and for once left me alone. I then took him along with me until I got clear of the crowd. I said goodbye to him and went my way. Before we parted, Senator Shomolu left me in no doubt that Obasanjo Kisonya, alias General Saki, was winning. As I wended my way to Akpogbon Street, the headquarters of the movement and of the daily service, I felt a sense of wrong and grief. So this is the new Africa, I mused to myself when I reached the front of the African Church Cathedral, Broad Street, Lagos. I stopped, closed my eyes, and made a resolution. It was the eve of my 32nd birthday, and I said within me, if the movement lost this election, I would never again fight in the cause of truth, principle, or right. But if we win, I solemnly vow to the God of my heart that wherever the fight is thickest and fiercest in the cause of truth, principle, justice, and right, there I will always be. So may it be. I then opened my eyes and proceeded to Akpogbon Street. I was overjoyed when I heard that Mr. Ekoli had won. But it was the last electoral battle and the last electoral victory of the Nigerian youth movement. Whatever makes brothers begin to fight because an outsider said something about another brother, it's not the fault of the outsider now. The brothers need to sit down and think. Once you are looking in 2027, once you are low. And that's why I'll stop to say something. See, you're trying to make Yoruba land better. And then you're angry with each other, which is okay. And then you are fighting to the point where you are making your enemy win. Whether you are doing it intentional, whether you are doing it intentionally or unwittingly, you are making him win. You air your dirty linen, you talk about everybody, you insult each other, you bash everybody, you bring out everybody's secrets, you say stuff. When you are done, what do you think happens? Your house is divided. You people need to wise up. And this goes to every group, but particularly Yoruba people, because that's my main constituency. We've got to be smart. Something happens, but the point is that once you break ranks and you start fighting each other, you have now left the real issue. It was surrender. So this thing will happen again in 2027. But as a Yoruba person, you've got to be smart. Whatever gets to the point where a Yoruba person is calling another person a traitor, and I can assure you, if you have a group of Igbos and a group of Yoruba people insulting another Yoruba man, and you hear the word traitor, you hear the word Uncle Tom, you definitely would have heard Omale. On top of what? On top of the fact that Azikiwe Tokam. With the exit of Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akintoye from the movement, all the Easterners, with the exit of Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akintoye from the movement, all the Easterners, excepting a handful of non-Igbo intellectuals, listen to the point. Let me explain what he meant by handful of non-Igbo intellectuals. There were Easterners who were not Igbos. E.g., Enesikoli. Enesikoli was from present-day Bayelsa. So he's Easterner, but he's not Igbo. So all the Easterners, apart from a handful of non-Igbo intellectuals, so even some of the Easterners, let me put it this way, all the Igbos left. Some other non-Igbos from the East also left. So the remaining people were the non-Igbo Easterners. So I'll take that again. With the exit of Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akintoye from the movement, all the Easterners, excepting a handful of non-Igbo intellectuals and most of the Ijebus, left the organization. It was futile to preach the movement and its ideals to the Igbos or Ijebus after this incident. 1 second, I need to quickly do something. I want to just check YouTube to be sure that we're good. Like I said the other day, the person who is destroying this movement, he's not starting the movement. He's not even thinking of starting anything. His own job is to join that movement, be the organ of everybody. And the day you say you cannot be the boss is the day he destroys it. It's a pattern. And that is why when he joins, when I say he, I'm not talking about an ethnic group, I'm talking generally, and you can fill in the gap with anything that, even in your own personal life. When he comes to you, he's not the one that built this thing. You done the build down small before. He can't come, say he won't join what they do, welcome. He go on become Oga. If you make him, maybe like you can't make him say you are a member of the executive council, now your problem with that. Because why on earth would you make him an executive council member just because he talk say he won't join, and you know say he get skill, he get talent, you know, checking character. He don't join now. The job now is not just to become a member of the executive council, it's to become your Oga of everybody. And the day you put it in his face that Oga, you cannot go that route, that's the day he's going to start plotting to destroy the organization. Do you not see something similar in Labour Party right now? How many chairmen does Labour Party have? How many chairmen does Labour Party have? You know now. There's Naladin Usman, there's Abure, everybody's talking right now. Or somebody has gone to one person, and let me tell you something, it will not be the one that made him win. It will be another one that can eventually lead to the downfall of the party. It's a pattern. I'll start again that particular part. Then we'll move on. Please let's not stop our tapping. Keep like the live on YouTube, please, and share the live as well. The same thing on TikTok. Thank you very much. With the exit of Dr. Azikiwe and Obasanjola Akíntóyè from the movement, all the Easterners, excepting a handful of non-Igbo intellectuals and most of the Ijebus, left the organization. It was futile to preach to the It was futile to preach the movement and its ideals to the Igbos or Ijebus after this incident. Now, remember that the person writing this thing himself is Ijebu. But Umoko wants to get to her. Immediately of him, what if I get to her again? So the movement was a Lagos affair, they would argue, and its leaders were mostly Lagosians. The movement was a Lagos affair, they would argue, and its leaders, who were mostly Lagosians, had contempt and hatred for the people from the hinterland. Who planted this idea in the mind of our people? They would therefore have nothing further to do with them. This campaign of Lagosians versus the rest spread like wildfire. The branches of the movement in the provinces died out as a result, the only survivors being Ibadan and Abeokuta. Loyal members, mostly Lagosians in different parts of the country, tried in their individual capacities to keep the flag of the movement flying, but they did not succeed in keeping branches as such alive. The campaign against Lagos and Lagosians was so effective that for a long time afterwards, any organization which originated in Lagos was suspect and shunned by people in the provinces. I will have nothing to do with those Lagos people. Let me take that again. I will have nothing to do with those Lagos people. Many a person would say they are too proud and self-seeking. Why? Because Azikiwe said so. If you see us push back today, it's because it took a while before Yoruba leaders pushed back. Yoruba leaders did not say anything like that. They spoke, but they were not loud. They waited 10 years. They waited 10 years. And what they did in 1948, we are going to talk about it. Let's continue. Nevertheless, the Ibadan branch of the movement launched a revival crusade. Apart from regular branch meetings, we organized public lectures, debates, cinema shows, and dances and soirees. At one time, we invited Albert Macaulay to give a lecture under the auspices of our branch. I went to see him personally. He was willing but unable to come to Ibadan because as he maintained, the order banishing him from Oyo province was still in force. We talked about that, some time ago. At another time, this was, I don't know why they did this, but it is what it is. At another time, we invited even Dr. Azikiwe to give a lecture where in Ibadan. I want to read this thing slowly. What happened in Ibadan? I bet just listen. We invited even Dr. Azikiwe. Let me take it from the beginning. At another time, we invited even Dr. Azikiwe to deliver a lecture. He wrote a nice letter. Emagbo. Mike and Sorotota. He wrote a nice letter declining the invitation on the ground that he was very busy. But during the same week, as we wanted him to give a lecture on our platform, he visited Ibadan on what he described as a goodwill tour and delivered a public lecture under his own auspices. So, but people say, want you to come, we're having an event, come and speak. I'm very busy. That week that those people want to do something, you now go and have your own meeting in that same place. By the way, some people also do the same thing. You know you are doing it for yourself. It's not about the movement or about the people, it's about your own ego. Because why on earth will Zik travel to Ibadan to have his own event the same week that Ibadan people say you should come and speak, where you say you are busy? Anyway, let's continue. In the bid to revive Ibadan branch, we succeeded immensely thanks to the active support of a number of nationalist intellectuals of Western and Eastern origin who were then resident in Ibadan. Most of them are now holding key posts in the government of the Federation, and I will therefore not mention their names. But the name of Honorable Okoy Aripo can be mentioned. He was as active as any of us. Again, when you hear the word Easterners in this book, he's not always talking about Igbo. I've said it several times, and I'll keep repeating it. All Igbos were not even all. Many Igbos were Easterners, but not all Easterners were Igbos, even back then, and even now. Now, there are people from the southeast who are not Igbos. All right, where were we? Most of them are now holding key posts in the government of the Federation, and I will therefore not mention their names. But the name of the Honorable Okoye Aripo can be mentioned. He was as active as any of us, who were all determined to nip in the bud any attempt by anyone to introduce tribalism into national life. After the 1941 election, the Ibadan branch emerged as the most virile unit of the movement, so much so that in relation to the parent body in Lagos, we were described as the tail that wagged the dog. Somebody said Ibadan has always been saving us. We did not content ourselves with merely running a successful branch. We also wanted the revival which had taken place in Ibadan to spread to other parts of the country. We were strongly of the opinion that the first step in this direction was for Lagos to cease to be the so-called parent body and to convert to an ordinary branch. The second step was to create regional executive committees and devolve authority to them. If this were done, the members of the Central Executive Committee would no longer be selected from among those residents in Lagos only, but would be drawn from different parts of the country. Furthermore, people in the hinterland would have the assurance that the movement was also theirs, and the organization of the movement would be all the more efficient. To this end, we suggested that the Representative Council of the movement should be convened to make the requisite amendments to the Constitution, to elect the new Central Executive Committee, and to stimulate the emergence of regional bodies. We were cognizant of the fact that the Representative Council would not be truly representative of all the diverse peoples that inhabit Nigeria, but steps would have been taken to the knowledge of all that one, that the supreme authority in NYM was no longer the monopoly of Lagos, and two, that members in each of the regions could exercise final authority over their internal affairs. I spearheaded this agitation for the reform of the NYM, but in vain. There were some people in Lagos who believed that Lagos was some alpha and omega of political sagacity and wisdom, and that only those who lived within its confines and that only those who lived within its confines should lead the country. Chief H.O. Davis was one of them. He stoutly opposed our proposals for reform. He was even much slower than the other members of his school of thought in realizing that Lagos was not Nigeria. As late as January 1950, he wrote an article in the Daily Times in which the following passage occurred. I'm about to read something now. This is among Yoruba people. So, you have the elites, the elitists, I should say, not just the elites, the elitists. One of these days, I'm going to read that book, Educated Elites, from Ayodele. The elites amongst us, who think they are too big for the others, the commoners. Well, this is something from one of you. Realities of the existing situation demand a frank recognition of the fact that leaders of opinion, politicians, professionals, labor leaders, teachers, and so on, are today strongly concentrated in Lagos. Again, Lagos they're talking about is not Lagos State. There was no Lagos State in 1941, no. There was no Lagos State until 26 years after this letter. Lagos State was created in 1967. But the mindset, I think, still persists in some people's mind. But these days, not so much Lagos, but just fill in the gap, whatever makes you feel like you're better than other people. But let's continue. Realities of the existing situation demand a frank recognition of the fact that leaders of opinion, politicians, professionals, labor leaders, teachers, and so on are today strongly concentrated in Lagos, and that this position might well remain for many a long day. Lagos, therefore, must be represented strongly in the central legislature so that she may lead the rest of the country, not only in domestic affairs, but also international relations. I is Chief H.O. Davis. I myself believe that it would be a pity if the genius of the country is stultified by narrow representation of Lagos in the western region. I believe that he wrote another article in similar vein, in a rejoinder to which Chief Rotimi Williams criticized him for thinking that one Davis was equal to more than one Balewa. You get the point. Like, because you are from Lagos, it means that you are better than people from other parts of Nigeria. Far. If now so it be, NYM should still be standing. If you use, again, let me say this, if you use native intelligence, some of the problems that NYM had in Lagos, you will not have it though. Just using native intelligence, you will not have those problems. But once you start all this thing of we are all one Nigeria, you go enter Wala. Because the person you are doing one Nigeria with, his own native intelligence is what he is using. That's what we did in spoken word. That was deep. The person you are doing one Nigerian with is using his own native intelligence. You have jettisoned your native intelligence in the name of want to build one old. And of course, I believe in one Nigeria, but I believe that I'm not going to forget who I am because I want to build something new. Because the person I'm forgetting this thing for is remembering his own. And when he's done with you, you will regret the fact that you ever forgot where you're coming from. Let's continue. When efforts to bring about a reform in the constitution of the movement seemed abortive, the Ibadan branch inaugurated a Western Region Conference of the movement in 1942. The purpose was to use the conference partly as a platform for rallying the remnants of the members of the movement in the western provinces, partly as a suitable medium for stimulating revival in areas represented at the conference, and partly as a forum for the ventilation of views on some matters of national interest. This 1942 regional conference, of which I was organizer and secretary, was a huge success. It was well attended. It lasted for 2 days, 28 and 29 November, and the subject matters of the resolution passed there are including the following. Sorry, guys. Oh boy. Please, Parata, share the live. Thank you. Mumbo, I'm trying to stretch. This 1942 regional conference, of which I was organizer and secretary, was a huge success. It was well attended. It lasted for 2 days, 28th and 29th November, and the subject matters of the resolutions passed there include the following. Number 1, abolition of sole native authority institutions. Number 2, democratization of the native authority councils. Number 3, native court reform. Number 4, appointment of Nigerians as administrative officers. Number 5, introduction of free primary education. This is the part. Introduction of free primary education in divisional headquarters throughout Nigeria. And number 6, health of school children. I want to just zero in on number 5 and number 6. When did they write this thing? 1942. Why do we have these sessions? I can assure you, at least one person here, at least one person under the sound of my voice, at least one, would either be in the room when conversations on policies are being had, or would have a seat at the table when decisions are being made. And I'm praying to God that you remember these things when that time comes. Whoever that person is. When he had the opportunity to say what he wanted to say in 1942, he said it. By the way, something else happened, we're going to get into it, when they had to make a presentation to Oyinbo about what they wanted for Nigeria going forward. And the thing that kept coming up from Awolowo was free education. There's something I was saying about Yoruba Nation last week when I said it exists today. If you have no vision today, if you ever get into that place, you cannot even get it, because it's the vision that will get you there. See? So you have no vision, you just have rhetorics. If you have just rhetorics and narratives, just be talking, nothing. But if you have a vision, it will get you there. It is the vision that you had maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that you will now have the opportunity to implement. He wrote this thing in 1942. That's the point. He did not have the opportunity to implement it until 1955. What he wanted the Oyimbos to do in the 40s was what he then implemented as premier of the region in 1955. Sometimes it's important to pause to tell us something about some policies that people get angry about when we're discussing politics in Nigeria. It's not everything that will happen now. Some things would not happen in another 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. If you don't think long term, you have no business in politics. And you should not just be, why are they not doing it? In Senate climb, look at another country, look at our own. You don't understand these things. It's not everything. Policy, even the structural things that we're seeing happening in Nigeria, some of those things we will not enjoy it until another 2, 3, 4 years. Some of the things that President Tinubu is doing, some of those things, it is only after 5, 10 years. You look back and like, let me give you an example. See what he said about IGR when he became governor of Lagos State. They were making a paltry sum. And then he shot it up to about 3 billion per month in 2004. Now, in 2025, 21 years later, we're talking about over 420 something billion naira in a quarter. The same Lagos State. You keep building. Now you can look back and say, oh, the reforms that Tinubu put in place in his first and second terms as governors, oh, okay, that's the reason for the 429 billion in first quarter of 2025 IGR. If you are thinking about now, you will forever be a follower. That's the truth. When I say follower, I'm not just talking about, when I say leadership, followership, I'm not saying that you are going to own it. You are going to have to hold a political office. Leadership is not necessarily positional. You don't need a position to be a leader. Nobody has to make you anything. The way you move, they can tell that eléyìí ó ṣe fọkàn eléyìí láàrin ẹgbẹ́ ó lè sọ pé ẹ ká ṣe báyìí kì í ṣe pé bóyá máa sọ pé èmi ní gbogbo yẹn tẹ̀lé mi rárá. You can easily influence people to go. Leadership is influence. If you are a leader and nobody is following you, you are just taking a stroll. That was what John Maxwell said, and he's an authority on leadership in the world, and I believe him. and somebody said it needs only 4 years. People just start deceiving themselves. Well, maybe he wants to do it a magic. The point is, your vision, some will happen now, some will happen in 2 years, or 1 year, or 2 years, or 4 years, or 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years, or 30 years. Some will happen after you are gone. If you're a leader, you have to be okay with that. Let's continue. After the 1941 by-election, the parent body lost heart, became listless, and its leaders failed to grasp the nettle as they should. Even when we in Ibadan took the initiative and made proposals for reform, we were given the cold shoulder. As if the departure of Obakinsanya with his followers from the movement was not a serious enough loss, Chief H.O. Davis also left the management of the daily service and the general secretaryship of the NYM to become a civil servant as an assistant marketing officer. We of the Ibadan branch were shocked. When the news that he was going to accept a government appointment first reached us, I dismissed it as fabrication by the enemies of the movement. Mumbo. I hope you're getting something, and please don't speak lessons, political lessons, life lessons. I knew that that's what we're going to have in these sessions. So Chief H.O. Davis left the work of NYM and decided to go take up a civil service work or civil service job as assistant marketing officer. We of the Ibadan branch were shocked. When the news that he was going to accept a government appointment first reached us, I dismissed it as fabrication by the enemies of the movement. It was too much for me to believe that the Davis I knew could be lured into the civil service at that juncture in our nationalist struggles and in the life of our great movement. He was a remarkable man with many distinguished accomplishments, a brilliant scholar and writer, a fearless and resourceful nationalist, the sole author and genius of the Youth Charter, a dazzling theoretician who propounded one new idea after another with such rapidity that he was later written off by most of his colleagues as an unstable visionary. I went to see him in Lagos and I was acutely distressed when he confirmed the news. Two events then followed which rocked the Ibadan branch violently. First, without any consultation with the surviving branches, the Central Executive Committee declared amnesty for all members of the movement who were expelled because of their support for Obakinsanya during the 1941 by-election. The reason given for this action was that the amnesty was designed to bring back within the fold of the movement those who had left with Dr. Azikiwe and Obakinsanya. I was so upset by this decision that I felt in honor bound to tender my resignation from the movement at once. All the other officers, excepting the chairman and members of the Ibadan branch executive, followed my example. Our resignations were not accepted, and we were persuaded to withdraw them on the definite understanding that an early step would be taken to look into our grievances as a branch. On 29 August 1943, representatives of the Ibadan branch, including Dr. Maja, Mr. Ikoli, and Chief Akintola, met us in Ibadan. So Chief Laduke Akintola was in Lagos at this point. Met us at Ibadan. In a meeting which lasted 9 hours, we stated our case, to which Lagos spokesmen replied. In the end, it was agreed that amnesty should be withdrawn forthwith and that our proposals for reform should be put into effect without delay. Chief H.O. Davis remained the genius behind the movement in Lagos. Though he was no longer the General Secretary, he continued to hold the reins of that office firmly in his hands through the agency of his faithful supporters, two of whom at different times occupied the office of General Secretary. It turned out that all the General Secretaries sponsored by Chief H.O. Davis did not possess anything like the caliber of their predecessors. For instance, the General Secretary in office at the time of Colonel Oliver Stanley's visit to Nigeria was not considered fit to be in the committee which prepared the memorandum submitted to the Secretary of State. In fact, the incumbent at the time would have had a feeling of alarm and trepidation if he had been asked to if he had been asked to serve on such a committee. Above all, it was Chief H.O. Davis who, through his agents, obstructed the implementation of the agreement reached at Ibadan on 9th August 1943. I now came very much to detest the tactics of the man whom I once adored. Some extracts from my letter of resignation dated July 22nd, 1943, addressed to the then President Dr. Maja, read as follows. I have read with a mixture of sorrow and disgust the Nigerian Youth Movement Bulletin, which was published in the daily service of today, granting amnesty to the 1941 traitors. With all due deference to you and your executive, I regard this decision as I'll take it all over again. Let's start again. I have read with a mixture of sorrow. Please, if you're on YouTube, please like this live. I really need you to support what we're doing. Thank you for being here, but please like this live and share it as well. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok as well, please like, power tap. Thank you. I have read with him. So this is Awolowo speaking, 22nd July 1943. I have read with a mixture of sorrow and disgust the Nigerian Youth Movement Bulletin, which was published in the daily service of today, granting amnesty to the 1941 traitors. With all due deference to you and your executive, I regard this decision as a most misguided and stupid act. It is even worse than all that. It is a shameless exhibition of lack of moral courage on the part of the leaders of the movement in Lagos. These people to whom you now grant amnesty were expelled in 1941 for very good reasons. They flouted the authority of the movement, outraged the principles for which the movement stands, and vigorously, ruthlessly... I'll take that again, please. These people to whom you now grant... These people to whom you now grant amnesty were expelled in 1941 for very good reasons. They flouted the authority of the movement, outraged the principles for which the movement stands, and vigorously and ruthlessly attempted to wreck the whole foundation and structure of the movement. These people, as far as I know, have shown no signs of regret, penitence, or contrition for their wicked acts. If they had, it would have been a different matter, and I would have joyfully joined those who recommend their readmission. But since they remain unrepentant, it is more than outrageous to grant them amnesty without due consultation with the feelings and opinions of those who have stood loyally by the movement all along the line. It is exactly like one of the allies making a separate peace with the common enemy, referring to the World War. I have no doubt in my mind that history will pronounce on those who are responsible for this amnesty the same verdict as is pronounced on France and the King of Belgium. If we must reorganize the movement, by all means, let us. But we need not start by... God. I've got to calm down. If we must reorganize the movement, by all means, let us. But we need not start to do so by going like the dogs back to our vomits. The second incident... Okay, let me just stop. That's the end of the letter. Essentially... the people who started this Owala, following Zeke's example, destroyed the party, the movement, went their separate ways, went with Zeke and Akesonya, right? The people who are trying to rebuild the party are folks in Ibadan. Then the elites, Oyinbo speakers, the ones telling us today that Afenifere is not a Yoruba organization. Those are the parents. They now came up with the idea that in this election Peter Obi is our candidate, but we are Afenifere, but Peter Obi is our candidate. Let us open this thing for people that they left, but we can bring them back. Are they sorry for what they did? No. Have they shown any sign of contrition? No. But guess what? We need them back. What are you saying to those who actually stood in the thick of things when those other people left? Folks like Awolowo eventually had to leave NYM, and that was essentially the end of the movement. Let's read a bit more. The second incident consisted of a series of petty squabbles and intrigues among the leaders in Lagos, which disintegrated what was left of the movement there and damped our ardor in Ibadan. The following resolutions, which were passed at the Western Regional Conference of the movement held in Ibadan in 1944, speak for themselves and give a clear picture of the mood and temper of those in attendance. I'm saying this because of some of us that are in some movements, Yoruba movements, and some things that are happening. Maybe this will also help us to understand how to move. Let's learn from the ancient. So he says, I was also the organizer and secretary of this conference, the 1944 conference. This is the one that Papa did before he went to the UK. At the second session of the Western Regional Conference held at Ibadan from Friday, January 14th to Sunday, January 16th, inclusive, 1944, the manner in which the Lagos headquarters has up to the present administered the affairs of the Nigerian youth movement is examined and found not only unsatisfactory, but also most detrimental to the existence of the said movement. It is therefore resolved that a vote of no confidence in the Lagos executive is hereby passed, and that henceforth the Lagos members of the Nigerian youth movement be regarded as constituting one branch only of the Nigerian youth movement. It is further resolved that forthwith a circular letter embodying this resolution be sent round to all branches of the Nigerian youth movement, asking each branch to send 2 delegates to a representative council to be held in Lagos during the Easter week, April 8, 9 and 10, 1944, for the purpose of reframing the constitution of the movement and appointing a central executive for the better management and efficient administration of the Nigerian youth movement. Resolved that comrades the Reverend E.A. Odusanwo, M.A., and so on, be empowered to set up a provisional committee, the terms of reference which shall be A, to conduct the affairs of the Nigerian youth movement during the interim period of reorganization, B, prepare a draft constitution which will be placed before the Representative Council in April, C, convene an all Nigeria Representative Council on the date already fixed to set up effective machinery for the running of the Nigerian youth movement. These resolutions provoked sharp reactions from Lagos, to which there were responses, I think, from Ibadan. From this time onward, my faith in the NYM as a potent instrument of our nationalist struggles began to sag. As it was, the Ibadan branch was left alone to whip up enthusiasm in the movement only in parts of the western region. The parent body in Lagos, aside from the views it projected through the pages of the daily service, was practically inactive. I saw no future for the movement, but if the movement became moribund or extinct, what followed? It was a baleful thought. 4 other resolutions which were passed at the 1944 Regional Conference were of national interest, and I reproduced them. Resolved that the Western Regional Conference of the Nigerian Youth Movement hereby reaffirms the demands contained in the memorandum submitted to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, the Right Honorable Colonel Oliver Stanley, during his visit to Nigeria in September 1943, and respectfully urges that the reforms therein requested be pursued with all reasonable speed. I'll read the reforms to you very soon. Resolved that the second session of the Western Regional Conference of the Nigerian Youth Movement associates itself with the activities of the Yaba Club as regards the industrial campaign launched by the club, and pledges its fullest support to further its advancement in any way possible. Resolved that the Nigerian Youth Movement pledges itself to cooperate wholeheartedly with the Nigerian Union of Teachers in submitting facts to the Elliott Commission. Resolved that the Nigerian Youth Movement undertakes to reawaken the interests of the people of Nigeria, especially farmers, in the benefits of the cooperative movement, and to ensure that government gives greater encouragement to the farmers' cooperative societies. When Chief H.O. Davis returned to the country in 1947, he made every effort to resuscitate the youth movement. Late in 1949, a representative council was convened with a view, among other things, to giving effect to the reform which the Ibadan branch had strenuously advocated from 1941 to 1944. The representative council met, but all the elected officers were Westerners. No Easterner or Northerner attended the meeting. Strenuous efforts were made thereafter to revive the NYM, but they were belated and futile. This once powerful and promising organization had already gone too far to the other side of the Great Divide. And that's how we come to the end of chapter 11. But I made a promise earlier to read to you the demands contained in the memorandum. Let me read to you quickly. For the first time in a while, I'm going to open another book. I'm going to read to you what what the NYM demanded from the Secretary of the Colonies, or Secretary of State for the Colonies. I'm going to read from a book by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. This book is called Awo, Unfinished Greatness. The one we've been reading all the while has been Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, but this one is Awo, Unfinished Greatness, The Life and Times of Chief Obafemi Awolowo by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. It says here, Awolowo was quite adept at answering his critics. At a 1978 press conference witnessed by this author, he recalled that as far back as September 1943, when the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Colonel Oliver Stanley, visited Nigeria, he, that's Awo, as Secretary of the Nigerian Youth Movement, had given him a memorandum co-signed by Mr. Ernest Sikoli, the NYM chairman, demanding three things. What did they demand? Number one, that the government ought to find money for free education. When was this? 1943. How old was Papa at this point? 34 years old. Number two, that the government should create 200 annual scholarships for the brightest students in Nigeria to study abroad in all branches of studies: agriculture, industry, commerce, science, and arts. Number three, that the government should formulate and carry out plans that within 5 years, free medical facilities will be made available to all men and women throughout the country. And that's what they said here, that the demands contained in the memorandum submitted to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, the Right Honorable Colonel Oliver Stanley, during his visit to Nigeria in September 1943, and respectfully urges that the reforms therein requested be pursued with all reasonable speed. There's a consistency to this man. The 1942 conference they had, number 5 was about free primary education. Number 6 was about health of school children. The 1943 memorandum they signed, number 1 was about free education. If you have any dream, just don't lose it. But now we're going to take a very short break. We're about to move to something else. So I want to take just a very, very short break. Let me just ask if anybody wants to say anything. I'll bring you up, and then I'll take you down to go on to the next thing, which is the evolution of a federalist. Why are we doing this? What we know about Awo is he built Cocoa House, he built this, he gave us free education, fantastic things. But how did he do those things? And why did he do those things? That's what we're discovering in these conversations. From what you also notice, you also see his style of leadership. There's nobody that is perfect, and Awo was definitely not perfect, but it was effective, right? And I think that's something that we can all learn. So by reading all these things, we're able to see beyond the curtains, or behind the curtains, so to speak. We're able to understand who the man was, what he was made of, and how he did what he did. And then you can pick lessons that you can use in your own personal business or life, and also in politics. And if you ever become a politician, or you get into, maybe as a technocrat, you get into government, you remember these things. By the way, this man got into government as a politician, but he also got into government as a technocrat. And he did well on both counts. Anyone want to keep reading? I need a break. J-Links, please come up. I need just a few minutes break. We're not done. We're done with NYM. We're going to go into how he became a federalist. I just want us to discuss what we've read so far, and then we can. what I'm about to read is here. It's not like I'm going somewhere to look for it, but I need to calm my nerves and just rest a little bit. So anybody, J-Links, are you able to come up? Somebody says here on YouTube, Ijebu are conservatives. Azikiwe is plotting also destroy the First Republic. Yeah. Yes. That happened. Where is J-Links now? Guys, I'm going to invite 1 or 2 people. I just need to rest a bit. All right, be like I say, everybody. Okay, let's do it this way. Give me a minute. Let me just. I'll be back in less than a minute. I'll be back. Mokofe. Stretch and do the needful. Be like I say, everybody just wants to. Don't worry, I'm going to continue reading a bit. No problem about that at all. For staying tuned. Let's do this way. Thanks for staying tuned. Let's do this way. You don't have to come up. Maybe you can type something in the comment section, and then we can just have a little chit chat before we move on. Let's just talk for a bit, and then we'll continue. Okay. Questions, comments. You don't have to come up. In fact, that's even better. So that way I won't be taking you up and down. Oh boy. We finished a chapter, so we should rest a little. Come on, from one game to another. Something interesting, I think. Oh yeah. NSC If you're on TikTok, please, let's power up. Let's get this thing to 100K on TikTok. In fact, I think that's even enough work to do. Let's pause. Reading is interesting, but we don't want this thing to go off. Please, let's power tap. Let's power tap, please. 74.2, we can get this into 100K, and then we'll continue. This is important because I don't want us to lose the life because I'm just reading. Please, let's do this. Thank you. I see it's coming up 75K. I think it's even good enough to also, if you're on YouTube as well, please let's like the live. Thank you very much. I want to make sure that we're not just, I'm glad you're listening, but we don't want to lose the live. And that happens a lot. We've experienced that before, right? By the way, Kwamon, I hear, has apologized for the incident at the airport, which is good. I'll read that news before we continue. So let's take a second a moment, I should say. K1 apologizes over incident at airport. Fuji music maestro Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, aka K1, has tendered an unreserved apology over the ugly incident at the airport on Tuesday, August 5, 2025. In a statement signed by the singer, he tendered apologies to all concerned but firmly insists that he didn't have alcohol in his flask but water. He also tendered an apology to the presidency, aviation ministry, FAN, as well as ValueJet. The statement in full below. The incident that occurred at the local wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on August 5, 2025, involving my humble self and ValueJet Airline was, to say the least, unfortunate. Unknown to many, I suffer from chronic dehydration, and my doctor strongly advised that I remain constantly hydrated. This is why I always carry a water flask with me. And contrary to the negative narrative being circulated in some quarters, the flask I carried on that particular day contained only water, not alcohol, as wrongly alleged. For the record, I passed through 2 security screenings with the flask empty. The flask was only filled with water at the lounge area just before heading to the tarmac. This fact can be verified by the CCTV footage at the airport lounge. More so, I hadn't even boarded the plane, let alone being deboarded. However, I acknowledge and deeply regret the concerns that arose from the incident. It was never my intention to cause any disruption or violate aviation protocols in any way. My unwavering patriotism and unshaken loyalty to the Federal Republic of Nigeria have never been in doubt. Over the years, I have consistently used my God-given talent and platform to promote the Nigerian brand across the globe. I will never do anything to tarnish the image I've built over the past 5 decades. Nor would I knowingly act in a way that could diminish the reputation of the country I love so dearly. That said, the incident is sincerely regretted. I remain committed to upholding the values and responsibilities that come with being a global ambassador of Nigerian music and culture. To the Presidency, Ministry of Aviation, FAN, NCAA, ValueJet, fellow Nigerians and my teaming fans across the world who have shown great concern since the incident happened, I tender my unreserved and heartfelt apology. Bob more caution here. Bob more caution here. That's good. That's actually very, very good. I don't know if you heard the news about Showore. He was detained. A lot of things have been going on that particular matter. But since we're taking a short break, let's use that break for news. Okay? So please take a listen to CP Abayomi Oshogunle. 1 second. Number. Thank you for 80.5k on TikTok, but please don't stop. Thank you very much. Somebody says not to blame opposition or victimhood. Yes. I mean, taking responsibility is like you messed up, you accept that you messed up, and then you apologize for it, and then we all move on. But you still punish for the 6 months no flight. That's fine. That's how a leader should behave, and that's how a responsible citizen should behave. Not to now be blaming, like you said, blaming opposition or blaming anybody. No, that would be responsible. It's bad enough what happened. To now start saying somebody made me do it is just ridiculous. It should have been ridiculous. So I'm glad you didn't go that route. Oh, there's somebody who is trying to come up. Okay, just give me a minute. I'll bring you up. But let me just quickly set this thing up. He did well, absolutely. So let's have something from the CP, Commissioner of Police, talking about the issue with Showore. It's about 2 minutes, but I think it's good enough for me. Take a listen to this, please.
All right. Please, can we have one house, please? All right. Please, for the records, I'm CP Abayomi Shogunle, PhD FSI, Commissioner of Police Special Intervention Squad, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Inspector General of Police and the Nigerian Police Force pertaining the reason why you are here. Just as stated by my good friend and comrade regarding what happened 2 days ago, I was actually there. You saw me, and I don't know if any of your lawyers, Abubakar and Mashar, I don't know if any one of them is here. You know, just as you said, the 2 petitions against Omoyele Sowore were shown to him in the presence of those 2 lawyers I mentioned, right in my presence. One bordered on forgery of police documents, which he published online. And we all know the position of the law. It is your duty to provide the source or how you came about a forged document. That is one. That petition was shown to him. Then the second petition has to do with cyberbullying regarding false allegation. Please, when you were talking, I did not interject, please. If you are not ready to let me, I will leave you here and we will move forward. So please respect me. When you were talking, I didn't interject. All right. So the 2 petitions, as I've stated, were shown to Omoyele Sowore 2 days ago, right? In the presence of his lawyers. But where the issue now is, he refused to make statements in the presence of his lawyers. It's on record. It is on record.
All right. I want to bring up that person who was trying to come up earlier. They're not there again. Hello? Pankete mi.
Ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́ o.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o.
Ọlọ́run á ṣagbára tuntun. Iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí kò ní kó bá yín o. Àbí?
Àmì.
Because you are doing a very wonderful job, and people who do stuff like this, the people are always frowning at them in some ways. So Ọlọ́run á máa dá ìbò, á máa dàbò yín.
Àmì.
Ẹni ṣìṣe.
Àmì, àmì.
I was the one we spoke one time like that when I was quoting one book like that.
No, are you speaking of all I've discussed so far?
Yes.
Or just go out of
I just want to. No, I've been on the live. I went and I came back, and I just want to chip in a few about this Mr. K1 issue. Can you hear me?
You have 1 minute. You have a minute. 1 minute, please.
Okay. So, as you said, it's a good thing that he came to the public to, to drop a statement and to apologize and stuff like that. Because I'm actually a fan staff. I work there. So, when we heard about the issue, I watched the video too. Now, regardless of the apology he tendered, that act he pulled there, because I don't know if a lot of people have watched the video. Any little mistake, that man would have lost his life at the tarmac. Now, my problem is I don't even know how we even got there, because to even be there, there's a measure of clearance you need to have to even get to that side where the plane was, where he was stopping the plane from moving. The clearance that you need to, even me as the staff of that fan, I cannot go there because I don't have the clearance to go there, because I don't have an ODC that can take me there. You understand? How we got there in the first place is actually beyond me. But then, I believe, regardless of the apology, this man is an elder. For him to pull that kind of act is actually very, very disappointing, and I think it's a shame. It is very, very disappointing, because the jet was already fired on. Not that the jet was stopped. The jet was already on.
He has apologized though.
Yes,
he has apologized though.
I know he has apologized, but then I'm still trying to put it, like, I'm trying to make meaning of why he will even do that. He's not a baby, he's an elder for crying out.
But he's not here now. He's not here. He's not here. It's not, that conversation is not going to help us anyhow. He's not here to defend it. You get the point?
Yeah, I get your point. That's all I just wanted to say. Regardless of his apology, we as humans, as Nigerians, need to do better. We need to do better. Thank you very much, and thank you for this your life. God bless you.
Amen. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. All right, Adeglo, please go on. Go, Charlie. All right, thank you guys for coming up. Adeglo, that noise is not from this planet. NYM Mercury. All right. Thank you very much. There are other things I was thinking of playing because of time. But Chore's matter, I didn't talk about it earlier, but we'll revisit that maybe on Monday. All right. By the way, very small news from 30 cents. Tẹ́lẹ̀jọba ti máa jẹ́ ẹlẹ́bi kò yẹ kó tún pẹ́ lórí ìkúnlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o Mr. Kọ́lá Farayọlá ó ti kẹ́pọ̀ sọ pé ń sìn pé ẹ̀yin wo ẹ̀yin bá wo èmi ẹlọ́ganu sí bọ́ sọ pé òun sọ́rí. State fully implementing the contributing pension scheme. Edo, Ekiti, FCT, Jigawa, Kaduna, Lagos, Ondo, Osun. Where is Oyo? Where's Oyo and Ogun? Where are Oyo and Ogun? Okay. at least we have 4 out of 6. Wait, 4 out of 8 states in Nigeria are from the southwest. The remaining 2 will join soon. There's Edo, that's from south-south. There's Jigawa, there's Kaduna, and FCT. Otan, Ogao. It is well with Nigerian workers, though. All right. By the way, okay, so there's this news of what happened with WAEC. They're remarking their stuff. They said they had issues with grading and stuff like that. And I hope they do the right thing. I heard a lot of people failed. And I hope more people pass when they release the new marking, the new results, if they fix that stuff. All right, I think we've done enough now. Let's go back to the book. But I have to change the audio source because of Kumaloku. So please let me change the audio source and I can get right into it. Banker's prayer earlier was actually quite interesting, and it sure also. That's why I'm very careful when people also speak on the platform, you know, because my face is out there, my name is out there. But we try to balance things and to also provide references, which, by the way, to answer the Waju's question, is the problem that Showore is having with the police. Something was published, they're asking him for the source, he's refusing to divulge that information, you know. Which pension scheme? Contributory pension. I'm at the contributing pension scheme, like where the government has a part, they contribute, the person working also contributes something, they put that together, and then that becomes, of course, part of the pension of that person. A particular fraction or percentage of the salaries are saved over time on a monthly basis, and that the government also contributes. As contributors, the contributing pension is something that PENCOM does. So those are the states that are doing it at the moment. I hope we have 2 more states from the southwest join them. The other regions that don't have states, Oluwashana. One second, please. By the way, the leader of, the chairman of APC, the new chairman, is celebrating his 57th birthday today. 57. That's Nentawe, Professor Nentawe G. Yewatda. Guys in Plateau, they have these very interesting names. Yeah, 57 today. Congratulations to him. All right, Intasheto, Chapter 12, Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Please power tap on TikTok. Excuse me. I was munching on something, so all right, so please power tap on TikTok, also on YouTube. Kindly like the live. Let's go on. Until 1951, when the Action Group proclaimed the slogan of unity through federation, the question as to what type of constitution should have, I'll take that again from the beginning. Again, this chapter is titled The Evolution of the Federalist. Until 1951, when the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation, the question as to what type of constitution Nigeria should have was not at all an issue in the country's politics. Since then, it has become and still is a vexed question. In my considered opinion, and in view of the Action Group of Nigeria and of other parties in alliance with it, the present constitutional structure of Nigeria is not in accordance with some of the established principles and practice of true federalism. When was this? 1960. You know, sorry, we hope it will take an apology when it means that nobody commits. What are you typing? Did they tell you that I was not punished? Who is Tutu? Tutu, who are you? Because I think if you photos or I came by my Daniel Chile, whatever. Please, you have to stop. 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 You have no name. You have no picture. You have no personality. You just come here and ask ridiculous questions. You did this thing 2 days ago as well. I don't care for your questions. Please stop. You have no name. Nobody knows who you are. You're asking me, and you keep asking the same question. What kind of nonsense is this? You did this 2 days ago as well. We're doing the same thing. Who do you think you are talking to? Have some emotional intelligence. You're asking something over and over again. Leave it alone. It says you hope it will take just an apology when it means that nobody commits same at the airport. Was it not already given 6-month ban? See, Rodriguez, Jide, Kiniko, all those things don't matter. I beg. Yoruba ethnic proponent on YouTube. None of these things has shown us who you are. I don't know you. I don't know your name. I don't know what you look like. You know what I look like. You're asking me questions about things that... Tell me your family name. My own family name is out here, Busui Oris. Tell me your name, your family name. They ask me that question. I can. Any question you ask me going forward, you can only... If I let me put it this way, it's a rule for you personally. To have me answer any of your questions, you have to tell me your first name, your surname, and put your picture up. When you do that, then I'll respond to you. And this is the last time I'm doing that. Next time I can block and meanwhile, you are hiding under anonymity. Otoge. Until 1951, when the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation, the question as to what type of constitution Nigeria should have was not at all an issue in the country's politics. Since then, it has become and still is a vexed question. In my considered opinion, and in the view of the Action Group of Nigeria and of other parties in alliance with it, the present constitutional structure of Nigeria is not in accordance with some of the established principles and practice of true federalism. Why did I say 1960 earlier? And I'll say it again. This he wrote in 1960. And he's saying even in 1960 that the structure was not in accordance with established principles and practice of true federalism. You know, I say this a lot, especially for folks in the Southwest. When we talk about regionalism, when people are telling you, excuse me, they say things like, let's go back to what we had under Awo. Again, we have to study. Awo did not like the structure that was in place at the time. He wanted true federalism at that point. So what you think is true federalism to him was not even federalism enough, because of the way everything was structured. So this particular beast that we're about to get into is about his views on federalism, his evolution. What made him, how did he become a federalist? So that we're not just parroting this thing of how did it, let's do it. Understanding the process, understanding how he became that. And I'll say this, and I'll say it before, I'll say it again. As far as Nigerian politics is concerned, the man who was known for federalism was Awo. Every other person was either one day in, the other day out. That's Azikiwe. One day is in unitary, the other day is in federalism, then it comes out to unitary, you know, and so on and so forth. And in the course of this series, we're going to talk about what role he played, you know, when the whole idea of the system of government and Nigerian practice came up. All right, but let's get back to this book. Again, if you're on TikTok, please don't stop power tapping, share the live. Thank you very much. On YouTube as well, let's like the live. What's happening on YouTube? We have more people than the likes. Please, let's like the live. Thank you. In 1951, when the controversy on the form of Nigeria's constitution began, I had already been for more than 18 years a convinced federalist. In the early 30s, I was a fanatical admirer of the Indian National Congress and of three of its illustrious leaders, Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Nehru, and Subhash Bose. I hope I'm pronouncing the name very correctly because it's Indian. I've never even thought of checking. I just used to call it Bose, but I know Nehru. Or is it Bose? Anybody here who knows the correct pronunciation of that Indian name? B-O-S-C. Please, there's inactivity on TikTok. Oh, seriously, like there's inactivity on TikTok. It's showing that it's about to go off. Bosch. I've been reading this thing for a long time. Never knows. What do we need to do? We need to power tap like. Number 1 second, please.
A nationalist leader, played a key role in India's struggle for independence from British rule. He also led the Indian National Army. So we're about to study his name in 2 languages, English and Bengali. So first in English, his name is pronounced Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose. And in Bengali, it's called Subhash Chandra Bosu. Subhash Chandra Bosu.
Sorry, I was trying to get the pronunciation, and I think I was right. The surname I was right is Subhash Chandra Bose. But if we say it in Bengali, it will be Bosu. But in English, it's Bose. So I was right. It was not Bose. What do we need to do? Please just tap repeatedly on your screen. Like you can take your screen and just please just continue do it as many times as possible. Let's try and keep doing that. So that. Thank you very much, Banketemi. Thank you. All right. In 1951, when the controversy on the form of Nigeria's constitution began, I had already been for more than 18 years a convinced federalist. So that will place it at somewhere around 1933. So he became a convinced federalist since 1933. Please stay with me. This will change our idea of how federalism should work in Nigeria. We're about to step into something different, and we're not going to finish it today. Apparently, we have about an hour left, but we'll go deeper next week. All right. Why is Adeglo laughing? You're the one that came up with music. You gave us sound of the music. All right, let's go on. In 1951, when the controversy on the form of Nigeria's constitution began, I had already been for more than 18 years a convinced federalist. In the early 30s, I was a fanatical admirer of the Indian National Congress and of three of its illustrious leaders. I was a fanatical admirer of the Indian National Congress and three of its illustrious leaders, Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Nehru, and Subhash Bose. My acquaintance with the Congress and its leaders was, if I remember rightly, firstly made through the pages of the Lagos Daily News in 1928. This acquaintance deepened through other media. There was in the early 30s an enterprising gentleman of Ijebu extraction in Lagos who sold mainly Indian books on various subjects in a small bookshop. The most popular of them were books on English grammar and language by Indian authors. The ones that interested me were those dealing with Indian politics and Indian public men. They were booklets, really, very cheap, and I bought such of them as my slender pocket could afford. By the time I returned to Wesley College as its clerk, my knowledge of Indian politics had become fairly wide, and my mental acquaintance with Gandhi, Nehru, and Bose had grown into hero worship. Again, your heroes had their own heroes. So if you have no heroes right now, not sure for you say you could become anybody's hero. By the way, in his home in Ikene, he has images of this man. Till today, still hanging there. Sorry guys. All right. Yeah, I was saying how this is my question, my brothers in the faith. It is well. It's well with your brother too. So I was saying how he looked up to those three people, and you know what, guys? Sorry, this person is distracting me. By the time I returned to Wesley College as its clerk, my knowledge of Indian politics had become fairly wide, and my mental acquaintance with Gandhi, Nehru, and Bose had grown into hero worship. At Wesley College, I was able to keep abreast of Indian political events. The Reverend E.G. Nightingale was a pastor with eclectic literary taste. The college library was full of masterpieces on various subjects, and the common room was regularly stocked with the Times, Manchester Guardian, John Bull, and John O. London's. Sorry. Oh, Kodadao. So it says here, the college library was full of masterpieces on various subjects, and the common room was regularly stocked with the Times, Manchester Guardian, John Bull, John O. London's Tidbits, Punch, and so on, alongside religious papers such as Methodist Recorder and Christian Herald. It was the secular journals which appealed to me, and I read them with unquenchable interest, especially as through their pages my knowledge of the activities of the Indian National Congress and its leaders grew. One of the pronouncements of the Indian leaders which struck the right chord in me was the one relating to the revision of provisional boundaries along linguistic lines in the reframing of the constitutions of the country's constitution. Over to switch Padavi. Sorry guys. Funny enough, there's no NEPA involved. It's switching between Gen and it's just you shall want to know what happened. What happened is that every time I'm here, I'm running on generator, and if you don't do what you're supposed to do, it goes off. But yeah, we can switch, but I don't like staying too long on solar because we're in the rainy season, so the sun is not as high, so you essentially the battery is charged by electricity or generator. So Don't worry, there's no up NEPA. All right, let's get back to this. Please, guys, I'm going to go deeper into this next week, but even now we have a lot to learn. But so please, let's take this very, very seriously. It helps you understand. Let me just start by saying that a lot of the things that Aro came to espouse as his own understanding of what federalism should look like started with his understanding of what was happening in India at the time. And it started through the pages of books. Right? And then from there, he formulated his own ideas of how this thing works. And then by the time you read the book, Our Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution, you will see how they now expanded it from India. He did this work of every nation in the world, right? That had that had a situation where you have several ethnicities within that country. So we have this breakdown of Europe, of America, of Asia, of Africa, different things. And I want to recommend that book, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. He really spoke a lot about the whole idea of federalism. But that idea started in the 1920s and became very, very robust in his mind in 1933. All right? One of the pronouncements of the Indian leaders which struck the right chord in me was the one relating to the revision of provincial boundaries along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. If this was done, it would mean that apart from the Indian parliament, each linguistic group would have its own legislature and government to deal with matters of peculiar interest to the group and within the competence of a provincial government. Let me ask you a question. Does that sound like a good idea? I'll read it again, but from what you heard now, does it sound like a good idea in a place like Nigeria? If this was done, which is what? The revision of provincial boundaries along linguistic lines. In other words, before then you had all this thing about geography. You have southwest, southeast, north central. You have all of that. But let's reorganize provincial boundaries. So the province is not called southwest, or in Nigeria's case, it's not southwest region. It's Yoruba region. It's done along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. When was this? In the 1920s and 30s. The idea that you are going to have you are going to have a nation structured along ethnic or linguistic lines. It says if this was done, it would mean that apart from the Indian parliament, each linguistic group would have its own legislature and government to deal with matters of peculiar interest to the group and within the competence of a provincial government. I tried to apply this proposal of the Indian leaders to Nigeria, and I became convinced that our protectorate boundaries were arbitrarily drawn. Why should there be Yorubas and other non-Hausas in the protectorate of northern Nigeria? Why were Igbos and other non-Yorubas grouped together with the Igbos in the protectorate of southern Nigeria? I knew the answers. At the Berlin Conference in 1885, the imperialist powers had paid no regard to linguistic or ethnic affinities, nor to geographical features or boundaries in their final share out of the territories of Africa. The dominant note at the conference was the need to reach a compromise among the contending colonial powers in order to ensure peace among themselves and a prosperous tenure for each in its newly acquired colonial territory. The result was that people belonging to one and the same linguistic group were split between two or more different colonial powers. In the organization of the territories assigned to them, the overriding considerations with the British government were the maintenance of law and order and administrative convenience. The ethnic affinity of the people under their rule did not appear to interest them. What does that mean? You see, there was a conference in Berlin between 1884 and 1885. And that was where Africa was partitioned. Now, let me quickly say something. When we say Africa was partitioned, some interesting people have used that to explain a very weird concept, that Africa was one and Oyinbo just broke it into pieces. That's not true. Africa was many. In other words, Africa had many groups. That's what I mean. Not one. There's no one Africa. It never existed. Unless you're going back to Adam and Eve. The point is that we were many nations, but we had defined boundaries, and it was along linguistic lines. The Yoruba people knew themselves, and they were totally different from the Hausa, even though they had interactions. So when they had the Berlin Conference and they were partitioning Africa, they didn't really care about the ethnicity or the geography of particular ethnic groups. They just took the map and just cut it anyhow. And that is why you have Yoruba people in Nigeria and Yoruba people in Benin Republic and Yoruba people in Togo who are indigenous to those places. And just cut into different countries because one is under English, one is under French, the other one is under French. They just did it. So when we talk about partitioning of Africa, people say Africa was just broken into bits. The real issue is this: the Yoruba group was broken. The Hausa was broken into different nations. That mindset was still what they were working with, even when they entered the nation that they were colonizing. So, for instance, if you go to, on your map, you cut out Yoruba into Nigeria and Benin Republic or Togo. Inside Nigeria, then you want to now create the structure for Yoruba people. You will not put Yoruba people together. You still cut them again, and some of them will be in the north, some of them will be in the south, because you don't really care for their identity or for their uniqueness. You're just thinking about administrative convenience. The crazy part is this: 2025, and we are still acting as if we are living based on administrative convenience, as though we can't think for ourselves. In the UK, everything is done based on linguistics or ethnic lines. So the Scottish people, you don't have a part of them that is part of England, and then part of England that is part of Wales, or part of Northern Ireland that's part of it. Everybody knows his space. Which is why I say, if we understand this thing, I believe with all my heart that the greatest, I'm not saying there's no other solution, the greatest solution to Nigeria's unity or disunity, whatever you call it, or let me put it this way: the greatest way for Nigeria to achieve this unity they've been looking for all these years is to acknowledge that we are different people. Once you understand that we are different, everything you come up with will be based on that, not on forced unity, but on clear demarcations of differences. And in doing so, you can then have unity. It's like having children, for instance. Imagine having kids and you understand, can this guy just stop? Mawa, no. Your name, your surname, your picture. When I say those three things, I will respond. But sincerely, right now you are disturbing me. Right now, you are disturbing me. And if it's your picture, I will know. If it's not your picture, I will know. But right now, don't ask me any question. God will bless you. Oh, they're running around. You that for not very bugler me. At least right now, don't bother. Please, let me concentrate on what I'm doing. I don't care for those questions. How am I sure it's man? I will know if he's lying now. Let's continue. The point is that the nations that we are always shouting and we say Senna climb, we, for some weird reasons, are concerned about the economy than the political structure. But the political structure is what is running the economy that you're seeing. Without the structure acknowledging the differences that these groups have, you will not have the kind of prosperity, the economic prosperity you have in the UK, for instance, even though there are issues right now. But you will not even have what you're having right now if you are forcing them to be like Nigeria. So the point is that it doesn't seem like we have actually gained independence, at least in our minds. Why? We are still moving as though it's based on administrative convenience. Why can't you have Igbo and Yoruba and Hausa, everybody just together, everybody just be fighting each other? Even the Oyinbo that did it, to be fair, what they did was terrible, but what we have done is even worse than what they did. At least, yes, they caught Yoruba people into the north and left some of us in the west. And we're like, what did we do? We just continued the work of just cutting people anyhow. So you find Yoruba people in the north central, you have Yoruba people in south, but you have the majority in the southwest. Then you have, the Hausas caught into Nigeria, some in Niger, some in Chad. You have Yoruba people in Nigeria, caught into Togo, caught into Benin. We are in Ghana, now we're in Sierra Leone, now we're in Gambia. But the point is this: I don't care what they did. The question is what are we supposed to do going forward? And one of the major problems is that we're always shouting unity, unity, unity. This is why you don't have it. It's not about rhetoric, it's about reality. And the reality is that we are different people. And that is not a problem. As a matter of fact, like I always say, that is the way we unite. I've been young, I'm getting older. I don't usually see this UK, let us unite. I don't see UK, let us unite. That was Brexit, but Scotland also had their own referendum. And then people, why do you not have a referendum right now? Let me even address this. People, excuse me, let us go. Let Biafra go. No, Biafra cannot go anywhere. You know why? Because you're not really planning to go anywhere. You're just deceiving yourselves. They're deceiving yourselves. And the way you know that they're deceiving themselves is that they never ask for Igbo nation, they're asking for Biafra. Because they know that the lands that they are looking, that is doing the eye, that they want to. 1 second, please. I have to mute this guy. Sorry, guys. I don't pull Leko. Let me address this thing. They ask for Biafra, they don't ask for Ebola. And the reason they don't ask for Ebola is because they know that what they need is in other people's spaces. And the reason they're asking for Biafra is because of the resources in other people's spaces. That's number one. But why do they not have it? Number one is because they are greedy. Number two is because when we were having constitutional conferences in the 1950s, and we're going to get into it as we continue this conversation, the idea of secession was broached by Chief Awolowo in 1957. The person who was against it was Azikiwe. Why? We want one Nigeria. The one Nigeria they want is one Nigeria where his ethnic group can rule everybody and dominate. It's amazing. It's amazing. Awo said, let's include secession clause so that people can just live. When we get to that point, I'm going to read out how those things actually happen. And guess what? I will make sure I don't read to you what Awo said about it alone. I'll read to you what Zeke also said about it. So when we get to that point, if I forget, please remind me. But I'm sure I'm going to remember. But just in case I do forget, please remind me. It was a meeting, and in that meeting, Zeke did everything, but he was even proud of it. He was talking about in 1975 about how he demolished Awolowo's argument. And that's where we are right now. Why? He thinks, or let me say, he thought that was how to build one Nigeria. That's a terrible way to build a country. You have strange bedfellows, and you're getting them married together with no option of divorce. Even those who love themselves have an option of divorce, let alone those who don't even know themselves. I like this guy, I like this girl, let's go. They have an option. Listen, you don't have to exercise that option, but you know it's there. In other words, you are not here against your will. If you want to leave, you can leave. That shows that you're exercising choice, free will. I choose to be here, and when I'm against it, or when I'm tired of this, I can choose to leave. And then, okay, don't go, but not that you cannot go. I should be able to go, but I will not go because I choose to remain. That's what Awolowo was asking for. And it's similar to what the USSR had at the time. That a region can decide to leave at will. They can secede. They don't have to talk to you about anything. They can leave. Azikiwe stood up with his fantastic Oyinbo talking about Justice Chase and Texas issue, Mr. White. Those are the names of the people. It's a case in Texas. Again, Azikiwe is the father of those who are always using America to discuss Nigerian history. Anybody that uses America example for Nigerian matters or for African matters is a very, very ignorant person. I don't care if they have degrees like thermometers, they are ignorant. They are not smart enough to be able to transplant ideas. They just see something in the US and they want to apply it. They don't understand the difference in culture. They don't understand the difference in the structure. They just want to be like America. So the reason people will never get their Biafra, number one, is that they themselves are unserious because they are thieves. They're trying to steal other people's lands and resources. Number two, because their representative was vehemently against it. And someone said, why not just change it? Because it's not like that. Now to change that thing, you have to now go to the, at the time, we're just 3 representatives that went from Nigeria. It's making me, I'm feeling like going to read, but I'm holding myself back. I won't read this today. We'll read it another day. There were 3 guys, majorly, was Azikiwe, Aolo, and Ahmadu Bello, right? The crazy part is that of the 3, 2 agreed to have secession clause. One said no. And in an amazing display of colonial politics, 1/3 was more than 2/3. That's amazing display of colonial political mathematics. The Oyinbo supported the 1/3 over the 2/3. And so we had the word indivisibility and the perpetuity of the union introduced by none other than Zik himself. Today, in the 1999 constitution, the word you're going to find is the indissolubility of Nigeria. I bought a book last week. I was at the bookshop. It's called Nigeria is Negotiable. I think so. Do I want it to break? No. Should people be able to walk away? Yes. Do I want it to scatter? No. If a person wants to get married, I tell your wife, the girl, let's say I get married to a girl, and you say to the person that there will not be an option of divorce in this marriage. I mean, nobody, of course, gets married or wants to divorce. But let me tell you one funny thing. There's this couple. I'm not going to mention their name. You know them. I will talk about this thing again. About the law or again. There's a couple. They're in the US. They used to tell the whole world there will never be a divorce. I mean, listen. If you don't want to divorce, you don't have to say it again and again. As a matter of fact, the fact that you are saying it shows that there's something wrong with both of you, that you want to really divorce. Oh, we'll never divorce. There will not be divorce in this place. Divorce can never be part of this. Every time they're talking about it. Until it occurred to everybody that eventually, you know what they were doing? They were having an open marriage. To the point where Ikolomba or Omoesu, Minnesota Gesi, Kiwani, we will not, again, even Bible says that God hates divorce. Divorce is not, I mean, especially when you have children. But that option is okay to have the option there. If the woman chooses to stay or the man chooses to stay, it's their choice. And that's what Nigeria is lacking at the moment. And this doesn't mean you're going to break Nigeria. It just means that the person must know that he can leave. But of course, there will be consequences. If you leave, you are gone. But not that you must stay by force. Let's get back to the book. We're going to discuss this more when we get to that portion, all right? So back to the talk about Berlin Conference. So it says here, let me just go back a little bit to have congruence. So he talked about one of the things that struck the right chord in him was the one relating to the revision of provincial boundaries in India along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. Then he said he tried to apply the proposal, by he, I mean Awo. He tried to apply this proposal of the Indian leaders to Nigeria, and he became convinced that our protectorate boundaries were arbitrarily drawn. Why should there be Yorubas and other non-Hausas in the protectorate of northern Nigeria? By the way, at this point, there was no west, there was no east. All we had was north and south. There was no east and west until 1939. So he says, why should there be Yorubas and other non-Hausas in the protectorate of northern Nigeria? Why were Igbos and other non-Yorubas grouped together with the Yorubas in the protectorate of southern Nigeria? I knew the answers. At the Berlin Conference in 1885, the imperialist powers had paid no regard to linguistic or ethnic affinities, nor to geographical features or boundaries in their final share out of the territories of Africa. Please don't stop our tapping. Thank you very much on TikTok and on YouTube as well. The dominant note at the conference was the need to reach a compromise among the contending colonial powers. What conference? The Berlin Conference of 1884 and 1885. The dominant note at the conference was the need to reach a compromise among the contending colonial powers in order to ensure peace among themselves and a prosperous tenure for each in its newly acquired colonial territory. The structure was not about us, it was about them. The result was that people belonging to one and the same linguistic group were split between two or more colonial powers. In the organization of the territories assigned to them, the overriding considerations with the British government were the maintenance of law and order and administrative convenience. The ethnic affinity of the people under their rule did not appear to interest them. Though I knew the answers to the questions which the Indian Congress proposed stirred up my mind, I'll take that again. Though I knew the answers to the questions which the Indian Congress proposed stirred up in my mind, yet I did not feel qualified enough to say them loud. At that time, much more than now, the public status of the person who said a thing counted far more than the intrinsic merits of what was said. On the other hand, I was not sure if the application to Nigeria of the proposed Indian constitutional pattern was an urgent proposition. There was no communal strife in Nigeria as there was then in India. All the linguistic groups in Nigeria lived in harmony with one another, and linguistic distinctions did not appear as yet to be a matter of practical politics. What the country needed, I thought, for the immediate present and for quite a while to come, was that Western education should spread widely enough to enable easier contact and understanding amongst the entire peoples of Nigeria. The issue of what constitution was best suited to the country would then be settled by Nigerians in their own good time. When the time arrived, however, I had no doubt on which side I would be, the Federalist side. Between 1938 and 1940, however, the partisan activities of Dr. Azikiwe and the changed attitude of his Western adherents from one of harmonious friendliness to that of cynicism and the occasional display of an air of superiority drove me to the conclusion that there was a dangerous complacency in the attitude of Nigerian leaders towards the country's constitutional problem. They had all accepted the form of government laid down by the British for Nigeria, and all that the nationalists from Herbert Macaulay downwards had been doing was to feed themselves into this framework and to accelerate the country's progress towards the attainment of dominion status within the British Commonwealth of Nations. I thought they were wrong for not applying their minds to the form of constitution best suited to the country. I'm really praying for the people in this parliament right now, especially National Assembly, the Senate and House of Representatives. We need to apply our minds to the form of constitution best suited to Nigeria. By 1940, I had already made a name for myself, and I knew that if I spoke my mind in any influential circle, I would command audience, if not support. Nevertheless, I was somewhat hesitant because I knew that in the Nigerian context, my ideas were novel and were likely to evoke acrimonious controversy. I decided to try them on my intimate friends first and see how they reacted. I did, in the hearing of two of them, both of them then and now still in government services. I argued that Nigeria should have as many provinces, zones, regions, or states as there were linguistic or ethnic groups in the country, and that each region should have a legislature and government of its own. There would be a central parliament and government on which the various linguistic groups in the country would be represented. Under these arrangements, each ethnic group could develop its own peculiar culture and institutions in accordance with its wishes, and the intertribal acrimony and jockeying for leadership which were rearing their heads would cease. The government of each linguistic group would be led by one of their number, and Nigeria would be led by any Nigerian acceptable to all or to the majority of the peoples of the country. My views were shot down by my friends. They thought the ideas were bright and ingenious, but highly explosive. As I could get no further with them, I dropped the matter. After the 1941 election crisis, the one we talked about earlier, after the 1941 election crisis in the Nigerian youth movement, I reopened the issue. I was now emboldened to argue my case before a larger number of friends and colleagues in the Ibadan branch of the Nigerian youth movement. In addition to my previous argument, I pointed out that the sheer territorial size of Nigeria necessitated the adoption of a federal form of constitution, and hence the division of the country into regions, even if the inhabitants of the Nigeria... Sorry, I'll take that again. In addition to my previous argument, I pointed out that the sheer territorial size of Nigeria necessitated the adoption of a federal form of constitution, and hence the division of the country into regions, even if the inhabitants of Nigeria were linguistically or ethnically homogeneous. The British, who had not given much thought to the heterogeneous character of Nigerian peoples in formulating their administrative arrangements, had been compelled to divide the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria into two for administrative purposes because it was becoming more and more enlightened and articulate. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences. I'll read that line again. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences. Why do you think people are telling you not to speak Yoruba? Because it shows that you are different and they want to be together by force, which in their own stupid mind doesn't require them to learn the language. It means that you should jettison what makes you unique. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences, be they differences in culture and custom, in philosophy of life and political institutions, in national characteristics and social concepts and practices. I refer to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe, from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of obaship and chieftaincy if he had the power. Oga, did you not hear that thing in the last election? I even have the video. We will remove their kings. We will push them into the ocean, into the lagoon. We will remove all of them. All these, they're obas. They are corrupt. It happened in 2023. But it did not start in 2023, it started in the 1930s. Why? Because the person talking does not have that frame of reference in his own ethnic group. Somebody said they even went for that to attack a palace. Yes. Where he's coming from, they don't have that kind of thing. So to have it is making him uncomfortable. Like, let's flatten the curve. Let's all be the same. Let's erase whatever makes us different. You heard that saying before now? You know, let's unite. Let's unite. What they're saying is that remove whatever, remove your oba, remove anything that is yours. Your philosophy, you are prostrating to greet your elders. What kind of nonsense is that? Nigeria has happened to you. What did they say that time? Oh, Nigeria has a way of giving you, and one ridiculous thing that they said during this last gift presentation to Falcons, to the Super Falcons. Why should they be kneeling? Meanwhile, in the UK, Omar courtesy in England, to greet the king or the queen, you courtesy, regardless of who you are, including the prime minister. When Theresa May was there, she would courtesy to greet, not even the queen, Prince William. So why should you have that? All this is your culture. Ewedu. They have to shame you. They have to make your culture look abominable and abhorrent to the point where you want to stop it so that you can please them and then you can have something new. But as soon as you have something new, remember, you have lost that makes you unique. They never lost their own. No. They will now introduce those things that makes them unique and tell you that they're trying to create a new Nigerian identity, but it's based on their own likeness. So when you see the Nigeria, it's Nigeria in their image and likeness. But whatever it is that they find good in your own, they can take it and make it Nigerian. Whatever it is theirs, they will tell you it's from them. And they make it very clear. but they'll be telling you that you are doing one Nigeria. But you, good people, great nation, you don't understand. You have lost everything that makes you yours. That's why I say to them that what they are looking for is not unity. What they are looking for is uniformity. And uniformity thrives on erasure. Whatever makes a person unique is removed if you want uniformity. You have to erase it. And then you have tabula rasa. So you are starting all over again. But that's tabula rasa for you, not for them. Let's wise up. Back to this. It says I like that part. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences, be they differences in culture and custom, in philosophy of life and political institutions, in national characteristics and social concepts and practices. I referred to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe, from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of obaship and chieftaincy if he had the power. While such a proposition might be acceptable to his followers in and from the eastern region, where the British had experimented with varying degrees of success and failure with warren chiefs, it would not do for the western provinces and the northern provinces, where traditional chiefships had been established from time immemorial. The implicit and unshaken loyalty which the Igbos had shown to Dr. Azikiwe during the Ikoli Akisonya crisis did not arise, in my view, from ideological faith, but rather from linguistic affinity and ethnic self-assertion. This, I warned, was an ominous pointer to the future. Nigeria under a unitary constitution might be dominated by those, whatever their number, who hold greater allegiance to ethnic affinity than to principles and ideals. When was this book written? 1960. I read from Path to Nigerian Freedom last week, right? That's the first book by Awo. Papa wrote that in 1947. By the time you explain what happened in 1941, even if you are Awolowo and you're like, all these Indian people, we're not having problems now. There's nobody fighting anybody. And something happened in 1941. You understand that Oga Weto, Bitan Baloyi, Omar India and Pakistan, Kilo Shelenzi. Kilo Shelenzi in Eastern region. Sherry, Kosin Koton Shelaye, Labe Oronto Jetutun. Kilo Shelenzi between India and Pakistan. Those are even people that were proactive. We're not even reactive. We're just chilling. We're just complacent. Papa saw this. And the way you understand it is, again, the time tribal politics started in Nigeria, let me put it this way, that there was a moment when the conversation in Nigeria shifted from nationalism to tribalism. And that moment was 1938, on the pages of West African Pilots by none other than Zik himself. There was a time that politics in Nigeria was about nationhood, not about tribes and ethnicities. The day when it changed, or the time it changed, was in 1941, was in February, where on the pages of the West African Pilot by who? Dr. Azikiwe. So after that happened, this man who had been reading stuff about India since 1928 and had a firm understanding of federalism in the 1930s, by 1933, decided that, listen, it be like say they want to start another me. So let's have a structure that will recognize this thing, and it has to be based on ethnic and linguistic affinities. And that's why he said, what happened, and I'm glad we talked about it already, what happened between Ikoli and Akisonya, the old thing about, they don't want to vote for him because he's Ijebu, that Azikiwe started. The Igbos and the Ijebus that joined him and Akisonya to leave NYM did not leave because of principles. They left because of ethnic affinity and tribal idiosyncrasies. They were linked based on their ethnicity, not based on ideology. The people who voted Peter Obi did not vote for him based on go and verify. They voted. How can a person have 90% in some states, 97% in one state, I think 92% in one state? The total average of everything is almost 90% in those 5 states. How do you think that happened? Because he had great ideas? No. You know what? Am I saying it's bad? No. I'm not saying it's bad though. That's the difference in me. I'm not telling you that what they are doing is bad. I'm just telling you that what is bad is the fact that they are doing it and claiming that you are the one doing it. Southwest has 6 states. In case you have forgotten the last election history, it's history now, but it's happened a few years ago. Southwest has 6 states. Of the 6 states, 4 voted Tinubu, 1 voted Atiku, 1 voted for Peter Obi. Tinubu's own state, his base, he lost there. And you cannot tell me there was Igbo people that voted the mass alone. That means your people were also there, voting in Lagos. Atiku won in Osun. The region where only one person from that place won every state is the one telling you are a tribalist. And you, with your height and baby and fine shape, you think as a girl, you as a woman, you think that you are a tribalist. But the one that has about 90% in his zone is not a tribalist. That one is because he has good antecedents. Meanwhile, you check what they wrote in 2013, 2014 on Twitter. Right now, it's being dug up. All of them had terrible things to say about this person. What did he do between 2013 and 2023 that made him the darling of his people? Nothing, apart from the fact that he's Igbo. Do I think he's a problem? No. That's the thing. If you want to vote for him because he's Igbo, you have a right to do so. But because you want to project moral superiority, you will say you are doing it based on. Meanwhile, there's nothing to show. And then the young Yoruba people think that those ones have sense, that the people that are talking to them have sense more than them. They say, they make point to a new Nigeria is possible. We don't want that kind of new Nigeria. Let them give us new Anambra first. And I say this without apologies. What they did by voting Obi, there is nothing wrong with it. That's the point I want to reiterate. There is nothing wrong with it. It is human nature. It is human nature. And I cannot fault you for being human. But guess what I can fault you for? I can fault you for projecting your own character. Because you are doing this thing of attack is the best form of defense. So you're going to attack me with those. You're going to tell me that I'm the one doing it, whereas you're the ones doing it. That is a problem. So if you want to vote, that's what happened in 41 essentially. They pulled out of NYM not because Zik had a great idea. Zik had no plans. He wasn't going to form his own union. Again, it is not about building anything. It's about entering into something already built and dominating that place. And if they don't allow you to dominate, you destroy it. Zik did it, and it's still been done. He pulled out the Jebu, pulled out the Igbo because of tribalism. When was this? 1941. I repeat dates because I like, if you're discussing history, you can't do it without timelines. It started in 1938. He pushed it into politics in 1941. And all he had to do was to publish it in his paper. What West African pilot was to Zik is what Twitter is to some people now. Don't fall for it. Let's get back into this. It's almost 7, so we're going to leave very soon. And so Baba said, The implicit and unshaken loyalty which the Igbos had shown to Dr. Azikiwe during the Ikoli-Akisonya crisis did not arise, in my view, from ideological faith, but rather from linguistic affinity and ethnic self-assertion. This, I warned, was an ominous pointer to the future. Nigeria, under a unitary constitution, might be dominated by those, whatever their number, who owed greater allegiance to ethnic affinity than to principles and ideals. The situation in the north, I also pointed out, was in no way reassuring. The powers that be appeared determined to administer the north in isolation from the south, and at all events to prevent northerners from being contaminated politically by educated southerners. Southerners who had made efforts to start a newspaper in the north were unsuccessful. Educated northerners who had visited the south had done so under the close supervision of white officials. No northerner was allowed to take part in politics, and southerners resident in the north were obliged to confine their political activities to the area set aside for the abode of strangers. Sabongeri. Above all, the average enlightened northerner looked down on the southerners as kafirs, that's unbelievers. As between the various ethnic groups, I argued there were differing standards of civilization. I'll read that line again. As between the various ethnic groups, I argued. You're asking me to mention the title of the book? No. You have been coming to this place for a while. If you know this title of the book, I'm angry with you now, Seth. Not that you're asking me the question, now I'm angry with you. I'm not telling you the title. I can't. If I say, even you should be angry with me, like, why would I mention the title? Because I've mentioned like 1 billion times, and I'm sure you know it. Hello. Okay, say yeah, sorry, Abi. Okay, the book is called Awo. Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Published in 1960. Somebody say a good case study is Fulani erasure of Hausa. No. Olalekon Awe on YouTube. Fulani did not erase Hausa. Fulani assimilated into. Let me tell you something. You don't. Please study the Fulani. What you said right now is actually wrong. Wrong. I'm sorry, but it's wrong. The Fulani did not erase Hausa. The Fulani assimilated fully into Hausa. If anybody lost anything in that process, it was the Fulani that lost something. In terms of culture, what the Hausa lost was institution. The Fulani did not erase Hausa. What they did was to change the traditional institution of the Hausa people. And they did it perfectly. Again, like I always say, I respect those people 100%. But they did not erase Hausa culture. They lost their own culture to be part of Hausa culture. That's why people like that, you better study them and not. That's why when people say, somebody send me a message, it's not even one, many calls. Fulani, I'm like, ọ̀rọ̀ Fulani ò ṣọ̀rọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká pariwo, ọ̀rọ̀ Fulani kọ́ nìyẹn. Ọ̀rọ̀ Fulani kọ́ nìyẹn. Fulani ò sọ pé òun ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣọ̀rẹ́. Abẹ́ ṣe ọ̀rẹ́, abẹ́ ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ pé ó máa sọ orúkọ rẹ̀ di orúkọ títí ẹ̀, á máa jẹ́ orúkọ ẹ̀, ó máa sọ èdè ẹ̀ nù intentionally. This is not kó fi pamọ́ o, ó máa sọ nù, á kọ́ èdè tiẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe ló ṣe máa ṣe. It is good tó bá jẹ́ pé láti ọkàn tó mọ́ ni, but it is dangerous tó yẹ kó fẹ́ fi gbà kí n lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ni. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, let me put it this way, nílẹ̀ Hausa wọ́n fi gba agbára ni, ní Ìlọrin wọ́n fi gba agbára ni, ṣùgbọ́n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí sí yìí akọ̀ǹgbọ́n ń gbé mutual respect. Nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá after Jalumi òun náà ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Kanuri. There is respect. Kanuri and Fulani, there's mutual respect. But I think, to be honest, they should be respected. You have very tiny numbers, but you know exactly what to do. Very strategic people, very strategic. So no, they did not erase Hausa culture. They erased part of their own culture to fit into Hausa culture just because they wanted to have the institution of these people, and it worked. It worked. And for that, and that's why I said to them, I want to send down King Maswan Kwe. bọ́n ṣe máa gbá Fúlàní mú yàtọ̀ máa gbá Ìgbò mú. Àwọn yẹn ò ní strategy wọ́n ní strategy ẹ kì í sọ báyìí wọ́n ní strategy ṣùgbọ́n strategy tí wọn ó yàtọ̀. They have their own strategy, but it's also easy because the culture was never really fully developed. Apologies. This time I'm apologizing to people, but it's the truth. There's no central authority. There's never a time where they built anything that was cohesive, that brought everybody together, and then that became there was no king, there was no empire, there was no conquest, there was no duke. The only time in the much I've read, and I think I still have more to read, that you saw anything related to conquering people was when the priest from Ebonyi got to Arochukwu and had to get the people from Cross River to help him. Two brothers came and then they became the first and second king of Arochukwu. The man, the priest, and by the way, it's another story, Sha. The Arochukwu people were Ibibio people originally. The Arochukwu were, it's not because of indigeneity, that's not the point. I'm sorry later. The Arochukwu people were Ibibio. They had issues amongst themselves. They then decided to invite a Dibia from present-day Ebonyi State. That one travels there to quote-unquote solve the problem. Again, if brothers are fighting amongst yourselves, don't look for an outsider to settle your fight though. It happened in Arochukwu, it happened in Ilorin. History makes sense when we get into the lesson. I rather learn from history than weaponize it. I want to find the name of that man because the priest Nnachi, that was his name. They invited him to come and help them settle stuff. You find this in a book by Isiche, A History of the Igbo People. I like the books that were published before all of this nonsense started when they are changing history. These were older books, anything 70 and above. I prefer reading those ones. I read the recent ones as well. Everything more just get educated. They invited two people, Osim Nubi and Akuma Nubi. They led the Akpa allies. The Akpa allies are from present-day Cross River. They traveled all the way to help Nnachi. Two brothers, Osim and Akuma. And by the way, those two were the ones who became the leaders of Arochukwu after they now reorganized the society. That's how it became Igbo. That's the closest thing to something strategic. And even that was not, for the Fulani, they will fight their fight. For these ones, they have to get the cross river. The point is that you have to understand the different people you are dealing with. The point where I see in some of these people that say, oh, this Nigeria, somebody said the Fulanis did not lose their culture. Fulanis still have their culture and language. Hausas lost their ability to rule themselves. Hausa lost a lot. Hardly will you see any Hausa family without a Fulani. You don't understand what we're even talking about. Sorry, that Adenka. You don't understand what we're talking about. You don't get it. But it's okay. Say they still have their own language. Say Fulani kan lo wa ni. Say Fulani kan lo wa. You don't think Fulani lost something? When I say lost, I'm not saying lost like it was taken from them. I'm saying lost in terms of they dropped it. When you say did they lost part of course they lost part of their, you don't think the fact that majority, let me tell you something, just in case you still want to argue, go and Google. No, don't Google. Okay, let me tell you the one you can Google. The other one you have to get a book. Let me tell you the one you can Google. Google this. Okay, let's just do a very quick Kini. How old was Buhari when he died? 82, have you? What if I told you that man could not speak Fufude? The people who, I'm not talking about the Fulani people that you are missing on the road. The people who took over Fulani, they integrated fully into, if you don't know the history, it's fine, but what is not today's topic. Somebody said the Hausa who have woken up due to the savagery of the Fulani bandits who have no regard for Hausa. You know what? This is exactly what I'm saying. This thing that you guys are saying, that's not how to deal with Fulani people, but continue. People think this internet anger is going to affect anything with Fulani people. Nothing. we're angry. Àwọn tó lè affect là ń sọ la dí pẹ̀lú yẹn torí àwọn yẹn tí wọn ó ní bó ṣe máa you have to understand the different people you are dealing with. The outrage on social media does not affect Fulani people. There's a different way, and I'm not saying they are perfect people or they are good for you. That's not the point. But where were we? I'm just thinking of how to explain how they became kings. The Sultan, the Emirate. Guys, I get the whole social media, but let's try and be studying these things. Maybe you can even learn something from them. Let me ask you a question. How does 6% of the population have so much influence that all of us are angry and complain about it? 6% of the population does stuff, and everybody in Nigeria is complaining. You think you can deal with that group the way you just go on social media? Okay. Continue. Let's get back to this book. Where were we? All right, what was happening in the north? By the time the British got to Nigeria, they saw the Fulani. You know what the British did? They took the plan, the template of Fulani and applied it in the south. In other words, by the time the British arrived, those guys were already perfect. They already perfected the system. Nobody even bothered them. It was so bad that even the British told missionaries, don't bother going to the north. We don't want to upset the balance. They created a perfect system. Again, see, when we talk like this, it's not to say that everything they did we celebrate or they are good people. That's not. You don't study based on good and bad. If you get what I mean. But if you are doing good and bad, of course you would be right. But it's beyond good and bad. Let's continue. As between the various ethnic groups, I argued that there were differing standards of civilization as well as uneven stages in the adoption of Western education and the emulation of Western civilization. I'll say two things. Number one, I think the first one is about the Southeast. The second one is about the North. Till today, there are still differing standards of civilization in terms of the things that are acceptable in different societies in Nigeria, especially when you compare what's happening in Yoruba land and what's happening in the East. All this we are one and Torawani. That's how we would never develop, because you're just emotional. Oh, we are one. We are united. Okay. You'll be united in poverty. You'll be in poverty. Where was I? Then the idea of adoption of Western education. That one is about the North. The North was very slow with that. And one of the, interestingly, this is the crazy part, and this is also, one of the things I tell Yoruba people when they say things like, all these British, they came and give us Christianity. You don't get it. The British colonial officers stopped missionaries from going north. Let me recommend a book. This is simply, read Path to Nigerian Freedom by Awolowo. The British told the missionaries not to go there. No Western education, nothing, based on the fact that they had an agreement, an arrangement with the Fulani rulers in the north. They're still suffering from that thing today. But that's not to say that we don't have educated Northerners. We have a lot of educated Northerners now. But you know, we all know that they are behind. But doesn't mean that we don't have any educated people from the north. By the way, there's a young lady who won an English competition last week. Fantastic, stuff. Let's get back into this. A unitary constitution with only one central government would only result in frustration to the more pushful and more dynamic ethnic groups, Whereas the division of the country into regions along ethnic lines would enable each linguistic group not only to develop its own peculiar culture and institutions, but to move forward at its own pace without being unnecessarily pushed or annoyingly slowed down by the others. Finally, I emphasize that the spiritual union among Nigerians and the assumption that they would readily accept common standards and common leadership, which had formed the basis of our nationalist activities hitherto, appeared to me to be grossly misconceived. A complete reorientation of methods of approach to the constitutional problem of Nigeria became, to my way of thinking, of the utmost importance and urgency. Okay. In the entire rank and file of the Nigerian youth movement, I did not have a single enthusiastic convert to my points of view. But after the Koli Akisanya crisis, my friends in Ibadan no longer regarded my ideas as newfangled and dangerous. Because of the general sympathy which they evinced, I made bold to state categorically in paragraph 45 of a memorandum prepared by me and under cover of which I forwarded to the chief secretaries of the government the resolutions passed by the 1942 Western Regional Conference of the Nigerian Youth Movement as follows. Listen to this bit. What we of the Nigerian Youth Movement are visualizing is a Nigeria in which the various linguistic units will federate to form a single nation. This was as far as it was permissible for me to commit the Nigerian Youth Movement on this momentous issue. If the issue had been expressly put as a question for debate and resolution, it would have been defeated. But events subsequent to 1942 only helped to fortify rather than weaken my stand. In 1943, the Igbo Federal Union was launched. Actually, it was launched in 1936. But Mambo. Okay. And Dr. Azikiwe himself was not only a prominent member of it, but also its president. It's one Nigeria, it's a new Africa, there's no Igbo man, there's no Yoruba man, but guess what? I'm the president of the Igbo group. This is going to be Kinima. There's going to be a lot of fireworks on Monday. That much I can tell, because of where we're going with this thing. I'm going to stop. Let me finish this paragraph. Everything we're talking about is in terms of federalism. We'll talk about it again next week, but no longer Nigerian Youth Movement. We're just going to focus on federalism. So, some of those things we're going to talk about it, but we're going to go deeper into the relationship between the union and what Yoruba people did. But let me quickly finish this one first. Events subsequent to 1942 only helped to fortify rather than weaken my stand. In 1943, the Igbo Fed. Okay. I get the point now. Sorry, I was like, is Baba wrong? Baba is right. 1936, it was called Igbo State Union. 1943 was when the name changed. Sorry, in my head, I was just like, this dates are off. I was trying to find congruence in my head. Sorry, the way I shouted, that's what I would have done in my own. I forgot myself for a second. Like, if I was alone, that's exactly how I react to information sometimes. So yes, there was Igbo State Union that was formed in 1936, and guess where it was started? Lagos and Port Harcourt. Again, away from home, which is fine. But the crazy part is that the objectives were not about necessarily developing home. It was about taking over the place where they found themselves. It is demonic. If you want to know maybe on Monday, let me write it down in this book. On Monday, we're going to have a comparison. I don't know if we're going to get there on Monday, but next week definitely. Whether on Monday or maybe I just might, if there's time, and if we don't have any pending videos, just might maybe take an extra day next week We're going to go into the objectives. Eureka. Yes, it's Eureka moment. Thank you. The objectives of the Igbo State Union. So what happened was, it was Igbo State Union. So in 1943, it changed names. It became Igbo Federal Union. So sometime next week, I'm sure, we're going to have some talk about the evolution of Igbo State Union compared to the Ibibio State Union, Yoruba, Urobo, all those other groups, the other materials I'm going to bring, just so you understand how this thing they go. But we'll finish this one first. It says events subsequent to 1942 only helped to fortify rather than weaken my stand. In 1943, the Igbo Federal Union was launched. Again, there was an Igbo State Union 7 years prior. Okay? And Dr. Azikiwe himself was not only a prominent member of the Igbo Federal Union, but also its president. Both the Ibibio Union, now known as Ibibio State Union, and the Igbo Federal Union, now known as Igbo State Union, were able to rouse among their respective members such enthusiasm and selfless devotion as had never been known in the country. I welcome this phenomenon as a worthy means to a great end. If the members of each ethnic group feel happy among themselves, if they are free within prescribed limits to order their own lives and advance their culture as they like, and if the solidarity and devotion exhibited within their ranks can be sublimated to the cause of the nation, the federal unity of Nigeria would have been assured. But whilst there was an Ibibio Union and an Igbo Federal Union, there was no comparable all-embracing union for the Yorubas. Since the strength of a chain is that of the weakest link, I thought it would be in the interest of the federal unity of Nigeria if one was founded. We'll continue from here on Monday. What happened? Did they found one? If they didn't, why? If they did, why? If they did, we know why. But did it work? Did they have anything? What's the word now? Do you have any pushback? Did they experience any pushbacks from different groups of people? That'll be the conversation on Monday. Before we leave today, if you'd like to ask a question or whatever, please feel free to do so. Or you want to speak up, please send your request. Now that we're done with the stuff, I'm going to put up the account details. In case you want to support what we're doing, please feel free to use the account details. They'll be up in a bit anyway. But let me just type for a second. So if you'd like to be part of the conversation or add or ask a question, I mean. All right. So it's going to show momentarily. All right, so that's it. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for engaging the live. I see a lot of likes, a lot of engagements, comments, and all in the comment section. Thank you very much. And those who have given gifts as well, thank you. Again, if you're a member of the team, please, if you're not a member of the team, please click on the heart icon and join the team. If you're already a member, click on that icon as well and drop a gift. All these things help the live itself. So, by the way, God is helping us. It's becoming bigger. And thank you for your support. Thanks to the people who gave gifts. And if you would like to support us, please use the bank details. It's here. All right. Yeah. Any questions, additions, subtractions? No subtraction, actually. So today, just a way to end up, to wrap up this thing. Today we spoke about the Nigerian youth movement and the role that Awolowo and Azikiwe played in the movement. We talked about how the movement eventually was destroyed, essentially, by certain characters. And in that, we spoke a lot about, we also spoke about the elites amongst us. All right? So, and I think we should also learn something from there. When the stuff that happened in Lagos happened, yes, Azikiwe did what Azikiwe did. But the folks in Ibadan decided to regroup. And when they started regrouping, they discovered that Lagos was so weak, nothing was really happening. Ibadan was happening. So let's do it this way. Let's make sure that we don't just say Lagos is parent body. Let's just say it's a branch, just like Ibadan. And then we can have other branches, and then we can have an executive committee that is not just based on people in Lagos State. So you have folks from all over Nigeria represented in the executive council. So you have something that is truly national. But then you have those from amongst us also, Yoruba, who are the elites, who thought, oh, that would be infradig. Why should we be having all these things? And H.O. Davis was the one who was saying at the time, you know, the bulk of the teachers, educated people, lawyers, doctors, they are all in Lagos. So why should we have to share this thing? Let's keep it in Lagos so that we'll be the one to lead and then others will follow, even though you have nothing to lead. And it was John Maxwell who said, if you say you are leading and you look back and there's nobody following you, you are not leading anybody, you're just taking a stroll. You are claiming you are the leader, but there's nothing happening in the place. And then there's this thing that also, like there's something special about, oh, I'm in Lagos. And for them, it was Lagos. For us, it's about, sometimes about education. It's about the fact that I studied in the UK, or I went to school in the US, or I was in UI, or I was in OAU, I went to Harvard. That becomes the basis of the people that you can associate with, or, you know, I have money, or I'm educated, or I have this. I remember I said something earlier about if you want to do politics, all this, all this, when you follow people on Twitter to be insulting Agbero, you don't know that you're not thinking straight, sir. Come and win with that Agbero now. Instead of you to think of a way to reform Agbero, you are joining people that are shouting, remove them, remove them. Meanwhile, in their own home state, Agbero, they tell you to pay for the bag of rice where they carry for head. If you think I'm lying, go to Upper Iweka. 16 Hills, thank you, sir. Go to Upper Iweka. Carry a bag of rice, if they will not collect tax on it. Agbero, that's what they call them. Ndi Agbero. You come to Yoruba land, listen, apart from that, I mean, it's a service. Should it be reformed? Absolutely. Should you just condemn it? Of course not. Head Bridge, thank you, Big Fowler. Head Bridge, Nonicha. There I went, well, it is a good place. It's just not you're in a different place, yeah. So the point is, there is a way we move sometimes. We speak English. If you want, for instance, to do certain things among people, and they're telling you that, oh, Yoruba land, we've got to be able to have somebody speak English, like, we have evolved past that one. Are you okay? I heard it this last election. Say we want our governor to speak Yoruba. I say, what is that? That is, I mean, why is that necessary? In Lagos, cosmopolitan. You know, I was listening to a video. Was it a video? It was a text actually, news from the UK, when the British Prime Minister was talking about the importance of speaking English in the UK, at least in England. Are speaking up a lot about Gaelic now, and the Welsh are also using their own language. You have it in train stations, you have it everywhere, but no, is the Awala Bweko speaking English? I've been to the UK, I've been to the US, I speak English, pray. It doesn't really matter until they will destroy what belongs to the collective. I'm looking for a video. I'll play it. I hope I quickly find it. Until they destroy what belongs to the collective, because they want to appear to be posh. Posh with ignorance. Absolute ignorance, but very posh. Speaking with very beautiful accent, with stupidity to match. Why must we speak Yoruba? Are we not all one? Mombo, I'm going to find that video. I want to play you something that happened in Lagos before look at my Dangote got in. Was it? Maybe it was. I think I saved it somewhere else. I wish I could find it. Mombo, I'll find it for you guys. I think it helps drive the point home. People. Oh, okay. God is good. I found it. I want you to listen to something.
For Yoruba.
Why are you asking for Yoruba language? Why are you saying that they must speak Yoruba language? Are we not cosmopolitan? Let me show you something about one cosmopolitan person. This one is a lawyer. By the way, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. I want you to listen to him speak on this matter this was about the refinery. Take a listen to this. No. Are we good?
Mo sọ fún yín pé a fẹ́ wá kọ́ refinery fún yín.
Ṣé ń gbọ́?
Ṣé ẹ rántí àbẹ́ ìrántí? Mo dẹ̀ ní ṣé ẹ fẹ́ mọ́ ká máa gbé lọ? Kí lẹ sọ ń gbà yẹn? Ṣé ìfẹ́? Tẹ bá náwó tẹ bá fẹ́ náwó yín sókè. Àwọn tí òye ṣe ti gbọ́ mi sì ṣọ́ ti yé yín. Ṣé mo pa lè gbé kínní lọ sí Badagry ṣá? Badagry gangan lè pé wà. Ṣé ẹ fẹ́ abẹ́ ẹ fẹ́? Ó ti bẹ̀ yín. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ dìde kẹ́ máa lọ. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá ti fẹ́ dìde kẹ́ máa lọ ká mọ iye àwa tó kù. Tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ dìde kẹ́ máa lọ. Now, kò sí nǹkan kan tó kù mọ́ ju pé láti wá sọ fún yín sí pé fúnrara mi èmi mo wá fà lé yín lọ́wọ́. Mo fà lé ẹ̀yin ọba lọ́wọ́. Mo fà lé ẹ̀yin ìjòyè lọ́wọ́. Mo fà lé ẹ̀yin ọmọdé lọ́wọ́, mo dẹ̀ fà lé ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà lọ́wọ́. Ó dọwọ́ yín o. Irọ́ o. Ẹ má gbé yẹn wá. Ó di ọwọ́ yín. Ok. Àwa lẹ̀ ń bá nọ́jà o. Tí ó bá kù díẹ̀ káàtó, àwa ni kẹ́ tọ̀ wá. Gbogbo àwọn báyìí kò sí kankan tí ò lè rí nínú wọn. Justice Ògúntádé bàbá mi ni. Bámú bàbá wa ni. KLM bàbá wa ni. Tó bá kù díẹ̀ ẹ má lọ nu kíníkẹ́lẹ́ lọ bá rin iṣẹ́ wọn jẹ́ o. Ẹ rí bí inú mi gbà yẹn o.
All right. Wọ́n ní ó dọwọ́ yín. Mo fà lé yín lọ́wọ́ tán sọ yẹn. Dangote ló ń sọ. Mo fà lé yín lọ́wọ́. They're talking about the refinery. Mo fà lé yín lọ́wọ́. Ó dọwọ́ yín o. Ẹ mọ Yorùbá, wọ́n ní ó dọwọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ní ẹ má gbé yẹn wá o. Ẹni tí ó bá gbọ́ Yorùbá, ṣé mo ìtumọ̀ kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ mẹ́rin? How do you govern the people whose language you don't understand? And it's not like you're even brighter or smarter than the rest of us. You are not exactly, it is well. But it's not like we came to meet you and say, please, we cannot do without you. Just come and lead us. That's not the point. You are trying to beg us to lead us, yet you don't understand the culture, you don't understand the language, you don't get it. And it's not just about speaking, it's about understanding the... That is okay, Abi. But politician that told you, you know what he's saying. How many of you are Yoruba people? You have said something. Somebody says, "Oh, Boyoba, ready." Tema sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n pè ní àkọ́kọ́ pé ògbọ́ Yorùbá. Yorùbá ló ń sọ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn pé ògbọ́ Yorùbá. That's it. You can be speaking in Yoruba language to someone. They still tell you that but and you know something. Let me tell you something about Yoruba language. We say people don't speak a language. Do you speak English? Do you speak Igbo? Do you speak Hausa? Do you know nobody in Yoruba language? We don't ask you, show man so Yoruba, kila man so. Do you speak English? Do you speak French? Do you speak, can you call Francais? You guys know how you say it. In Yoruba land, we don't ask people, show le so Yoruba. No, we say show bo Yoruba. In other words, when we ask you about your knowledge of Yoruba, we don't say, do you speak Yoruba? We ask you, do you understand Yoruba? Do you hear? Can you hear Yoruba? Not, do you speak Yoruba? Because in Yoruba language, it's not so much about speaking, it's about understanding. Shogbo. Can you show le so? Shogbo. Nkoton so. Èyàn máa sọ Yorùbá báyìí létí yín, wọ́n máa fún pé o gbọ́ Yorùbá. Ó dẹ̀ ń sọ, wọ́n ní kó gbọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tí àwọn ibi tó ti rí wá wọ́n máa fún pé kò túmọ̀ sí nǹkan kan, we are cosmopolitan, we are cosmopolitan. No, ṣó gbọ́ nǹkan tá à ń sọ ń bì. For instance, ẹni tó bá tí ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú tó bá yé, nígbà tó sọ pé ó dọwọ́ yín tó pé ó dọwọ́ Ọlọ́run, ẹni tó gbọ́ Yorùbá mọ́ ọkọ̀ tó ń sọ tó sọ pé ẹ má gbé ẹ̀wà ìtumọ̀ ní wípé ẹ má fi Ọlọ́run bojú. Ẹ má fọ Ọlọ́run bojú. Ọwọ́ yín báyìí ni kẹ́ fi tún ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣe. But ẹni tí ó bá yé, the reason I played that video really is that, you see, cosmopolitan, megapolis, metropolitan, all those politan things that I say doesn't change the culture or the foundational structure of the people. And that culture, that philosophy, everything is contained in their language. Unless you have nothing to be proud of where you are, as a Yoruba person, you should be proud of that. And you should speak your language with boldness. And that should also be the basis of politics, to be honest. All right? It's been a fantastic session today. Okay, somebody is trying to come up. Okay, finally.
Okay.
Good evening, my battlefield.
Oh yeah, good evening. Sorry, just a last this thing on it. I actually like the way you set up this setup. You can see that people are not those, what do you call it, those people troubling you in the comment section. They hardly come up because evidence is so powerful. You are reading from the book. Evidence is a defense, honestly. Otherwise, they will have been arguing with you because you didn't give room for argument. They can argue, but the argument has to be sound, has to be deep, has to be functional, has to be legitimate, really. So they are not troubling you on like other platforms. They will come up, this thing and be arguing with you when you are talking generally. But here, in this instance, you are reading from the book. You are referencing everything you are saying. That tallies with what I said initially, previously. That when you evidence your work, you give less room for unnecessary arguments. All those semantics, people gaslight people. You can see, and I suppose I expected more young people to be coming up, to be asking questions. If I thought they're not going to argue, asking questions. I believe when you are arguing, you're not arguing to be right. We are arguing to learn. I've always said young people, I said you can argue, but argument is not because you want to win, because you want to learn. And I think the perspective of our young people is to argue, debate, in order to learn, not to win. But majorly, our young people, they argue to win, which is not a brainer. It's not good. It's not. You don't advance. You argue to learn. When you know the right thing and it's so sure 100%, you've cross-checked your argument very well. You don't need to be arguing with people. But when you want to learn, sometimes people do what they call maybe devil's advocate to actually want you to explain yourself, which is okay. I expected, and I would expect next time, often for young people to be coming up, to be asking questions, right? Asking questions is very good. Don't suppose. Don't pretend to know. Ask questions. Because most of the things that actually spoiling Nigeria, if people presuppose too much, they argue not on the basis of facts and figures, they have their own conceived ideas, and they want you to work on things around that instead of showing you argument. Okay, you said this. Do you have any basis for it? No. Someone said, oh, so. So that's why I love your session so much. I love your session, and I thought our young people should be challenged. They should know the basis. It's like writing a lecture. It's like you're doing a literature review. That's how I say it. Or let's say, what do you call it? A book review. That's more or less what you're doing, a quasi book review. And I think we are all learning so much from it. There are things I presupposed before, but now I know better. Before, I didn't know that Azikwe too wrote maybe United Nations about not feeding Biafra. I didn't know before that Azikwe actually supported Awolowo. He actually did his own bit that they should not feed Biafra. And those are the things, because in the course of me listening to you, I had to do my own research, and I read that, okay, Zik actually too did the same thing. So why are they pointing to Awolowo alone? Maybe because they didn't know, or they pretend not to know.
They know.
Pardon?
They know.
You think so? Okay.
Oh yeah, they do.
They do. Okay. Another thing I
mean, at least the elders know. The younger ones may not know, but the elders know. But they know.
The elders are still pushing forward, pushing the envelope.
Because it's still Igbo now. Because it's still Igbo.
Yeah. They're still saying the same thing. I had an elderly person the other day, and he was still saying that, wow, aren't we in the same era? Don't you, whatever? So I actually like this session. It's very, very good. It's what our young people should be doing. They should be integrating their own self, integrating their facts. Things move forward. Things don't stand. They don't stand stagnant. Even though you thought you knew, but if you are faced with a superior argument, you'll be able to know. And actually, I realized that, I used to think, why didn't they vote for Ojukwu? I realized that they didn't vote for Ojukwu because they knew what he did. They knew what he did. That's why they didn't vote for him throughout his lifetime. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my battlefield. And that's the truth. The elders, thank you, sir. There was a video I watched a while back where I was listening to people. The former governor of Imo State, is it Anambra or Imo? Anambra State. Former governor of Anambra State was talking about him like he can't come and just talk anyhow. Like, I know what he did, and because the reason they didn't listen, the older ones know exactly what happened. But this is how it goes. Amongst themselves, you have the bickering. We know these things. Unless you don't, we know. They have somebody is higher than the other person. If you're from this state, you are this. If you're from that, they know they have it. But once they're out of that group, as a group, they have to say the fault is from outside that group, not within. And the crazy part is, even when they know, they still will not admit. But why is it that when Ojukwu returned to Nigeria in 1982, he tried to be senator, he didn't win. He tried to be senator again, or president, he didn't win. The reason is because the older ones, they know what he did. These young ones who are just shouting all over the place, most of them are ignorant, but few who know will still, to be fair, the ones who know, who are young, for the most part, they keep quiet. In other words, they don't lie, but they are quiet. The problem with their quiet now is that folks can't listen to them and understand. So every other person who says it like I'm hated. I'm like, you hate us. Meanwhile, it's not hate. Some of you know these things. They just don't talk because if they speak, there'll be backlash. And that's the reason most of them don't speak. But they know. But the noisemakers are the ones who are very, very ignorant. We have one more person before we go. Thank you very much for power tapping. Let's try and get this thing to 150 on TikTok and see if we can get it even higher than that. So please, if you're on TikTok, let's not stop power tapping. We're going to end very soon, but I think we've had a good run this week. But before we end, let's have Adeumi. Good evening, Adeumi. Hello, Adeumi. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go on.
My brother, you are doing a very, 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 very good job. This is my first time on this platform. As a matter of fact, you time on a platform by, but I listened for just 5 minutes and I got glued. Because people, even àwọn tó jẹ́ èèyàn ti wá pàápàá tó jẹ́ Yorùbá, wọ́n à ń sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. Wọ́n máa ń sọ láti lè jẹ́ kéèyàn tẹ̀lé wọn for their own selfish interest ni. But the way you dissect everything, my God bless you, sir. You see these people, they are very, very deceptive. Kì í ṣe pé wọ́n á mọ̀ o, but ẹ̀tàn òun ni ìpilẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ayé wọn. Àwọn ará tá à ń sọ ẹ̀tàn ni. Bá ṣe máa gba gbogbo ilẹ̀ wa, bá ṣe máa gba everything tó tán máa abolish gbogbo culture wa, òun ni wọ́n ń tẹ̀lé, nǹkan tá ń wá nìyẹn. See, I'm from Ondo State by the grace of God. Bàbá mi jẹ́ kó yé mi ní wípé nígbà tí ogun Biafra wasn't born then, wípé àwọn protect àwọn Igbo tán jẹ́ labourer wọn àjẹ́ ká pa wọ́n. At the end of the day, some of them, they became the enemy.
So, Mr. Domi, of course, I like what you said now, not all of them. When the Biafran forces were about to get into Ore, the people who told the Biafran forces where the soldiers in Yoruba land were actually Igbo people who were working in Ondo State as farm workers in the cocoa plantations.
Exactly. Okay, sir.
And if anybody thinks it's a lie, please read my command by Obasanjo. You see it there.
And this might be part of the people. Tí bàbá mi ò jẹ́ kán pa. Tí wọ́n kó wọn jáde. Bàbá mi lọ kó wọn sóko nínú igbó. Wọ́n lọ fún wọn lóúnjẹ ńbẹ̀ lọ́sàn-án. Òru náà máa ń jẹ́ kán wá sí abúlé. But at the end of the day, some of them became enemy. So àwọn people yìí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe. Ẹ má má jẹ́ ká rò pé bí a pé wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe sà. Wọ́n gbọ́n. Àwa la máa jẹ́ kán mọ̀ pé wọ́n gbọ́n tó wa. Pé àwa ní ọgbọ́n, a ní ìmọ̀, a ní culture, a ní tradition. Ìtàwọn ò ní. Àwa ò dẹ̀ ready láti sọ tiwọn nù. But àwọn èèyàn bíi ti yín báyìí, àwọn ni ò ní jẹ́ ká sọnù o, kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu o. Àwọn èèyàn bíi ti yín báyìí, àwọn ni ò ní jẹ́ ká sọnù. So àgbúrò máa jẹ́ ká máa òótọ́. Tẹ́ bá wo gbàtẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ǹkan ẹni ẹ̀ ń kà wá àwọn ìwé 70s. Ó tún pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí n dúró. Ṣé rí gbogbo àwọn ìwé tán kọ in early 90s? Story ti change o, ìtàn ti yí padà. People are not saying the truth again. How can our incident tó ṣẹlẹ̀ in the 60s? Tebaka, recently, we will be having 3 different versions of the same stories. Simply because people want them to believe their own story. But you know, I can dig out to you. Òun ló jẹ́ kí ó yé wa wípé òtítọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ farasin. So ẹ kàwé tó jẹ́ pé ó wà published 1960 nígbà tí ò tí ì sí màdàrú tó jẹ́ pé òótọ́ inú làwọn èèyàn fi ń kọ nǹkan. Ìtorí yẹ̀ ló jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé ibi tó òótọ́ wà nìyẹn. Èmi ò ní bẹnu àtẹ́lu Zik o. Zik of Africa, they call him, but I call him Zik of Igbo.
Actually, Igbo don't even call him Zik of Igbo. That's the funny thing. You know what they call him? He's Owele of Onitsha. Even the Igbos don't celebrate him as a people. They're just deceiving you people. But am I sorry, no?
Because wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé òun ló gbé nǹkan tó dáadáa nígbà yẹn. That's the way they portrayed him. And pé bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ pé ó kàn bí ajẹnilẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n jẹ́ ká máa rí bàbá yẹn bí ajẹnilẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n jẹ́ ká rí bàbá yẹn bí ẹni tí tó mọ òótọ́ tó dẹ̀ sọ òótọ́ tó dẹ̀ kú títí lórí òtítọ́. And this last thing tí mo fẹ́ sọ ni wípé ẹ sà Yorùbá máa ń pa òwe kan sà wọ́n ní bí aláǹgbá bí ògiri ò lanu aláǹgbá ò ní wọbẹ̀ ògiri wa ti lanu báwo la ṣe máa rẹ́ I rest my case, sir.
Wow. That last bit. Thank you, sir. Báṣe máa rẹ ọ̀nà là ń ṣe báyìí sí. Báṣe máa rẹ ọ̀nà là ń sá báyìí. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ràn wá lọ́wọ́. And I like the way you also, spoke. Like you still call him Zik of Africa. I don't hate him, but I don't rate him. I don't hate him, but I don't rate him. And my not rating him has nothing to do with his ethnicity. It has everything to do with his antecedents. You study his history and it's not all that. But do I respect him? Of course. But if you wonder why would I say what I just said right now, please come on Monday. Somebody says Zik of Igbos. Sorry, I have to mute you. Somebody says Zik of Igbos. I'm telling you that even Igbos don't call him Zik of Igbos. They don't want their ethnicity identified with him. The only time people from the East will speak up for Zik is when you highlight what he did wrong for Nigeria. Talk about him as a person, all of them, save, maybe except very few, will tell you that let me give an example. Imagine, what if I told you that every time I talk about the things that he did and accomplished, it is Igbo people who insult me. But once I start talking about the things that he messed up in Nigeria, they will then begin to tell me that I hate them. So the point is, no matter what I do, they will still insult me. If I tell you that he's great, they will tell you that he's a terrible person. He was a fulefu. He was sabo. They will insult him. If I tell them that, listen, Nigeria would have been like this if not for what he did here, and there. And I'm not saying this to blame him. I'm saying this to make it very clear that, number one, you can't gaslight me with your stupid rhetoric. Number two, we don't have to fall for that thing again in Nigeria. Once I begin to talk about that, they're coming. Someone has come here. I see you guys in the comment section. I made up my mind to reduce the amount of responses that I give because you guys are not worth it. So some of you that have been typing, some of you I will erase you without saying anything. Some of you I will actually respond. But guess what? I don't think you are worth the stress. The other guy, I'm sure you know yourself. I'm not even going to mention your name because the point is that it doesn't matter what you say. Praise him, they will insult you. Highlight some of the mistakes he made, they will insult you. So what they really want is for you to keep short. And guess what? That is not going to happen. The only way you're not going to hear me is if you die. Because even if you don't watch me on TikTok, you will still hear me. Somebody will share the video in your WhatsApp group. So all this thing, you're looking for somebody to stop talking. Me, I cannot die, sir. You that you want me to stop, you may have to go. And I'm praying that you live a long life because your death will not help me in any way. So I want you to be alive and see the goodness of God in my life. So you be alive. You will hear it. You will feel it. You will hear it. And why are you hearing it? So that I can, taunt you. No, that's your own MO. I don't taunt. We teach. We don't taunt. So just understand what it is. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past and let's heal as a people. That's it. But as long as you are weaponizing your pain, even the non-existent one, and you are rewriting history, and you are throwing tantrums when people actually discuss stuff, no, that's not going to change from here. But you may have to file. Maybe when you leave, of course, I can assure you, as long as you're alive, you will hear me. You'll be on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, in WhatsApp, on TV. These days, thank God. By the way, shout out to those who watch our live stream on television. Apparently the number is increasing. It's quite interesting how media works now, because of course you can stream on your TV. So thank you very much for your support. And I do all this because, number one, we need to learn, we need to understand what happened in the past so we can let people know. We need to understand what happened in the past so that we can learn the lessons from our forebears. They also made mistakes. One of them I mentioned earlier, H.O. Davis, being elitist, is Yoruba. But there's this thing of, you're basically sitting on your high horse. These ones are lower than us. These ones are lower. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't come around and say, oh, I want Beronier. What makes you think you're better than them? Because you speak English. That mistake. Thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you. And speaking about subscribing, please support what we're doing. Use the bank details. God bless you. When you look down on people, you lose the value they can bring to you. That's why even in this conversation, you don't hear me say Igbo are. I'm talking about the culture. I'm very, very intentional about it. And when I'm talking about certain people, I say it the way it is. It's not about hatred for anybody. So we've got to learn from the past. So we don't, number one, we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. Number two, when people do certain things, we want to know what our forebears did to handle that situation. And then we can either copy it or adapt it in our own situation. Number three, we don't want to allow anybody to blackmail us with anything. Possible, so no blackmail. Nobody comes and just crying like Egberi, and then once they stop stories, you now say, oh, it must be true. It's not true. And even if it's true, it's not my fault. And even if it was my elder's fault, I will say sorry to you and then tell you what are you going to do about what should we do now? You can't spend your lifetime crying and using that as leverage. Number four, we do all these things because we have to protect our space. This is the only place we have. God is not creating new land. He's not. What you have is what you can give to your own children. That's what you can bequeath to them. That's what you got from your parents. Your culture. What makes you unique. Don't become English. Don't flatten the curve. Don't remove everything that makes you different just because you want to have unity. That's not unity. That's uniformity. Anybody who espouses the idea of unity based on erasure is not uniting anybody. He's dominating them. Unity is not afraid. That's not the point. you come up because you're part of that era. That's all. But if there's anything good that I discover, I don't hesitate to share. I mean, if you know me, I think I even shared more good news about Igbo people than Igbo platforms on social media. That's actually the funny thing.